and wobble, the difference of a few thousand miles, should be completely negligible. If the ball Earth actually spun around 93 million miles from the Sun, regardless of any tilt or wobble, temperature and climate the whole world over should be almost completely uniform. If the heat of the Sun truly traveled 93 million miles to reach the Earth's equator, the extra few thousand miles to the poles, regardless of any supposed tilt or wobble, no matter how extreme, would surely be negligible in negating such intense heat. E. Eschini wrote, "The supposition that the seasons are caused by the Earth's annual motion round the Sun at a mean distance of 93 million miles is grotesque. According to Piazzi, the size of the Sun is in proportion to the Earth as 329,360 to 1. The diameter exceeds that of the Earth 112 times. The Earth appears, as Biot says by this statement, a mere grain of sand as compared to the Sun. This enormous expanse of light, focused on a rotating grain of sand, at the distance of 93 millions of miles, would cause the same season throughout it. The paltry few miles in comparison that separates London from Cape Town could never cause diverse seasons, neither would the distance from London to the Riviera justify the difference in the climate that characterizes the two places. Common sense also says if the Earth were actually a ball spinning daily with uniform speed around the Sun, there should be exactly 12-hour days and 12-hour nights everywhere, all year round, regardless of any alleged tilt or inclination. Half the sphere would always be lit, and the other half not. The great variety and length of days and nights throughout the year all over Earth testifies to the fact we do not live on a spinning ball planet. There cannot exist phenomena such as this on a globe, nor the midnight sun, nor anything like Antarctic winter, where the sun is nowhere to be found for over 2 months per year. Quoting Gabrielle Henriette, "The theory of the rotation of the Earth may once and for all be definitely disposed of as impracticable by pointing out the following inadvertence. It is said that the rotation takes 24 hours and that its speed is uniform, in which case, necessarily, days and nights should have an identical duration of 12 hours each all the year round. The sun should invariably rise in the morning and set in the evening at the same hours, with the result that it would be the equinox every day from the 1st of January to the 31st of December. One should stop and reflect on this before saying that the Earth has a movement of rotation. How does the system of gravitation account for the seasonal variations in the length of days and nights if the Earth rotates at a uniform speed in 24 hours? Polaris, the North Pole Star. NASA and modern astronomy say the Earth is a giant globe spinning 1,000 miles per hour around its central axis, traveling 67,000 mile per hour circles around the Sun, spiraling 500,000 miles per hour around the Milky Way, while the entire galaxy rockets a ridiculous 670 million miles per hour through the universe, with all of these motions originating from an alleged Big Bang cosmogenic explosion 14 billion years ago. That's a grand total of 670,568,000 miles per hour in several different directions we're all supposedly speeding along at simultaneously. No one has ever seen, felt, heard, measured, or proven such motion, yet the vast majority of people unquestioningly accept that the clearly motionless Earth beneath their feet is actually moving over 600 million miles per hour. NASA and modern astronomy say Polaris, the North Pole star, is somewhere between 323 and 434 light years, or about 2 quadrillion miles away from us. Firstly, note that is between 1.9 quadrillion to 2.6 quadrillion miles, making a difference of over 600 trillion miles. If modern astronomy cannot even agree on the distance to stars within hundreds of trillions of miles, perhaps their science is flawed and their theory needs re-examining. However, even granting them their obscurely distant stars, heliocentric astronomers cannot adequately explain how Polaris manages to always remain perfectly aligned straight above the North Pole. If the globe Earth was really spinning west to east 1,000 miles per hour, orbiting the sun counterclockwise at 67,000 miles per hour, spiraling around the outer arms of the Milky Way at 500,000 miles per hour, while shooting through the universe at 670 million miles per hour, how is it even conceptually possible that Polaris, 2 quadrillion miles away, day after day, year after year, always maintains its alignment straight above the North Pole? That would mean from 2 quadrillion miles away, Polaris would have to be perfectly mirroring Earth's several simultaneous wobbling, spinning, spiraling, and shooting motions. Polaris would have to be shooting the same direction through the universe at exactly 670 million miles per hour. It would have to be following the same 500,000 mile per hour, 225 million year spiral around the Milky Way, and mirroring the same 67,000 mile per hour, 365-day orbit around our sun. Or the Earth is stationary, as common sense and everyday experience testifies. William Carpenter wrote, "It is supposed in the regular course of the Newtonian theory that the Earth is in June about 190 million miles away from its position in December. Now, since we can in middle north latitudes see the North Star on looking out of a window that faces it, and out of the very same corner of the very same pane of glass in the very same window all the year round, it is proof enough for any man in his senses that we have made no motion at all." Not only this, but viewed from a ball Earth, Polaris, situated almost straight over the North Pole, should not be visible anywhere in the southern hemisphere. For Polaris to be seen from the southern hemisphere of a globular Earth, the observer would have to be somehow looking through the globe, and miles of land and sea would have to be transparent. Polaris can be seen, however, up to approximately 23.5 degrees south latitude. Dr. Robotham wrote, "If the Earth is a sphere and the pole star hangs over the northern axis, it would be impossible to see it for a single degree beyond the equator, or 90 degrees from the pole. The line of sight would become a tangent to the sphere, and consequently several thousand miles of and divergent from the direction of the pole star. Many cases, however, are on record of the North Polar Star being visible far beyond the equator, as far even as the Tropic of Capricorn." William Carpenter wrote, "The astronomer's theory of a globular Earth necessitates the conclusion that if we travel south of the equator, to see the North Star is an impossibility. Yet it is well known that this star has been seen by navigators when they have been more than 20 degrees south of the equator. This fact, like hundreds of other facts, puts the theory to shame and gives us a proof that the Earth is not a globe." To account for this glaring problem in their model, desperate heliocentrists since the late 19th century have claimed the ball Earth actually tilts a convenient 23.5 degrees back on its vertical axis. Even this brilliant revision to their theory cannot account for the visibility of many other constellations, though. For instance, Ursa Major, very close to Polaris, can be seen from 90 degrees north latitude, the North Pole, all the way down to 30 degrees south latitude. The constellation Vulpecula can be seen from 90 degrees north latitude all the way to 55 degrees south latitude. Taurus, Pisces, and Leo can be seen from 90 degrees north all the way to 65 degrees south. Aquarius and Libra can be seen from 65 degrees north to 90 degrees south. The constellation Virgo is visible from 80 degrees north down to 80 degrees south, and Orion can be seen from 85 degrees north all the way to 75 degrees south latitude. An observer on a ball Earth, regardless of any tilt or inclination, would not logically be able to see this far. Dr. Samuel Robotham wrote, "Another thing is certain, that from within the equator the North Pole Star and the constellations Ursa Major, Ursa Minor, and many others can be seen from every meridian simultaneously, whereas in the south, from the equator, neither the so-called South Pole Star nor the remarkable constellation of the Southern Cross can be seen simultaneously from every meridian, showing that all the constellations of the south, supposed pole star included, sweep over a great southern arc and across the meridian from their rise in the evening to their setting in the morning. But if the Earth is a globe, Sigma Octantis, the South Pole Star, and the Southern Cross, a southern circumpolar constellation, they would all be visible at the same time from every longitude on the same latitude, as is the case with the northern pole star and the northern circumpolar constellations. Such, however, is not the case. Some heliocentrists have even tried to suggest that the pole star's gradual declination overhead as an observer travels southwards is proof of a globular Earth. Far from it. The declination of the pole star or any other object is simply a result of the law of perspective. The law of perspective dictates that the angle and height at which an object is seen diminishes the farther one recedes from the object, until at a certain point the line of sight and the seemingly uprising surface of the earth converges to a vanishing point, i.e. the horizon line, beyond which the object is invisible. Thomas Winship wrote, "If we select a flat street a mile long containing a row of lamps, it will be noticed that from where we stand the lamps gradually decline to the ground, the last one being apparently quite on the ground. Take the lamp at the end of the street and walk away from it 100 yards, and it will appear to be much nearer to the ground than it was when we were close to it. Keep on walking away from it, and it will appear to be gradually depressed until it is last seen on the ground and then disappears. Now, according to the astronomers, the whole mile was only depressed about 8 inches from one end to the other, so that this 8 inches could not account for the enormous depression of the light as we recede from it. This proves that the depression of the pole star can and does take place in relation to a flat surface, simply because we increase our distance from it, the same as from the street lamp. In other words, the farther away we get from any object above us, as a star for example, the more it is depressed. And if we go far enough, it will sink, or appear to sink, to the horizon and then disappear. The writer has tried the street lamp many times with the same result." And Dr. Robotham wrote, "It has often been urged that the earth must be a globe because the stars in the southern hemisphere move round a south polar star in the same way that those of the north revolve around the northern pole star. This is another instance of the sacrifice of truth and denial of the evidence of our senses for the purpose of supporting a theory which is in every sense false and unnatural. It is known to every observer that the North Pole star is the center of a number of constellations which move over the earth in a circular direction. Those nearest to it, as the Great Bear, etc., are always visible in England during their whole 24 hours revolution. Those farther away southwards rise north-northeast and set south-southwest. Still further south they rise east by north and set west by north. The farthest south visible from England, the rising is more to the east and southeast, and the setting to the west and southwest. But all the stars visible from London rise and set in a way which is not compatible with the doctrine of rotundity. For instance, if we stand with our backs to the north, on the high land known as Arthur's Seat near Edinburgh, and note the stars in the zenith of our position, and watch for several hours, the zenith stars will gradually recede to the northwest. If we do the same on Woodhouse Moor, near Leeds, or on any of the mountain tops in Yorkshire or Derbyshire, the same phenomenon is observed. The same thing may be seen from the top of Primrose Hill near Regent's Park, London, from Hampstead Heath or Shooter's Hill near Woolwich. If we remain all night, we shall observe the same stars rising toward our position from the northeast, showing that the path of all the stars between ourselves and the northern center move round the North Pole star as a common center of rotation, just as they must do over a plane such as the earth is proved to be. It is undeniable that upon a globe zenith stars would rise, pass overhead, and set in the plane of the observer's position. If now we carefully watch in the same way the zenith stars from the Rock of Gibraltar, the very same phenomenon is observed. The same is also the case from the Cape of Good Hope, Sydney, and Melbourne in Australia, in New Zealand, in Rio de Janeiro, Montevideo, Valparaiso, and other places in the south. If then the zenith stars of all the places on the earth where special observations have been made rise from the morning horizon to the zenith of an observer and descend to the evening horizon, not in a plane of the position of such observer, but in an arc of a circle concentric with the northern center, the earth is thereby proved to be a plane, and rotundity altogether disproved, shown indeed to be impossible. The moon is self-luminescent and semi-transparent. NASA and modern astronomy maintain that the moon is a solid, spherical,
Earth-like habitation which man has actually flown to and set foot on. They claim the moon is a non-luminescent planetoid which receives and reflects all its light from the sun. The reality is, however, that the moon is not a solid body. It is clearly circular, but not spherical, and not in any way an Earth-like planetoid which humans could set foot on. In fact, the moon is largely transparent and completely self-luminescent, shining with its own unique light. The sun's light is golden, warm, drying, preservative, and antiseptic, while the moon's light is silver, cool, damp, putrefying, and septic. The sun's rays decrease the combustion of a bonfire, while the moon's rays increase combustion. Plant and animal substances exposed to sunlight quickly dry, shrink, coagulate, and lose the tendency to decompose and putrefy. Grapes and other fruits become solid, partially candied and preserved, like raisins, dates, and prunes. Animal flesh coagulates, loses its volatile gaseous constituents, becomes firm, dry, and slow to decay. When exposed to moonlight, however, plant and animal substances tend to show symptoms of putrefaction and decay. In direct sunlight, a thermometer will read higher than another thermometer placed in the shade, but in full, direct moonlight, a thermometer will read lower than another placed in the shade. If the sun's light is collected in a large lens and thrown to a focus point, it can create significant heat, while the moon's light, collected similarly, creates no heat. In the Lancet Medical Journal from March 14, 1856, particulars are given of several experiments which proved the moon's rays, when concentrated, can actually reduce the temperature upon a thermometer more than 8 degrees. Dr. Samuel Rowbotham wrote, "The sun's light, when concentrated by a number of plane or concave mirrors, throwing the light to the same point, or by a large burning lens, produces a black or non-luminous focus, in which the heat is so intense that metallic and alkaline substances are quickly fused, earthy and mineral compounds almost immediately vitrified, and all animal and vegetable structures in a few seconds decomposed, burned up, and destroyed. The moon's light, concentrated in the above manner, produces a focus so brilliant and luminous that it is difficult to look upon it, yet there is no increase of temperature. In the focus of sunlight there is great heat, but no light. In that of the moon's light there is great light, but no heat." David Wardlaw Scott wrote, "Light which is reflected must necessarily be of the same character as that which causes the reflection. But the light of the moon is altogether different from the light of the sun. Therefore the light of the moon is not reflected from the sun. The sun's light is red and hot, the moon's pale and cold. The sun's dries and preserves certain kinds of fish and fruit, such as cod and grapes, for the table, but the moon's turns such to putrefaction. The sun's will often put out a coal fire, while the moon's will cause it to burn more brightly. The rays of the sun, focused through a burning glass, will set wood on fire, and even fuse metals, while the rays of the moon, concentrated to the strongest power, do not exhibit the very slightest signs of heat. I have myself long thought that the light of the moon is electric, but, be that as it may, even a board school child can perceive that its light is totally unlike that of the sun. So sunlight and moonlight clearly have altogether different properties, and furthermore, the moon itself cannot physically be both a spherical body and a reflector of the sun's light. Reflectors must be flat or concave for the light rays to have any angle of incidence. If a reflector's surface is convex, then every ray of light points in a direct line with the radius perpendicular to the surface, resulting in no reflection." Dr. Samuel Rowbotham wrote, "Again, if the moon is a sphere, which it is declared to be, how can its surface reflect the light of the sun? If her surface was a mass of polished silver, it could not reflect from more than a mere point. Let a silvered glass ball or globe of considerable size be held before a lamp or fire of any magnitude, and it will be seen that instead of the whole surface reflecting light, there will be a very small portion only illuminated. But the moon's whole surface is brilliantly illuminated, a condition or effect utterly impossible if it be spherical. The Bible also attests that the moon is self-luminescent and not a mere reflector of sunlight in Genesis 1:16, where it states that God made two great luminaries, the greater luminary to rule the day, and the lesser luminary to rule the night. Not only is the moon clearly self-luminescent, shining its own unique light, but it is also largely transparent. NASA photoshoppers claim the moon is a dark, spherical planetoid, yet with our own eyes, or through a telescope, we can see it is actually a bright, circular, semi-transparent luminary. On a clear night, during a waxing or waning cycle, it is even possible to occasionally see stars and planets directly through the surface of the moon. On March 7, 1794, 4 astronomers, 3 in Norwich, 1 in London, wrote in the Philosophical Transactions of the Royal Astronomical Society that they, quote, saw a star in the dark part of the moon, which had not then attained the first quadrature, and from the representations which are given, the star must have appeared very far advanced upon the disk. Sir James South of the Royal Observatory in Kensington wrote a letter to the Times newspaper, April 7, 1848, that, quote, on the 15th of March, 1848, when the moon was 7½ days old, I never saw her unillumined disk so beautifully. On my first looking into the telescope, a star of about the 7th magnitude was some minutes of a degree distant from the moon's dark limb. I saw that its occultation by the moon was inevitable. The star, instead of disappearing the moment the moon's edge came into contact with it, apparently glided on the moon's dark face, as if it had been seen through a transparent moon, or as if a star were between me and the moon. I have seen a similar apparent projection several times. The cause of this phenomenon is involved in impenetrable mystery. In the monthly notices of the Royal Astronomical Society, for June 8, 1860, Thomas Gaunt stated that the, quote, occultation of Jupiter by the moon on the 24th of May, 1860, was seen with an achromatic of 3.3 inches aperture, 50 inches focus, the immersion with a power of 50, and the immersion with a power of 70. At the immersion, I could not see the dark limb of the moon until the planet appeared to touch it, and then only to the extent of the diameter of the planet. But what I was most struck with was the appearance on the moon as it passed over the planet. It appeared as though the planet was a dark object, and glided onto the moon instead of behind it. And the appearance continued until the planet was hid, when I suddenly lost the dark limb of the moon altogether. I have personally also seen stars through the edge of the waxing and waning moon. It actually happens fairly often. If you are diligent and specifically observing for the phenomenon on starry nights, you can occasionally see it even with the naked eye. Dr. Samuel Robotham wrote, during a partial solar eclipse, the sun's outline has many times been seen through the body of the moon. But those who have been taught to believe that the moon is a solid, opaque sphere are ever ready with explanations, often of the most inconsistent character, rather than acknowledge the simple fact of semi-transparency. Not only has this been proved by the visibility of the sun's outline through segments, and sometimes the very center of the moon, but often, at new moon, the outline of the whole, and even the several shades of light on the opposite and illuminated part, have been distinctly seen. In other words, we are often able to see through the dark side of the moon's body to light on the other side. J. Atkinson wrote in Earth Review magazine that the moon is not a perfectly opaque body, but a crystallized substance, is shown from the fact that when a few hours old, or even at quarter, we can through the unilluminated portion see the light shining on the other side. Stars have also been observed through her surface. A star occulting a crescent moon has long been a popular symbol of Islam, was the symbol of the Ottoman Empire. It is found on the flags of Algeria, Azerbaijan, Libya, Malaysia, Mauritania, Pakistan, Singapore, Tunisia, Turkey, and in the coat of arms of countries from Croatia to Germany, Ireland, Poland, Portugal, Romania, Sweden, Ukraine, and the United Kingdom. Its origins can be traced back thousands of years to ancient Hindu culture, where it is found in the symbol for the word Om, the primary name for the Almighty, representing the union of god Shiva and goddess Shakti. Why the symbol has carried such widespread historical significance is open to interpretation, but regardless of interpretation, the image of stars occulting the moon has long been a prevalent and meaningful picture. That stars and planets have been seen through the moon is a fact, but to this day NASA, modern astronomy, and a world full of brainwashed heliocentrists maintain that the moon is a spherical, Earth-like habitation capable of landing spaceships on. They claim the moon, and Mars for that matter, are habitable desert planets, much like Star Wars' Tatooine, Dune's Arrakis, and other such imaginary science fiction worlds. Since long before the staged Apollo moon landings, these Masonic sun-worshipping heliocentrists have been claiming the moon to be a solid planetoid, complete with plains, plateaus, mountains, valleys, and craters, though nothing of the sort can be discerned, even using the best telescopes. Dr. Samuel Rowbotham wrote, "Astronomers have indulged in imagination to such a degree that the moon is now considered to be a solid, opaque, spherical world, having mountains, valleys, lakes or seas, volcanic craters, and other conditions analogous to the surface of the earth. So far has this fancy been carried that the whole visible disk has been mapped out, and special names given to its various peculiarities, as though they had been carefully observed and actually measured by a party of terrestrial ordnance surveyors. All this has been done in direct opposition to the fact that whoever, for the first time, and without previous bias of mind, looks at the moon's surface through a powerful telescope, is puzzled to say what it is really like, or how to compare it with anything known to him. The comparison which may be made will depend upon the state of mind of the observer. It is well known that persons looking at the rough bark of a tree, or at the irregular lines or veins in certain kinds of marble and stone, or gazing at the red embers in a dull fire, will, according to the degree of activity of the imagination, be able to see many different forms, even the outlines of animals and of human faces. It is in this way that persons may fancy that the moon's surface is broken up into hills and valleys, and other conditions such as are found on Earth, but that anything really similar to the surface of our own world is anywhere visible upon the moon is altogether fallacious. The sun and moon, equal, divine, balanced opposites. When you look up at the sun and moon, you see two equally sized, equidistant circles tracing similar paths at similar speeds around a flat, stationary Earth. The experts at NASA, however, claim your common sense, everyday experience is false on all counts. To begin with, they say the Earth is not flat, but a big ball. Not stationary, but spinning around 19 miles per second. They say the sun does not revolve around the Earth as it appears, but Earth revolves around the sun. The moon, on the other hand, does revolve around the Earth, though not east to west as it appears, rather west to east, and the sun is actually 400 times larger than the moon and 400 times farther away. That's right. You can clearly see they are the same size and distance. You can see the Earth is flat. You can feel the Earth is stationary. But according to the gospel of modern astronomy, you are wrong and a simpleton worthy of endless ridicule if you dare to believe your own eyes and experience. With haughty arrogance, the nearest hypnotized heliocentrist will then inform you that the sun is 865,374 miles in diameter and 92,955,807 miles from the Earth. The moon is 2,159 miles in diameter and 238,900 miles from the Earth, and those just happen to be the exact diameters and distances necessary for a viewer from Earth to falsely perceive them as being the same size. So you see, silly flat earther, it is all an illusion, and the apparent equanimity of our day and night luminaries in the sky results from mere coincidental parallax perspective.
The sun does not revolve around the earth as it appears. Rather, the earth spins 1,038 miles per hour under your feet and revolves 67,108 miles per hour around the sun. The moon does indeed revolve around the earth, but not as it appears. Though it seems to move east to west, just like the sun and everything else in the heavens, the moon actually spins west to east at 10.3 miles per hour, while orbiting Earth at 2,288 miles per hour, which, combined with Earth's 1,038 mile per hour spin and 67,108 mile per hour orbit around the sun, coincidentally results in all motions perfectly canceling out, making the moon seem to move across the heavens with similar path and similar speed as the sun, while always only showing us one side of its surface and perpetually hiding its dark side. Bernard Brewer said, "The moon presented a special math problem for the construction of the heliocentric model. The only way to make the moon fit in with the other assumptions was to reverse its direction from that of what everyone who has ever lived has seen it go. The math model couldn't just stop the moon like it did the sun, that wouldn't work. And it couldn't let it continue to go east to west as we see it go either, at the same speed or at a different speed. The only option was to reverse its observed east to west direction and change its speed from about 64,000 miles an hour to about 2,200 miles an hour. This reversal, along with the change in speed, were unavoidable assumptions that needed to be adopted if the model was to have any chance of mimicking reality." And Marshall Hall said, "They want you to believe that the moon's rotation is perfectly synchronized with its orbit, so that's why we only ever see one side of the moon, rather than conclude the obvious, that the moon is simply not rotating. Moreover, they had to slow down the moon's speed by 58,870 miles per hour and reverse its direction to west to east to successfully sell their phony heliocentricity system to a gullible public. I don't think there is one person in many, many thousands, regardless of education, who knows that the Copernican model had to turn the moon's observable direction around and give it a new speed to accommodate the phases and eclipses." William Carpenter said, "Astronomers tell us that the moon goes round the earth in about 28 days. Well, we may see her making her journey round every day if we make use of our eyes, and these are about the best things we have to use. The moon falls behind in her daily motion as compared with that of the sun, to the extent of 1 revolution in the time specified. But that is not making a revolution. Failing to go as fast as other bodies go in one direction does not constitute a going round in the opposite one, as the astronomers would have us believe. And since all this absurdity has been rendered necessary for no other purpose than to help other absurdities along, it is clear that the astronomers are on the wrong track." There are several theories about the relative size and distance of the sun and moon, all with their points of evidence and points of contention. Flat earthers throughout the ages have used sextants and plane trigonometry attempting to make such calculations, usually concluding the sun and moon both to be only about 32 miles in diameter and less than a few thousand miles from Earth. Perhaps the least plausible model, certainly the most exaggerated and imaginative, is the reigning heliocentric theory, claiming the sun to be a whopping 865,374 miles in diameter, 92,955,807 miles from the Earth, and the moon 2,159 miles in diameter, 238,900 miles from the Earth. Heliocentrists' astronomical figures always sound perfectly precise, but they have historically been notorious for regularly and drastically changing them to suit their various models. For instance, in his time, Copernicus calculated the sun's distance from Earth to be 3,391,200 miles. The next century, Johannes Kepler decided it was actually 12,376,800 miles away. Isaac Newton once said, "It matters not whether we reckon it 28 or 54 million miles distant, for either would do just as well." How scientific! Benjamin Martin calculated between 81 and 82 million miles. Thomas Dilworth claimed 93,726,900 miles. John Hind stated positively 95,298,260 miles. Benjamin Gould said more than 96 million miles, and Christian Mayer thought it was more than 104 million. Thomas Winship says, as the sun, according to science, may be anything from 3 to 104 million miles away, there is plenty of space to choose from. It is like the showman and the child. You pay your money for various astronomical works, and you take your choice as to what distance you wish the sun to be. If you are a modest person, go in for a few millions. But if you wish to be very scientific and to be mathematically certain of your figures, then I advise you to make your choice somewhere about 100 millions. You will at least have plenty of space to retreat into should the next calculation be against the figures of your choice. You can always add a few millions to keep up with the times, or take off as many as may be required to adjust the distance to the very latest accurate column of figures. Talk about ridicule. The whole of modern astronomy is like a farcical comedy, full of surprises. One never knows what monstrous or ludicrous absurdity may come forth next. You must not apply the ordinary rules of common sense to astronomical guesswork. No, the thing would fall to pieces if you did. Regiments of figures are paraded with all the learned jargon for which science is famous, but one might as well look at the changing clouds in the sky and seek for certainty there as to expect to get it from the propounders of modern astronomy. But there is no means of testing these ever-changing, never-stable speculations and bringing them to the scrutiny of hard logic and fact. Indeed there is. The distance of the sun can be measured with much precision, the same way as a tree or a house or a church steeple is measured, by plain triangulation. It is the principle on which a house is built, a table made, or a man of war constructed. The sun is always somewhere between the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn, a distance admitted to be less than 3,000 miles. How, then, can the sun, if it be so many thousands miles in diameter, squeeze itself into a space of about 3,000 miles only? But look at the distance, say the professors. We have already done that, and not one of the wise men we have so often challenged has ever attempted to refute the principle on which we measure the sun's distance. If the navigator neglects to apply the sun's semi-diameter to his observation at sea, he is 16 nautical miles out in calculating the position his ship is in. A minute of arc on the sextant represents a nautical mile, and if the semi-diameter be 16 miles, the diameter is of course 32 miles, and as measured by the sextant, the sun's diameter is 32 minutes of arc, that is 32 nautical miles in diameter. Let him disprove this who can. If ever disproof is attempted, it will be a literary curiosity well worth framing. Measuring with sextants and calculating with plane trigonometry, both the sun and moon figure to be only about 32 miles in diameter and approximately 3,000 miles away. The moon is actually a semi-transparent luminary and not the solid spherical desert planet that NASA would have us believe. In fact, it is likely that both the sun and moon are not densely physical at all and are simply luminous flat disks able to pass by or through one another during eclipses. E. Eschini said, "The results of recent research prove that the heavenly luminaries are not worlds, but lights, and should cause all men who have been led to accept as proven Copernicus's theory of the motions of the earth to reconsider this subject." Gabrielle Henriette said, "The satellites of the earth are not masses of matter. They are luminous and transparent disks without substance. The moon, in particular, conveys the impression of being an ethereal manifestation, and the uncertain and elusive character which is usually associated with this satellite results precisely from its immaterial nature. It was recognized from the earliest times that the satellites of the earth, particularly the sun and the moon, were not solid opaque bodies. They were first, until Aristotle, considered to be souls or spirits, which does not imply a physical nature. To the ancients, they were simply lights, and they gave the sun and the moon a very apt name. They called them luminaries. In the flat Earth model, the sun and moon luminaries revolve around the Earth once every 24 hours for the sun, and approximately 25 hours for the moon, illuminating like spotlights the areas over which they pass. The sun's annual journey from tropic to tropic, solstice to solstice, is what determines the length and character of days, nights, and seasons. This is why equatorial regions experience almost year-round summer and heat, while higher latitudes north and especially south experience more distinct seasons with harsh winters. The heliocentric model claims seasons change based on the ball Earth's alleged axial tilt and elliptical orbit around the Sun. Their flawed current model even places us closest to the Sun, 91,400,000 miles, in January, when it is actually winter, and farthest from the Sun, 94,500,000 miles, in July, when it's actually summer throughout much of the Earth. They say due to the ball Earth's tilt, different places receive different amounts of direct sunlight, and that is what produces the seasonal and temperature changes. This makes little sense, however, because if the Sun's heat travels over 90 million miles to reach the ball Earth, how could a slight tilt, a mere few thousand miles maximum, negate the Sun's 90 million mile journey, giving us simultaneous tropical summers and Antarctic winters? Thomas Winship said, "The Earth is a stretched out structure which diverges from the central north in all directions towards the south. The equator, being midway between the north center and the southern circumference, divides the course of the Sun into north and south declination. The longest circle around the world which the Sun makes is when it has reached its greatest southern declination. Gradually going northwards, the circle is contracted. In about 3 months after the southern extremity of its path has been reached, the Sun makes a circle around the equator. Still pursuing a northerly course as it goes round and above the world, in another 3 months the greatest northern declination is reached, when the Sun again begins to go towards the south. In north latitudes, when the Sun is going north, it rises earlier each day, is higher at noon, and sets later, while in southern latitudes at the same time, the Sun as a matter of course rises later, reaches a lesser altitude at noon, and sets earlier. In northern latitudes, during the southern summer, say from September to December, the Sun rises later each day, is lower at noon, and sets earlier, while in the south he rises earlier, reaches a higher altitude at noon, and sets later each day. This movement round the Earth daily is the cause of the alternations of day and night, while his northerly and southerly courses produce the seasons. When the Sun is south of the equator, it is summer in the south and winter in the north, and vice versa. The fact of the alternation of the seasons flatly contradicts the Newtonian delusion that the Earth revolves in an orbit round the Sun. It is said that summer is caused by the Earth being nearest the Sun, and winter by its being farthest from the Sun. But if the reader will follow the argument in any textbook, he will see that according to the theory, when the Earth is nearest the Sun, there must be summer in both northern and southern latitudes, and in like manner, when it is farthest from the Sun, it must be winter all over the Earth at the same time, because the whole of the globe Earth would then be farthest from the Sun. In short, it is impossible to account for the recurrence of seasons on the assumption that the Earth is globular and that it revolves in an orbit around the Sun. Gabrielle Henriette said, "The essential feature of the year is its division into 2 equal periods of 6 months, based first on the predominating length of the days over that of the nights, and vice versa, conditions which are governed by the varying hours of sunrise and sunset, and secondly, by the either high or low height reached by the Sun in the heavens at midday. The first cycle, during which the days are longer than the nights, and the Sun reaches its culminating point of the year, extends from the spring equinox to the autumn equinox, i.e. March 21st to September 22nd, and the second cycle, during which, inversely, the duration of the nights exceeds that of the days, and the Sun descends to its lowest point of the year, extends from the autumn equinox to the spring equinox, i.e. September 23rd to March 20th. These 2 6-month periods are also characterized by an opposition of temperature. During the first cycle, which corresponds to spring and summer, the heat gradually rises and falls, while during the second cycle, which comprises autumn and winter, it is the intensity of the cold which progressively increases and decreases. In the flat Earth model, the Sun and Moon spotlights are perpetually hovering over and parallel to the surface of the Earth. From our vantage point, Due to the law of perspective, the day and night luminaries appear to rise up the eastern horizon, curve peaking high overhead, and then sink below the western horizon. They do not escape to the underside of the flat earth, as one might imagine, but rather rotate concentric clockwise circles around the circumference from tropic to tropic. The appearance of rising, peaking, and setting is due to the common law of perspective, where tall objects appear high overhead when nearby, but at a distance gradually lower towards the vanishing point. Samuel Rowbotham said, "Although the sun is at all times above and parallel to the earth's surface, he appears to ascend the firmament from morning until noon, and to descend and sink below the horizon at evening. This arises from a simple and everywhere visible law of perspective. A flock of birds, when passing over a flat or marshy country, always appears to descend as it recedes, and if the flock is extensive, the first bird appears lower or nearer to the horizon than the last. The farthest light in a row of lamps appears the lowest, although each one has the same altitude. Bearing these phenomena in mind, it will easily be seen how the sun, although always parallel to the surface of the earth, must appear to ascend when approaching and descend after leaving the meridian or noonday position. What can be more common than the observation that, standing at one end of a long row of lamp posts, those nearest to us seem to be the highest, and those farthest away the lowest, whilst, as we move along towards the opposite end of the series, those which we approach seem to get higher, and those we are leaving behind appear to gradually become lower. It is an ordinary effect of perspective for an object to appear lower and lower as the observer goes farther and farther away from it. Let anyone try the experiment of looking at a lighthouse, church spire, monument, gas lamp, or other elevated object from a distance of only a few yards, and notice the angle at which it is observed. On going farther away, the angle under which it is seen will diminish, and the object will appear lower and lower as the distance of the observer increases, until, at a certain point, the line of sight to the object and the apparently uprising surface of the earth upon or over which it stands will converge to the angle which constitutes the vanishing point or the horizon, beyond which it will be invisible. Heliocentrists would have you believe the very opposite of what every human who has ever walked the earth has seen with their own eyes. It is obvious to any child and sovereign-minded adult that the sun, moon, stars, and planets, every light in the sky above, revolves around the motionless earth beneath our feet. It is also plain to see that the sun and moon are both approximately the same size and situated relatively close to earth, not 400 times divergent and millions upon millions of miles away. To abandon your senses and everyday experience in favor of such unfounded science fiction fantasies is a fallacy of appeal to authority so extreme that it leaves the brainwashed believer impotent to trust his own natural instincts and forever thereafter chained to the fantastical explanations of astronomical charlatans. Thomas Winship said, "No one ever yet felt or saw the earth careening through space at the terrific rates it is credited with, but everyone who is not blind can see the sun move. But the matter can be tested. It may be known for certain whether the sun moves or not. Take a school globe and place a style on the semicircle that holds it in position. Cause the globe to rotate against a lamp on a table, and you will find that the shadow left on the globe is always parallel to the equator, at whatever angle you may incline the globe. Further, let the style be of sufficient length to allow the shadow to fall on a flat surface, moving the globe towards the lamp, and the shadow will be a straight line. If, therefore, the shadow left on the earth by the sun be a straight line, then undoubtedly the sun is stationary. Drive a stake into the ground in such a position as to expose it to the sun for the greater part of a day, the whole day if possible. Mark the end of the shadow every quarter of an hour, and you will find that the marks form part of an elongated curve clearly proving that the sun moves over a stationary earth." And David Wardlaw Scott said, "The path of the sun is concentric, expanding and contracting daily for 6 months alternately. This is easily proved by fixing a rod, say at noon on the 21st of December, so that on looking along it, the line of vision will touch the lower edge of the sun. This line of sight will continue for several days pretty much the same, but on the 9th or 10th day It will be found that the rod will have to be moved considerably toward the zenith in order to touch the lower edge of the sun, and every day afterwards it will have to be raised till the 22nd of June. Then there will be a little change for a few days, as before, but day by day afterward the rod will have to be lowered till the 21st of December, when the sun is farthest from the northern center and it is dark there. This expansion and contraction of the sun's path continues every year, and is termed the northern and southern declination, and should demonstrate to modern astronomers the absurdity of calling the world a planet, as it remains stationary while the sun continues circling round the heavens. Earth is not a planet. Planets are just stars, and stars are not suns. In the heliocentric model, Earth is just one of 8 planets in our solar system, all of which are said to be huge spherical Earth-like habitations or globular gas giants millions of miles away. They claim the Earth under our feet, along with these 7 other planets, all revolve concentric circles or ellipses around the Sun, hence the term heliocentric. The previously prevailing geocentric model had placed Earth as the immovable center of the universe, with the sun, moon, stars, and planets all revolving around us just as they appear. In the heliocentric model, however, which would be more appropriately titled the acentric model, the sun is only the center of our solar system, while itself, supposedly simultaneously revolving 500,000 mile-per-hour spirals around the Milky Way galaxy, which itself is constantly shooting 670 million miles per hour away from an alleged Big Bang creationary explosion at the beginning of time. In the geocentric model, the 7 planets were known as wandering stars, with the multitude of other stars known as fixed stars. The wandering stars were so called because they can be seen meandering their own unique paths around the heavens, while all the other stars remain fixed in their steady group rotation around Polaris. The wandering stars also happen to be among the brightest in the night sky, and just as heliocentrists falsely claim the moon to be a mere reflector of the sun's light, they claim the bright starlight of these planets is merely them reflecting the sun's light back at us. This has already been shown to be geometrically impossible, however, as convex bodies do not and cannot reflect light in this way. In the heliocentric model, the wandering stars are all supposedly spherical Earth-like places several million miles away from us, while the fixed stars are all allegedly super-distant suns, similar to our own, but several trillion miles away, complete with their own solar systems and accompanying planets, perhaps even populated with sentient alien beings like ourselves. NASA's current official astronomical statistics state that there are upwards of 10 trillion such planets in our galaxy alone, and at least 200 billion galaxies in the universe. Therefore, they claim Earth is only one of 1 septillion planets in the universe. David Wardlaw Scott said, "Our modern astronomers imagine the stars to be immense worlds or suns, some of them many thousands of times larger than our own, and at an enormous distance. Sir Robert Ball, in his Cause of an Ice Age, says of Sirius that it is 1,000,000 times as distant from us as the sun, that it is 92 millions of miles from the earth. It is thought that stars are in a more or less advanced state of development, and that probably some of them may be already inhabited by beings suited to their spheres. Their distance from us they calculate to be so immense that, according to Sir William Herschel, the light from some of them will take 1,000 years to reach this world of ours." Dr. Samuel Rowbotham said, "Again, these stars are assumed to have positions so far from the earth that the distance is almost inexpressible. Figures, indeed, may be arranged on paper, but in reading them no practical idea is conveyed to the mind. Many are said to be so distant that they should fall with the velocity of light, or above 160,000 miles in a second of time, 600 million miles per hour. they would require nearly 2 million years to reach the Earth. Sir William Herschel, in a paper on the power of telescopes to penetrate into space, affirms that with his powerful instruments he discovered brilliant luminaries so far from the Earth that the light which they emitted could not have been less than 1,900,000 years in its progress. Albert Smith said, "The fixed stars are so called because, except for very long periods, they do not appreciably alter their relative positions, and they are mere points of light, so small that the most powerful telescopes cannot magnify them into disks. Yet they are supposed to be suns of immense size removed by the astronomers to immeasurable distance away from us for the credit and convenience of their theories." NASA even claims to have sent several remote-controlled flying telescopes, like the popular Hubble camera, into outer space, transmitting back to Earth pictorial proof of the validity of their model. These Hubble pictures show that the wandering stars are all in fact spherical Earth-like planets, just as the heliocentrists claimed all along. The Hubble pictures show that the fixed stars are also in fact distant suns, trillions of miles away, just as the heliocentrists claimed. The Hubble pictures and videos, all of which are indistinguishable from a good Photoshop or Hollywood production, completely confirm for hypnotized heliocentrists the truth of NASA's claims and the existence of various celestial phenomena which only NASA and their advanced cameras can show, like planets, galaxies, black holes, quasars, etc. Using even the most advanced non-NASA telescopes, however, the fixed and wandering stars appear to be nothing more than tiny dots of multicolored light. It cannot be ascertained whether fixed stars are actually distant suns, whether wandering stars are actually Earth-like planets, or whether any of NASA's claims hold any validity outside of their alleged pictorial evidence from these supposed remote-control flying space telescope images. Outside of NASA, what evidence do we have that stars are actually distant solar systems? What evidence do we have that planets are Earth-like places in space? They are certainly interesting and plausible ideas, but there is absolutely no empirical evidence to support them. In fact, if NASA hadn't implanted such ideas into their heads, very few people would ever look up at the night sky and assume those little pinpricks of light were all Earth-like objects millions of miles away, or suns trillions of miles away, complete with orbiting planets and moons just like ours. The only reason people believe wandering stars are Earth-like planets and fixed stars are distant suns is because of NASA propaganda. As Gabrielle Henriette said, the planets are not solid, opaque masses of matter, as is believed. They are simply immaterial, luminous, and transparent disks. If stars are all distant planets or suns, how is it that various phenomena have been observed, including stars changing color, intensity of light, sudden appearance, disappearance, or shooting quickly from one place to another? I have watched single stars changing their colors as regularly as a disco ball, others shooting through the sky and disappearing, and stranger still, I once saw a star shoot quickly straight upwards through the sky for 2 seconds and then stop again. Back in the late 16th century, when the heliocentric theory was starting to take hold over the imaginations of an unsuspecting public, Danish astronomer Tycho Brahe famously argued for geocentricity, positing that if the Earth revolved in an orbit around the Sun, the change in relative position of the stars after 6 months of orbital motion could not fail to be seen. The stars should seem to separate as we approach and come together as we recede. In actual fact, however, after 190 million miles of supposed orbit around the Sun, not a single inch of parallax can be detected in the stars. Thomas Winship said, "In the time of Tycho Brahe, it was said that the Earth revolved around the Sun, but he argued that if the Earth revolved around the Sun, the relative position of the stars would change very much, and the matter must, in the nature of the case, be easily detected. Accordingly, experiments were tried at intervals of 6 months, and the result showed that the stars were in exactly the same position as they had occupied 6 months before, thus proving that the Earth does not move at all." If the Earth is at a given point in space on, say, January 1st, and according to its present-day science at a distance of 190 million miles from that point 6 months afterwards, it follows that the relative position and directions of the stars will have greatly changed, however small the angle of parallax may be. That this great change is nowhere apparent and has never been observed incontestably proves that the Earth is at rest, that it does not move in an orbit around the sun. When Tycho Brahe demonstrated that after 190 million miles of supposed orbit around the sun, not a single inch of parallax could be detected, heliocentrists, desperate to patch the glaring hole in their theory, pushed their hypothetical distances to the stars into the trillions of miles, claiming the closest one, Proxima Centauri, was a ludicrous 25 trillion miles away, and thereby making all the stars so conveniently far that no appreciable parallax could be detected. This expedient explanation, which heliocentrists have clung to ever since, has proven satisfactory to silence the manipulated minds of the masses, but still fails to adequately account for several issues. Dr. Samuel Rowbotham wrote, "It is found by observation that the stars come to the meridian about 4 minutes earlier every 24 hours than the sun, taking the solar time as the standard. This makes 120 minutes every 30 days, and 24 hours in the year. Hence all the constellations have passed before or in advance of the sun in that time. This is the simple fact as observed in nature, but the theory of rotundity and motion on axes and in an orbit has no place for it. Visible truth must be ignored because this theory stands in the way and prevents its votaries from understanding it." William Carpenter said, "Considerably more than 1,000,000 Earths would be required to make up a body like the sun, the astronomers tell us, and more than 53,000 suns would be wanted to equal the cubic contents of the star Vega. And Vega is a small star, and there are countless millions of these stars, and it takes 30 million years for the light of some of those stars to reach us at 12 million miles in a minute. And, says Mr. Proctor, I think a moderate estimate of the age of the Earth would be 500 million years. Its weight, says the same individual, is 6 heptillion tons. Now, since no human being is able to comprehend these things, the giving of them to the world is an insult, an outrage. And though they have all risen from the one assumption, that Earth is a planet, instead of upholding the assumption, they drag it down by the weight of their own absurdity and leave it lying in the dust, a proof that the Earth is not a globe. Several experiments have since been performed and repeated by notable scientists like Albert Michelson, Edward Morley, George Airy, and George Sagnac, proving that it is the stars that revolve around a stationary Earth and not the other way around. The conclusive results of their experiments are not contested or even mentioned in modern astronomy books. Rather, they are conveniently swept under the carpet to keep prying minds from seeing through the lies. For example, the experiment known as Airy's failure, since it failed to prove heliocentricity, involved filling a telescope with water to slow the speed of light inside. Usually, telescopes must be slightly tilted to get starlight down the axis of the tube, supposedly due to Earth's speed around the sun. Airy discovered that actually the starlight was already coming in at the correct angle, so no change was necessary. This demonstrated that the stars move relative to a stationary Earth and not the other way around, because if it was the telescope moving, he would have to change the angle. Gabrielle Henriette said, "All the planets, including the sun, revolve around the Earth. These circumstances cannot be denied since they are plainly visible, either in the ordinary way with the naked eye or with the help of the telescope. It can be said in this connection that in the case of a science which should be based exclusively on observation and not on speculation, such as astronomy, the evidence of the senses is the only factor upon which conclusions can and must be based. If the planets can be seen revolving around the Earth, it is for the decisive factor that they do revolve in such a way. It is asserted that this is not so, and it is maintained that the Earth and the planets revolve round the sun. We note with astonishment, however, the bizarre and definitely suspicious fact that these planetary movements are not visible. They cannot be seen, and yet they are called real. How can these movements be proved and their speed be ascertained, since they are invisible? On the other hand, the existing geocentric planetary motions which can be observed and measured and which consequently constitute a perfectly valid system, are condemned as unreal and apparent. A pertinent remark may incidentally be made on the subject. Why do the astronomical tables which are published year after year give the so-called apparent movements of the planets in the zodiac? Why take the trouble of calculating and putting them on record at all if they are not real? Why is it also that no mention is made of the so-called real movements of the planets? Marshall Hall said, "Trust your eyes and your cameras. They have no reason to deceive you about whether the stars are going around you nightly. Then get it in your mind. This single fact surrounding star trails that has been photographed thousands of times and cannot be denied must be explained away by the theoretical science establishment. All of the factless allegations, a rotating and orbiting Earth, billions of light-year distances to the stars, a 15-billion-year-old universe, the whole Big Bang paradigm, all of the alleged evolution of the universe, Earth, and mankind, that is to say, all of modern evolution-based cosmology controlling knowledge today, all of it, is completely undone if the stars are doing what cameras show they are doing, namely, going around the Earth nightly. If you can do so for a few minutes, just lay aside the Copernican indoctrination that accompanies such pictures and take a good hard look at these photographs of something that really, really happens every single night. Do you see what I see? I see all the visible stars in the northern skies going around the North Star in perfect circles. In other words, I see all the stars which these time exposures have recorded actually going around that navigational star that God put there for us in the northern hemisphere."
Matthew Boylan, former NASA operational graphics manager, worked for years creating photorealistic computer graphics for NASA. Now a vocal flat earther, Boylan claims that NASA's sole reason for existence is to propagandize the public and promote this false ball-earth heliocentric worldview. Originally recruited because of his skills and reputation as a hyper-realist multimedia artist, he started doing projects like photoshopping various lighting and atmospheric effects onto images of Earth, the Moon, Jupiter, Europa, etc. Having proved himself and wanting to promote him to do more classified work, a room of NASA higher-ups during a party, as a type of initiatory rite, explained to him and a few others in detail the reality of the geocentric flat Earth model and how they have fooled the entire world. Refusing to be part of their deception, Boylan cut his ties to NASA, began researching the flat Earth for himself, and has recently become a powerful voice on the lecture circuit and the internet exposing NASA and their heliocentric hoax. In his comedic lectures, he speaks candidly and eloquently about how simple it is using nothing more than Adobe Photoshop and a video editor to create any and every type of image NASA purports to be receiving from the Hubble telescope. He points out how in most Ball Earth videos, lazy NASA graphics workers don't even bother changing cloud structures in ordinary or time-lapse footage. The same shape, color, and condition cloud cover often stays completely unchanged for 24-hour periods and longer. Boylan states unequivocally that every picture and video of the Ball Earth, all Moon and Mars landings, the existence of orbiting satellites, space stations, and all Hubble images are hoaxed. He even quips anecdotes about how NASA officials and astronauts privy to the flat Earth truth would laugh hysterically at the brainwashed zombie public who unquestioningly believe their televisions.
Thomas Winship said, "The plurality of worlds is based on assumptions so contrary to known possibilities that the grand idea must be thrown into the waste paper basket. The supposed great distance of the sun from the earth is the main cause of the delusions of the learned as to the so-called worlds above us being inhabited. This distance is based on a fictitious idea, that of the revolution of the earth round the sun, which I have already shown to be unconditionally false. The sun is a small body of light and near the earth, therefore all the star distances are wrong, their sizes and all other suppositions. The plurality of worlds is only the logical sequence of belief if the earth be a rapidly revolving globe, but this has been shown to be ridiculous in the extreme. Evidence, apart from any theory, has been presented which entirely nullifies such an assumption and renders it absurd, showing that such an unnatural idea has not a vestige of natural fact to support it. The grand doctrine of the plurality of worlds, therefore, like all of the other grand doctrines of modern astronomy, must be consigned to oblivion. When it can be shown that this world is a globe, and by what known principle the inhabitants can hang onto the swinging ball, like the housefly crawls along the ceiling, it will be quite time enough to talk about the plurality of worlds. Relativity does not exist. Around the turn of the 20th century, in order to save the dying heliocentric model from the conclusive experiments of Airy, Michelson, Morley, Gale, Sagnac, Cantor, Nordmeyer, and others, Albert Einstein created his special theory of relativity, a brilliant revision of heliocentrism which in one philosophical swoop banished the universal ether from scientific study, replacing it with a form of relativism which allowed for heliocentrism and geocentrism to hold equal merit. If there is no absolute etheric medium within which all things exist, then hypothetically one can postulate complete relativism with regard to the movement of two objects, such as the Earth and Sun. At the time, the Michelson-Morley and Michelson-Gale experiments had already long measured and proven the existence of the ether, but the Church of Heliocentrism was not to be deterred. Einstein never tried to refute the experiments scientifically, choosing instead to object philosophically with his notion of absolute relativity, claiming that all uniform motion is relative, and there exists no absolute state of rest anywhere in the universe. Nowadays, just like the theory of heliocentrism, Einstein's theory of relativity is accepted worldwide as gospel truth, even though he himself admitted geocentrism is equally justifiable. Albert Einstein said, "The struggle so violent in the early days of science between the views of Ptolemy and Copernicus would be quite meaningless. Either coordinate system could be used with equal justification. The two sentences, 'the sun is at rest and the earth moves,' or 'the sun moves and the earth is at rest,' would simply mean two different conventions concerning two different coordinate systems." George Ellis said, "People need to be aware that there is a range of models that could explain the observations. For instance, I can construct you a spherically symmetrical universe with Earth at its center, and you cannot disprove it based on observations. You can only exclude it on philosophical grounds. In my view, there is absolutely nothing wrong in that. What I want to bring into the open is the fact that we are using philosophical criteria in choosing our models. A lot of cosmology tries to hide that." Einstein's necessary modification to the heliocentric theory ultimately resulted in transforming it into the acentric theory of the universe, because the sun was no longer the center of anything, and all motion was only relative. Acentrists soon began postulating that not only is the Earth spinning 1,000 miles per hour and revolving 67,000 miles per hour around the sun, but the Earth, Sun, and entire solar system as a whole are simultaneously rotating around the Milky Way galaxy at 500,000 miles per hour. Furthermore, the entire galaxy with the Earth, Sun, and entire solar system are also simultaneously shooting 670 million miles per hour through the universe away from a Big Bang explosion at the beginning of time. E. Eschini said, "The theory of the three, now four, motions of the Earth and subsequent relativity is the result of trying to cover up one lie by another. They say that as we whirl in London at the rate of nearly 11 miles a minute, we are shooting into space around the sun at nearly 20 miles a second, and the sun itself moves around a point in space at the immense speed of 150 million miles in a year, pulling our poor Earth with him at the added speed, the distance that separates us from the sun, and in this maddening whirlwind of motions, they try to apply Euclid's spherical trigonometry to locate distances, which data was intended by Euclid to determine fixed points only, with the result that they have brought out wild calculations which have been fostered dogmatically on a gullible world, but are about as infallible as the utterances of Borgia." When Einstein first introduced his theory of relativity to the world, He often used the analogy of a wagon rolling along the street as an illustration. "What we mean by relative motion," he stated in a Princeton University lecture, "in a general sense, is perfectly plain to everyone. If we think of a wagon moving along a street, we know that it is possible to speak of the wagon at rest and the street in motion, just as well as it is to speak of the wagon in motion and the street at rest. That, however, is a very special part of the ideas involved in the principle of relativity." Gerard Hickson says, "That would be amusing if we read it in a comic paper, but when Professor Einstein says it in a lecture at Princeton University, we are expected not to laugh. That is the only difference. It is silly, but I may not dismiss the matter with that remark, and so I will answer quite seriously that it is only possible for me to speak of the street moving while the wagon remains still, and to believe it, when I cast away all the experience of a lifetime and am no longer able to understand the evidence of my senses, which is insanity. Such self-deception as this is not reasoning, it is the negation of reason, which is the faculty of forming correct conclusions from things observed, judged by the light of experience. It is unworthy of our intelligence and a waste of our greatest gift, but that introduction serves very well to illustrate the kind of illusion that lies at the root of relativity. When he suggested that the street might be moving, while the wagon with its wheels revolving was standing still, he was asking us to imagine that in a similar manner the earth we stand upon might be moving, while the stars that pass in the night stand still. It is a case of appeal, where Einstein appeals in the name of a convicted Copernican astronomy against the judgment of Michelson, Morley, Nordemeyer, physics, fact, experience, observation, and reason. On the surface, relativity may seem plausible enough, especially when presented by a charismatic character of Einstein's caliber, but is it really so simple and straightforward? In fact, Einstein's theory of relativity is so complicated and convoluted that when it first came to the public's attention, it was said that there were probably less than a dozen people on Earth capable of understanding it. After Einstein presented his theory to the Royal Astronomical Society, philanthropist Eugene Higgins offered a prize of $5,000 for the best explanation of relativity in essay form, describing it so the general public could understand what it was all about. Prize winner Mr. L. Bolton himself admitted that even when stated in its simplest form, it remains a tough proposition. Along with Einstein's denial of the ether and anything absolute, except the absoluteness of relativity, he had to create a litany of new terms and ideas, each depending upon another and contributing to support the whole. For example, Einstein claimed that there was no ether, that time is a fourth spatial dimension, that infinity and eternity do not exist, and that light is a material thing. This meant that time must be added to the three dimensions of length, breadth, and thickness, that space be renamed a continuum, and points in the space-time continuum be renamed to events. Gerard Hickson said, "What we have always known as a point in the terms of Euclid, Einstein calls an event. But if words have any meaning, a point and an event are two totally different things, for a point is a mark, a spot or place, and is only concerned in the consideration of material things, while an event is an occurrence, it is something that happens. There is as much difference between them as there is between the sentence, 'This is a barrel of apples,' and 'These apples came from New Zealand.'" While claiming time as a fourth dimension, Einstein explains that by dimension we must understand merely one of four independent quantities which locate an event in space. This is to imply that the other three dimensions which are in common use are independent quantities, which is not the case, for length, breadth, and thickness are essentially found in combination. They coexist in each and every physical thing so that they are related. Hence they are not independent quantities. On the contrary, time is an independent quantity. It is independent of any one or all the three proportions of material things. It is not in any way related, and therefore cannot be used as a fourth dimension. Einstein's theory of relativity claims that light is a material thing which therefore has weight and is subject to gravity. This idea meant starlight could now bend under its own weight and curve its path based on the distance and mass of objects along with its trajectory, which allowed heliocentrists like Einstein to claim stars are in reality not where they appear to be, and that with his new geometry, the stars must be moved to much farther away than previously assumed. Einstein's law of the constancy of the velocity of light states that light always travels at the same speed, 186,414 miles per second, or 671,900,400 miles per hour. But Einstein also claims that gravity causes light to bend towards massive objects along its trajectory. If a ray of light can be said to bend, curve, or deviate from its course due to the gravitational pull of masses in its path, it must by necessity accelerate when approaching and decelerate when receding from these things. However, if light can bend under its own weight, or under the law of gravitation as Einstein claims it does, then it is not and cannot be absolute. Gerard Hickson says, strangely enough, while Einstein claims that everything is in motion and nothing is stable, he allows one thing, and one thing only, to remain outside the realm of relativity, independent of everything else. He claims that the velocity of light is constant under all circumstances, and therefore is absolute. This is a blunder of the first magnitude, but I do not imagine that he fell into it through an oversight, for it is quite evident that he was driven into this false position. He was compelled to say that the velocity of light is constant, because if he did not, his new geometry would be useless. We are told that light is a material thing, and that a beam of light is deflected from a straight line by the gravitation of any and everything that lies near its course as it passes within their sphere of influence. And we are further assured that light always maintains a uniform speed of 186,414 miles per second. We have, however, to remind Professor Einstein that this was determined as the result of experiments by the physicists Fizeau, Foucault, Cornu, Michelson, and Newcomb, all of which experiments were conducted within the Earth's atmosphere, on terra firma. In all these experiments, a ray of light was reflected between two mirrors several miles apart, so that it had to pass to and fro, always through the atmosphere, and it is not to be supposed that light or anything else can travel at the same speed through the air as it would through the vacuum Einstein supposes space to be. Let us reverse this in order to realize it better. It is not to be supposed that any material thing travels at no greater speed through a vacuum than it does through air, which has a certain amount of density or opacity. If anything does not distinguish the difference between air and a vacuum, then it is not a material thing. It cannot be matter. On the other hand, anything that is matter must, of necessity, make such a distinction, and in that case, its velocity cannot be constant. Conventional wisdom for Einstein's theory was that light was not a material thing, that it discharged in a straight line in every direction from the source, that it could not be influenced by gravity, could not bend, curve, or be deflected from its course by anything. As Lord Kelvin said, light diverges from a luminous center outwards in all directions. Its velocity may be affected according to the density of the medium through which it passes, but this fact simply proves Einstein's law of the constancy of the velocity of light is incorrect. Gerard Hickson said, the length of the course used by Newcomb in the final determination of the velocity of light was 7.44242 kilometers. If the ray of light had deviated by a hair's breadth from an absolutely straight line, it never could have passed through the interstices between the very fine teeth of his revolving wheel, or returned precisely to the appointed spot on his sending and receiving mirrors, which were 3.72121 kilometers apart. The fact that the ray of light did pass from mirror to mirror, and through the wheel, proves that it maintained a straight line, hence it is certain that it was not deflected from its course by the gravitation of the earth between the two mirrors, wherefore it is obvious that it was not affected by gravitation. So we find that the very experiments by which the accepted 186,414 miles per second as the velocity of light was measured, experiments which were carried out with the utmost painstaking and minute attention to detail, prove that a ray of light is not influenced by the gravitation of the earth in the slightest degree. Therefore, if those experiments were good enough to warrant all the world in accepting the velocity of light, They may be equally well adduced as proof that a ray of light does not bend by its own weight, and that light is not affected by gravitation. Relativity is clever, but it belongs to the same category as Newton's law of gravitation and the Kant-Herschel-Laplace nebular hypothesis, in as far as it is a superfine effort of the imagination seeking to maintain an impossible theory of the universe in defiance of every fact against it. And Robert Sungenis said, "As for Einstein, if you want to believe that lengths shrink when an object moves, time changes in the process, and its mass increases, just so you can explain the anomalies of Michelson's experiment, that's your privilege. But I'd just as soon answer it by saying that mass, time, and length stay the same, and the Earth isn't moving, and I'm just as scientific as you for saying so." Gerard Hickson said, "Relativity is clever, but it belongs to the same category as Newton's law of gravitation and the Kant-Herschel-Laplace nebular hypothesis, in as far as it is a superfine effort of the imagination seeking to maintain an impossible theory of the universe in defiance of every fact against it." Gravity does not exist. If you fill a balloon with helium, a substance lighter than the nitrogen, oxygen, and other elements which compose the air around it, the balloon will immediately fly upwards. If you fill a balloon with hydrogen, a substance even lighter than helium, the balloon will fly upwards even faster. If you blow a dandelion seed out of your hands, a substance just barely heavier than the air, it will float away and slowly but eventually fall to the ground. And if you drop an anvil from your hands, something much heavier than the air, it will quickly and directly fall straight to the ground. Now this has absolutely nothing to do with gravity. The fact that light things rise up and heavy things fall down is simply a natural property of weight and density. That is very different from gravity. Gravity is a hypothetical magnetic-like force possessed by large masses which Isaac Newton needed to help explain the heliocentric theory of the universe. Lady Blunt says, "Most people in England have either read or heard that Sir Isaac Newton's theory of gravitation was originated by his seeing an apple fall to the earth from a tree in his garden. Persons gifted with ordinary common sense would say that the apple fell down to earth because, bulk for bulk, it was heavier than the surrounding air. But if, instead of the apple, a fluffy feather had been detached from the tree, a breeze would probably have sent the feather floating away, and the feather would not reach the earth until the surrounding air became so still that, by virtue of its own density, the feather would fall to the ground." Wilbur Voliva, a famous flat-earther in the early 20th century, gave lectures all over America against Newtonian astronomy. He would begin by walking on stage with a book, a balloon, a feather, and a brick, and ask the audience, "How is it that a law of gravitation can pull up a toy balloon and cannot put up a brick? I throw up this book, why doesn't it go on up? That book went up as far as the force behind it forced it, and it fell because it was heavier than the air, and that is the only reason. I cut the string of a toy balloon. It rises, gets to a certain height, and then it begins to settle. I take this brick and a feather. I blow the feather. Yonder it goes. Finally, it begins to settle and comes down. This brick goes up as far as the force forces it, and then it comes down because it is heavier than the air. That is all." David Wardlaw Scott says, "Any object which is heavier than the air, and which is unsupported, has a natural tendency to fall by its own weight. Newton's famous apple at Woolsthorpe, or any other apple when ripe, loses hold of its stalk, and being heavier than the air, drops as a matter of necessity to the ground, totally irrespective of any attraction of the earth. For if such attraction existed, why does not the earth attract the rising smoke, which is not nearly so heavy as the apple? The answer is simple, because the smoke is lighter than the air, and therefore does not fall but ascends. Gravitation is only a subterfuge employed by Newton in his attempt to prove that the earth revolves around the sun, and the quicker it is relegated to the tomb of all the Capulets, the better will it be for all classes of society." Thomas Winship says, "The law of gravitation is said by the advocates of the Newtonian system of astronomy to be the greatest discovery of science, and the foundation of the whole of modern astronomy. If, therefore, it can be shown that gravitation is a pure assumption, and an imagination of the mind only, that it has no existence outside of the brains of its expounders and advocates, the whole of the hypothesis of this modern so-called science fall to the ground as flat as the surface of the ocean, and this most exact of all sciences, this wonderful feat of the intellect, becomes at once the most ridiculous superstition and the most gigantic imposture to which ignorance and credulity could ever be exposed. Einstein's theory of relativity and the entire heliocentric model of the universe hinge upon Newton's law of gravitation. Heliocentrists claim that the sun is the most massive object in the heavens, more massive even than the earth, and therefore the earth and other planets, by law, are caught up in the sun's gravity and forced to orbit perpetual circles and ellipses around it. They claim that gravity also somehow allows people, buildings, the oceans, and all of nature to exist on the underside of their ball earth without falling off. Now, even if gravity did exist, why would it cause both planets to orbit the sun and people to stick to the earth? Gravity should either cause people to float in suspended circular orbits around the earth, or it should cause the earth to be pulled and crashed into the sun. What sort of magic is gravity that it can glue people's feet to the ball earth while causing earth itself to revolve ellipses around the sun? The two effects are very different, yet the same cause is attributed to both. Furthermore, this magnetic-like attraction of massive objects gravity is purported to have can be found nowhere in the natural world. There is no example in nature of a massive sphere or any other shaped object which, by virtue of its mass alone, causes smaller objects to stick to or orbit around it. There is nothing on Earth massive enough that it can be shown to cause even a dust bunny to stick to or orbit around it. Try spinning a wet tennis ball or any other spherical object with smaller things placed on its surface, and you will find that everything falls or flies off and nothing sticks to or orbits around it. To claim the existence of a physical law without a single practical evidential example is hearsay, not science. Lady Blunt and Albert Smith wrote, "That bodies in some instances are seen to approach each other is a fact, but that their mutual approach is due to an attraction or pulling process on the part of these bodies is, after all, a mere theory. Hypotheses may sometimes be admissible, but when they are invented to support other hypotheses, they are not only to be doubted, but discredited and discarded. The hypothesis of a universal force called gravitation is based upon, and was indeed invented with a view to support another hypothesis, namely that the earth and sea together make up a vast globe whirling away through space, and therefore needing some force or forces to guide it in its mad career, and so control it as to make it conform to what is called its annual orbit round the sun. The theory, first of all, makes the earth to be a globe, then not a perfect globe, but an oblate spheroid, flattened at the poles, then more oblate, until it was in danger of becoming so flattened that it would be like a cheese, and passing over minor variations of form, we are finally told that the earth is pear-shaped, and that the ellipsoid has been replaced by an apoid. What shape it may assume next, we cannot tell. It will depend upon the whim or fancy of some astute and speculating scientist. How is it that gravity is so strong that it can hold all the oceans, buildings, and people stuck to the underside of the ball earth, but so weak that it allows birds, bugs, smoke, and balloons to casually evade its grips completely? How is it that gravity holds our bodies clung to the underside of a ball earth, but yet we can easily raise our legs and arms, walk or jump, and feel no such constant downward pulling force? How is it that gravity can cause planets to revolve elliptical orbits around a single center of attraction? Ellipses by nature require two foci, and the force of gravitation would have to regularly increase and decrease to keep planets in constant orbit and prevent pulling them into direct collision courses. Thomas Winship says that the sun's path is an exact circle for only about 4 periods in a year, and then of only a few hours at the equinoxes and solstices, completely disproves the might have been of circular gravitation, and by consequence all of gravitation. If the sun were of sufficient power to retain the earth in its orbit when nearest the sun, when the earth arrived at that part of its elliptical path farthest from the sun, the attractive force, unless very greatly increased, would be utterly incapable of preventing the earth rushing away into space in a right line forever, as astronomers say. On the other hand, it is equally clear that if the sun's attraction were just sufficient to keep the earth in its proper path when farthest from the sun, and thus to prevent it rushing off into space, the same power of attraction when the earth was nearest the sun would be so much greater that, unless the attraction were very greatly diminished, nothing would prevent the earth rushing towards and being absorbed by the sun, there being no counterbalancing focus to prevent such a catastrophe. As astronomy makes no reference to the increase and diminution of the attractive force of the sun, called gravitation, for the above necessary purposes, we are again forced to the conclusion that the great discovery of which astronomers are so proud is absolutely non-existent. And N. Crossland says, we are asked by the Newtonian to believe that the action of gravitation, which we can easily overcome by the slightest exercise of volition in raising a hand or foot, is so overwhelmingly violent when we lose our balance and fall a distance of a few feet, that this force, which is imperceptible under usual conditions, may, under extraordinary circumstances, cause the fracture of every limb we possess. Common sense must reject this interpretation. Gravitation does not furnish a satisfactory explanation of the phenomena here described, whereas the definition of weight already given does, for a body seeking in the readiest manner its level of stability would produce precisely the result experienced. If the influence which kept us securely attached to this earth were identical with that which is powerful enough to disturb a distant planet in its orbit, we should be more immediately conscious of its masterful presence and potency, whereas this influence is so impotent in the very spot where it is supposed to be most dominant that we find an insurmountable difficulty in accepting the idea of its existence. Heliocentrists claim the ball Earth is perpetually spinning on its axis at a mind-numbing 1,038 miles per hour, or 19 miles per second, and somehow people, animals, buildings, oceans, and other surface phenomena can stick to the underside of the spinning ball without falling or flying off. Take a ride on the Gravitron at your local amusement park, however, and notice how the faster it spins, the more you are pushed away from the center of spin, not towards it. Even if the centripetal, inward pulling force of gravity did exist, which it does not, the centrifugal, outward pushing force of the ball Earth's supposed 19 mile per second spin would also exist and have to be overcome, yet neither of these opposing forces have ever been shown to have any existence outside the imaginations of heliocentric scientists. David Wardlaw Scott says, we are not like flies which, by the peculiar formation of their feet, can crawl on a ball, but we are human beings who require a plane surface on which to walk, and how could we be fastened to the earth whirling, according to your theory, around the sun, at the rate of 19 miles per second? The famed law of gravitation will not avail, though we are told that we have 15 pounds of atmosphere pressing on every square inch of our bodies, but this does not appear to be particularly logical, for there are many athletes who can leap nearly their own height and run a mile in less than 5 minutes, which they could not possibly do if they were thus handicapped. N. Crossland says, the attraction of gravitation is said to be stronger at the surface of the earth than at a distance from it. Is it so? If I spring upwards perpendicularly, I cannot with all my might ascend more than 4 feet from the ground. But if I jump in a curve with a low trajectory, keeping my highest elevation about 3 feet, I might clear a bound of space above the earth of about 18 feet, so that practically I can overcome the so-called force, pull, at the distance of 4 feet, in the proportion of 18 to 4, being the very reverse of what I ought to be able to do according to the Newtonian hypothesis. Newton also theorized, and it is now commonly taught, that the Earth's ocean tides are caused by gravitational lunar attraction. If the moon is only 2,160 miles in diameter, and the Earth 8,000 miles, however, using their own math and law, it follows that the Earth is 87 times more massive, and therefore the larger body should attract the smaller to it, and not the other way around. If the Earth's greater gravity is what keeps the moon in orbit, it is impossible for the moon's lesser gravity to supersede the Earth's gravity at Earth's sea level, where its gravitational attraction would even further out-trump the moon's. Not to mention the velocity and path of the moon are uniform, and should therefore exert a uniform influence on the Earth's tides, when in actuality the Earth's tides vary greatly. Furthermore, if ocean tides are caused by moon's gravitation, How is it that lakes, ponds, and other smaller bodies of standing water remain outside the moon's grasp, while the gigantic oceans are so affected? Thomas Winship says, "If the moon lifted up the water, it is evident that near the land the water would be drawn away and low instead of high tide caused. Again, the velocity and path of the moon are uniform, and it follows that if she exerted any influence on the earth, that influence could only be a uniform influence. But the tides are not uniform. At Port Natal the rise and fall is about 6 feet, while at Beira, about 600 miles up the coast, the rise and fall is 26 feet. This effectually settles the matter that the moon has no influence on the tides. Tides are caused by the gentle and gradual rise and fall of the earth on the bosom of the mighty deep. In inland lakes there are no tides, which also proves that the moon cannot attract either the earth or water to cause tides, but the fact that the basin of the lake is on the earth, which rests on the waters of the deep, shows that no tides are possible, as the waters of the lakes together with the earth rise and fall, and thus the tides at the coast are caused, while there are no tides on waters unconnected with the sea." Samuel Rowbotham says, "It is affirmed that the intensity of attraction increases with proximity and vice versa. How then, when the waters are drawn up by the moon from their bed and away from the earth's attraction, which at that greater distance from the center is considerably diminished, while that of the moon is proportionally increased, how is it possible that all the waters acted on should be prevented leaving the earth and flying away to the moon? If the moon has power of attraction sufficient to lift the waters of earth at all, even a single inch from their deepest receptacles, where the earth's attraction is much greater, there is nothing in the theory of attraction of gravitation to prevent her taking to herself all the waters which came within her influence. Let the smaller body once overcome the power of the larger, and the power of the smaller becomes greater than when it first operated, because the matter acted on is nearer to it. Proximity is greater, and therefore power is greater. How then can the waters of the ocean immediately underneath the moon flow towards the shores, and so cause a flood tide? Water flows, it is said, through the law of gravity or attraction of the earth's center. Is it possible then for the moon, having once overcome the power of the earth, to let go her hold upon the waters through the influence of a power which she has conquered, and which therefore is less than her own? The above and other difficulties which exist in connection with the explanation of the tides afforded by the Newtonian system have led many, including Sir Isaac Newton himself, to admit that such explanation is the least satisfactory portion of the theory of gravitation. Thus we have been carried forward by the sheer force of evidence to the conclusion that the tides of the sea do not arise from the attraction of the moon, but simply from the rising and falling of the floating earth in the waters of the great deep. That calmness which is found to exist at the bottom of the great seas could not possibly be if the waters were alternately raised by the moon and pulled down by the earth." David Wardlaw Scott says, "Even Sir Isaac Newton himself confessed that the explanation of moon's action on the tides was the least satisfactory part of his theory. This theory asserts that the larger objects attract the smaller, and the mass of the moon being reckoned as only 1/8 of that of the earth, it follows that if, by the presumed force of gravitation, the earth revolves around the sun, much more for the same reason should the moon do so likewise, instead of which that wilful orb still continues to go round our world. Tides vary greatly in height, owing chiefly to the different configurations of the adjoining lands. At Chepstow it rises to 60 feet, at Portishead to 50, while at Dublin Bay it is but 12, and at Wexford only 5 feet. That the earth itself has a slight tremulous motion may be seen in the movement of the spirit level, even when fixed as steadily as possible, and that the sea has a fluctuation may be witnessed by the oscillation of an anchored ship in the calmest day of summer. By what means the tides are so regularly affected is at present only conjectured. Possibly it may be by atmospheric pressure on the waters of the great deep, and perhaps even the moon itself, as suggested by the late Dr. Rowbotham, may influence the atmosphere, increasing or diminishing its barometric pressure, and indirectly the rise and fall of earth in the waters." Samuel Rowbotham says, "Bearing this fact in mind, that there exists a continual pressure of the atmosphere upon the earth, and associating it with the fact that the earth is a vast plain stretched out upon the waters, and it will be seen that it must of necessity slightly fluctuate or slowly rise and fall in the water. As by the action of the atmosphere the earth is slowly depressed, the water moves towards the receding shore and produces the flood tide, and when, by the reaction of the resisting ocean medium, the earth gradually ascends and the waters recede, and the ebb tide is produced. This is the general cause of tides. Whatever peculiarities are observed, they may be traced to the reaction of channels, bays, headlands, and other local causes. That the earth has a vibratory or tremulous motion, such as must necessarily belong to a floating and fluctuating structure, is abundantly proved by the experience of astronomers and surveyors. If a delicate spirit level be firmly placed upon a rock or upon the most solid foundation which it is possible to construct, the very curious phenomenon will be observed of constant change in the position of the air bubble. However carefully the level may be adjusted and the instrument protected from the atmosphere, the bubble will not maintain its position many seconds together. A somewhat similar influence has been noticed in astronomical observatories, where instruments of the best construction and placed in the most approved positions cannot always be relied upon without occasional readjustment. In the past several decades, NASA has shown video of astronauts supposedly in low Earth orbit experiencing complete weightlessness or zero gravity. How is this weightless effect achieved if gravity doesn't exist? As it turns out, for the past several decades, NASA, together with Boeing, have been perfecting so-called zero-G planes and zero-G maneuvers, which are able to produce weightlessness at any altitude. Aboard modified Boeing 727s, specially trained pilots perform aerobatic maneuvers known as parabolas. Planes climb with a pitch angle of 45 degrees using engine thrust and elevator controls. Then, when maximum height is reached, the craft is pointed downward at high speed. The period of weightlessness begins while ascending and lasts all the way up and over the parabola until reaching a downward pitch angle of 30 degrees, at which point the maneuver is repeated. Therefore, all NASA's footage of astronauts aboard space shuttles or the International Space Station can be easily hoaxed and simulated in Earth atmosphere aboard a zero-G plane. In fact, watching footage of zero-G plane flights alongside footage of NASA astronauts, supposedly floating around their space shuttles and space stations, no observable difference can be seen between the two. Astronomers claim to have measured all the planets' distances, shapes, orbits, weights, relative positions, and times of revolution, all based on the law of gravitation, and without gravity, their entire cosmology folds under its own weight. Without gravity, people cannot stand upside down on a ball Earth. Without gravity, the Earth and planets cannot be revolving around the Sun. Without Newtonian gravitation, Einsteinian relativity, Copernican heliocentricity, and the entire Big Bang ball Earth mythos cannot exist and falls to pieces. Gravity, both metaphorically and quite literally, just does not hold any water, not as a sound theory of cosmology, and not as a law supposedly responsible for holding in the world's oceans. William Carpenter says, "Man's experience tells him that he is not constructed like the flies that can live and move upon the ceiling of a room with as much safety as on the floor, and since the modern theory of a planetary Earth necessitates a crowd of theories to keep company with it, and one of them is that men are really bound to the Earth by a force which fastens them to it like needles round a spherical lodestone, a theory perfectly outrageous and opposed to all human experience, it follows that unless we can trample upon common sense and ignore the teachings of experience, we have an evident proof that Earth is not a globe. If we could, after our minds had once been opened to the light of truth, conceive of a globular body on the surface of which human beings could exist, the power, no matter by what name it be called, that would hold them on would then necessarily have to be so constraining and cogent that they could not live. The waters of the oceans would have to be a solid mass, for motion would be impossible. But we not only exist, but live and move, and the water of the oceans skips and dances like a thing of life and beauty. This is a proof that the Earth is not a globe." Gerard Hickson said, "Nearly 100 years ago Kepler suggested that some kind of unknown force must hold the Earth and the heavenly bodies in their places, and now Sir Isaac Newton, the greatest mathematician of his age, took up the idea and built the law of gravitation. The name is derived from the Latin word gravis, which means heavy, having weight, while the law of gravitation is defined as that mutual action between masses of matter by virtue of which every such mass tends toward every other with a force varying directly as the product of the masses and inversely as the square of their distances apart. Reduced to simplicity, gravitation is said to be that which attracts everything towards every other thing. That does not tell us much, and yet the little it does tell us is not true, for a thoughtful observer knows very well that every thing is not attracted towards every other thing. The definition implies that it is a force, but it does not say so, for that phrase mutual action is ambiguous and not at all convincing. Gabrielle Henriette says, "The system of gravitation which makes the sun the moving center of the universe, the awkward principles of which are anything but certain since they apply to invisible circumstances so that they cannot be checked, is here replaced by the old geocentric system universally accepted until the 17th century, in view, of course, of its undisputable obviousness, and in which the earth, in a state of immobility and surrounded by the planets visibly moving round it, including the sun, is at the center of our universe. These two facts, which explain almost everything, are firstly the positive existence above the earth of a solid dome constituting the sky, and secondly the non-material nature of the planets and constellations, which are not physical masses, but merely luminous manifestations without substance. These are the two circumstances which lead today to the fundamental transformation of astronomy." And Professor Bernstein, in his Letters to the British Association, writes, "The theory that motions are produced through material attraction is absurd. Attributing such a power to mere matter, which is passive by nature, is a supreme illusion. It is a lovely and easy theory to satisfy any man's mind, but when the practical test comes, it falls all to pieces and becomes one of the most ridiculous theories to common sense and judgment."
A total eclipse of the mind. Many people think that modern astronomy's ability to accurately predict lunar and solar eclipses is a result and proof positive of the heliocentric theory of the universe. The fact of the matter, however, is that eclipses have been accurately predicted by cultures worldwide for thousands of years before the heliocentric ball Earth was even a glimmer in Copernicus's imagination. Ptolemy in the 1st century AD accurately predicted eclipses for 600 years on the basis of a flat, stationary Earth with equal precision as anyone living today. All the way back in 600 BC, Thales accurately predicted an eclipse which ended the war between the Medes and the Lydians. Eclipses happen regularly with precision in 18-year cycles, so regardless of geocentric or heliocentric, flat or globe Earth cosmologies, eclipses can be accurately calculated independent of such factors. Samuel Rowbotham said, "Those who are unacquainted with the methods of calculating eclipses and other phenomena are prone to look upon the correctness of such calculations as powerful arguments in favor of the doctrine of the earth's rotundity and the Newtonian philosophy generally. One of the most pitiful manifestations of ignorance of the true nature of theoretical astronomy is the ardent inquiry so often made, 'How is it possible for that system to be false which enables its professors to calculate to a second of time both solar and lunar eclipses for hundreds of years to come?' The supposition that such calculations are an essential part of the Newtonian or any other theory is entirely gratuitous and exceedingly fallacious and misleading. Whatever theory is adopted, or if all theories are discarded, the same calculations can be made." Gerard Hickson said, "The Chaldeans used to predict the eclipses 3,000 years ago with a degree of accuracy that is only surpassed by seconds in these days because we have wonderful clocks which they had not. Yet they had an entirely different theory of the universe than we have. The fact is that eclipses occur with a certain exact regularity, just as Christmas and birthdays do, every so many years, days, and minutes, so that anyone who has the records of the eclipses of thousands of years can predict them as well as the best astronomers without any knowledge of their cause." Samuel Rowbotham said, "The simplest method of ascertaining any future eclipse is to take the tables which have been formed during hundreds of years of careful observation, or each observer may form his own tables by collecting a number of old almanacs, one for each of the last 40 years, separate the times of the eclipses in each year, and arrange them in a tabular form. On looking over the various items, he will soon discover parallel cases, or cycles of eclipses, that is, taking the eclipses in the first year of his table, and examining those of each succeeding year, he will notice peculiarities in each year's phenomena.
but on arriving to the items of the 19th and 20th years, he will perceive that some of the eclipses in the earlier part of the table will have been now repeated, that is to say, the times and characters will be alike. Tables of the places of the sun and moon, of eclipses, and of kindred phenomena have existed for thousands of years, and were formed independently of each other by the Chaldean, Babylonian, Egyptian, Hindu, Chinese, and other ancient astronomers. Modern science has had nothing to do with these. Another assumption and supposed proof of Earth's shape, heliocentrists claim that lunar eclipses are caused by the shadow of the ball Earth occulting the moon. The idea is that the sun, earth, and moon spheres perfectly align like 3 billiard balls in a row, so that the sun's light casts the earth's shadow onto the moon. Unfortunately for heliocentrists, this explanation is rendered completely invalid due to the fact that lunar eclipses have happened and continue to happen regularly when both the sun and moon are still visible together above the horizon. For the sun's light to be casting Earth's shadow onto the moon, the three bodies must be aligned in a straight 180-degree syzygy. William Carpenter says, the Newtonian hypothesis involves the necessity of the sun, in the case of a lunar eclipse, being on the opposite side of a globular Earth to cast its shadow on the moon. But since eclipses of the moon have taken place with both the sun and the moon above the horizon, it follows that it cannot be the shadow of the Earth that eclipses the moon, and that the theory is a blunder. Samuel Rowbotham said, that the eclipser of the moon is a shadow at all is assumption. No proof whatever is offered. That the moon receives her light from the sun, and that therefore her surface is darkened by the Earth intercepting the sun's light, is not proved. It is not proved that the Earth moves in an orbit round the sun, and therefore by being in different positions, conjunction of sun, earth, and moon, day sometimes occur. The contrary has been clearly proved, that the moon is not eclipsed by a shadow, that she is self-luminous, and not merely a reflector of solar light, and therefore could not possibly be obscured or eclipsed by a shadow from any object whatsoever, and that the Earth is devoid of motion, either on axes or in an orbit through space. Hence, to call that an argument for the Earth's rotundity, where every necessary proposition is only assumed, and in relation to which direct and practical evidence to the contrary is abundant, is to stultify the judgment and every other reasoning faculty. And F.H. Cook wrote, according to the globular theory, a lunar eclipse occurs when the sun, earth, and moon are in a direct line, but it is on record that since about the 15th century, over 50 eclipses have occurred while both the sun and moon have been visible above the horizon. As early as the time of Pliny, there are records of lunar eclipses happening while both the sun and moon are visible in the sky. The Greenwich Royal Observatory recorded that during the lunar eclipses of July 17th, 1590, November 3rd, 1648, June 16th, 1666, and May 26th, 1668, the moon rose eclipsed while the sun was still above the horizon. McCullough's Geography recorded that on September 20th, 1717, and April 20th, 1837, the moon appeared to rise eclipsed before the sun had set. Sir Henry Holland also noted in his Recollections of Past Life the April 20th, 1837 phenomena where the moon rose eclipsed before the sun set. The Daily Telegraph recorded it happening again on January 17th, 1870, then again in July of the same year, and it continues to happen during lunar eclipses to this very day. Thomas Winship wrote, it is alleged by the learned that at a lunar eclipse the Earth casts a shadow on the moon by intercepting the light of the sun. The shadow, it is alleged, is circular, and as only a globe can cast a circular shadow, and as that shadow is cast by the Earth, of course the Earth is a globe. In fact, what better proof could any reasonable person require? Powerful reasoning, says the dupe. Let us see. I have already cited a case where sun and moon have been seen with the moon eclipsed, and as the Earth was not between, or they both could not have been seen, the shadow said to be on the moon could
Hey, what's going on, everyone? Hey, Car, you're hot micing, bro.
Morning.
Morning, Car. Chris, what's going on?
What's going on, man?
Nothing much. Another beautiful day.
It's a little gray here, but always beautiful.
Cold though.
Yeah, I like it.
Cold.
I mean, probably colder up there in Iowa.
Yeah, cold front came in. It was like 6 degrees when I got off of work at 2:30.
Woo.
Yeah, I was walking to my car. I was like, damn. It got cold.
Yeah, the only time I lived in ice or that had snow was like up in North Texas. And, it'd like snow for, a good 3 weeks in, and you'd be kind of just stuck in the house. But shaving the ice off the car, like, just so much respect for people who live in snowy states.
Yeah, that's typical over here in Iowa. That's typical. So what's going on? Anything interesting happened yesterday? Same old stuff?
Well, kind of. I mean, it kind of got super interesting because I guess we got a strike off the live stream. And so at one point there was like 36 people, and Lou was kind of intoxicated. There was a few that were just kind of intoxicated, and it was kind of just really a good time. But it got into kind of a big religion thing again.
Yeah, I popped in last night. I heard about it.
Yeah.
Everybody casting stones to religion, and I'm just
like, come on, guys.
Yeah, that's not a way to go. I mean, that's
everybody. This is why wars are fought for no reason. Like,
but yeah, that's everybody has their religions, right? Like everybody's in their religion, so it's just they believe what they believe. Coming in here and just like belittling someone else's religion, I don't think that's cool.
Yeah, and it's so tied to your like personal culture or things like that. So it's always going to be kind of seen as an attack,
Yeah.
At least in a form like this. But
well, that's what I was always saying. Like, when I state things, I say this is just my opinion on my, the way my faith is. When I talk about religion, I don't enforce or append. It's like this is how it's got to be. Like you guys are dumb if you don't do this. It's like that's not good.
Yeah, it's not the way for anybody to be. And I think it puts a bad light on flat earthers too. Like, oh, look at them, they're all squabbling over nothing.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's been kind of just Eric Dubay in the mornings, or at least yesterday morning as well. And even just kind of hearing a review. I mean, don't get me wrong, I like Eric Dubay as much as the next guy, but like just ignoring his voice for a second and kind of just digesting that information again, like Samuel Robotham, Gabrielle Henriette, like reading back into their stuff, and like even like the poetry about flat Earth, like it's pretty amazing that there is kind of a rich history even for flat Earth, and that is still being talked about today.
But there's amnesia when it comes to it because like we've been buried with like globe agenda. So
the indoctrination for sure.
So the history about flat Earth has been covered up. So all these people from the past, one thing that's interesting is that it doesn't matter where you look in history, people can always talk about like what's been going on in the sky as in an assumption, because they don't know other than just the observations they're making. There was never any solid evidence of them saying this is why the Earth it's a globe.
Right.
We see these things happening, and we can only assume that it's happening because it's a globe. But it's not because it is a globe.
Exactly.
Well, and that's kind of the thing that I'm always talking to people in here. I break it down because the globalist comes in here. They're really dug in their position. And nobody talks to them about the psychology behind it, because they're full of assertions and they think that it's just just got to say it. That's it. And then the guy yesterday with the Lake Pontchartrain image. There's nothing new under the sun, when it comes to the discussion. So I walked him through it, just make sure that I kind of steel manned his case. So I wanted him to see, like, no, I'm going to help you. Like this, if it was true, this is all you need. You need the metrics. I don't know if you were here, but I was just walking him through that, and then
I don't think I heard that one.
Just so he can see that if he did have the globe was in his hands, then everybody would be satisfied with the information because it would be sufficient to answer the question, right? The question that nobody could answer, and it boils down to it just being calculations and assumptions. So,
always is.
And that's important for all of us seeking the truth, because we need to know, was this thing measured? Like, did somebody, a group of people go out there? Did they go test the globe? Did they find out if, oh yeah, like we just went out there, we measured something, we got us some good metrics, now we're good to go. Like nobody's done that. That's never been done.
And it would have been the first field trip in third grade, right? Everybody, let's go to the beach. We're going to actually go calculate the curve. Look at that, everybody. It's a globe. And it'd be on posters everywhere, and not to argue that it isn't, but
the funny thing, when something is not, like the way they do with truth, they mock it, right? So they teach you how to mock truth, not to how to understand it. So you're taught at an early age how to make fun of Christopher Columbus thinking that the earth was flat and shit.
Absolutely.
So they teach you how to mock truth. So you don't know. So the only thing you know is like, yeah, these guys were foolish, like when you were young, thinking that the earth was flat. Come on.
Somebody was claiming the other day that they never heard that story growing up as a kid. Like, oh, flat earth was never taught. And we're like, no, well, of course flat earth was never taught as a kid, but it was mocked, right? It was, yeah. And just look at so many cartoons, the Flintstones is the best one, where it's like, oh, the captain, he thinks the earth is flat, but we know it's around.
It's in a lot of movies, by the way.
Yeah. Well, I'd say the first opening scene every time is a dang globe, and then, we're zooming in onto the globe or zooming out of the globe. It's like, come on.
Globe.
It's kind of like what you're saying here. Like, it exposes itself, right? And once you make that aware to people, it's an easier tool for them, because they're all going to go watch a movie, and they're all going to see that ball again, and they're going to question it this time, and they're going to see it the next time, and they're going to see it in the ad over there, and they're going to see it in the textbook that their kid is reading. It's because it's everywhere. It's hard to miss.
Everybody has their way of being able to present a case for the truth. And when it comes to like this, for me, I've adapted my own way. I mean, as you can see, like I speak differently, like a Eric Dubay or a Mark Sargent or a Quantum Eraser. I don't speak like those guys. Like, they have their own method and the way they,
Right. Yeah.
The issue.
I think it's a great method, man.
But I'm more of like, I love to hear somebody actually explaining why they justify the reason for the globe. I need to understand, like, each and individual, what makes them tick. So I can't get that to just like maybe going through a bunch of methods of what, for me anyway. I mean, I could hear them explain like how they can debate an idea like Samuel Rowbotham, or like what he's done, and just different people like Eric Dubay was mentioning, because those guys are investigating those. Like when you hear about flat Earth, and if you're dug into the globe, then you're just gonna like rail against everything that's being said that Eric Dubay was saying. So they'll have a point for point kind of like retort. But if I can hear what makes them tick, I'm actually identifying a problem that exists. And it's usually what happens is it boils down to belief. It comes all the way back to the primary source of where they first started to learn about the globe and why. They might tell you things that you might hear things in a conversation like, man, when I was a little kid, I really wanted to be an astronaut. Something like there's
oh yeah, myself included.
Yeah, there's a deep psychological tie-in to the belief. So for me, getting to that point is crucial. Sometimes I always go case by case when it comes to like my discussions with people, but more or less like the psychology behind it, it's just like it's so interesting to me because I want to understand why the person has such a pull to the globe. It
Right.
seems strong. It seems really strong. And some people it's worse than others, but I guess the less and then this doesn't is not a poke to or I'm not poking fun at them, but the less educated you are, the more you can think about the subject in a way that doesn't hinder your critical thinking. Because if
Well,
you have
they become really invested as well.
yeah,
I would say that, up to a point of where their ego just can't let go.
well, I usually struggle with the guys with higher learning. So like if you've been like to college
Oh,
and
yeah,
have
completely.
a you have a philosophical stance on top of the indoctrination, which makes it even worse. Because those guys, of course, they think their intellect is lofty, so they will, like, well, you don't know, or you have a college degree because if you're not a professor, I can't speak. And it's like, bro,
Oh, yeah, there's always people like that.
let's just break it
They
down.
even do it in academia. Well, do you have a master's? Do you have a PhD?
Yeah, they do.
How many masters? Yeah.
But I've always said this, Chris. Truth is the truth, no matter who speaks it.
Exactly.
I don't care if a janitor.
I've heard more truth on the streets from homeless.
Yeah, dropped out of school and just I don't care if they speak truth. It's truth. Like you can't deny that. So people ask you. I mean, of course, there's a specific reason why somebody would ask for a degree and stuff. There's experts that are. I won't deny the fact that experts exist for a reason, right? Like they have
a lot of skills and traits. I would say academia is a whole other monster.
That's different. But this is what we're speaking of. When truth is spoken, you can't deny that. So it doesn't matter who speaks truth. You just have to understand that it's true. And if that's possible, then everyone can hold truth. If the person actually adheres to it. If they adhere to it. They can't just, be like, well, that's truth. That's nice. Well, it's good that you have that truth. That's your truth. That's not my truth.
Yeah, that makes no sense.
You have to adhere to the truth. Then that becomes your truth, and which is everybody's truth, right? It's like we all have the same.
My size shoe is 10. So even though we have the same shoe size, mine is 10.5. And it's like, no, they're both 10.
Yeah,
there's a standard, and that's truth.
We call that objective reality. This is the world and the reality that we live in.
Otherwise, it's a dream. It's subjective.
Exactly. I always go through this with people. It's just like, well, we could be in a simulation. I could be dreaming. I don't know. Like it's like you do know, because it's different when you're sleeping. I'm not saying that you might be. Okay. Let's throw a few examples in here. Lucid dreaming, right? Let's get a hold of lucid dreaming.
Get that?
Yeah, but it's called lucid dreaming for a reason. Why do they define it lucid dreaming? Because you're in a dream state where it feels like you're awake, but you're not. You know what I mean? There's that, but it's called lucid dreaming. Otherwise, it wouldn't be defined. They would be like, well, I don't know. I was actually walking on top of a marshmallow-filled mountain. Like this. You can say that, but that's fine. But it's still, that the dream was because you were sleepy and half awake. So it's got a definition to what it is. So right. You're not that right now, as we speak. That's pretty obvious, right? So you have to get people to really grapple with the fact that they have to come to their senses when it comes to reality. That's the psychology behind it. You're taught in higher learning that anything is possible. If you leave the door open just a little creak, you can rest safely in the fact that you're going to be not letting yourself succumb to objectivity, which is like you know for sure something is what it is, because it could be something else. You don't know. You just you think right? And so this kind of Jedi mind trick that they put on you, it's a spell. It's definitely a spell.
To doubt yourself. Yeah.
It's self-doubt.
To abandon the senses.
And what happens is you're like, Yeah, I see what's going on here. I see the world around me. That's a car. Yep. That's a tree. And
That's a
then
fluffy teddy bear.
that's a teddy bear. And so you're like, okay, are you 100% certain? It's redundant when I say it, but it's 100. Are you 100% certain that it is what you're saying it is? Well, we can't ever be. It's like, and that's the part where we lose, where we just derail. We're not on the same page anymore, because you're basically, whatever reality is to you right now, it's malleable. For all you know, like I say this, like, and it's facetious, but you're a potted plant of petunias. You don't know what you are. You could be anything right now. So this conversation has no meaning whatsoever. You shouldn't even be in it. You should be doing something else that has no relevance to truth whatsoever. Truth should not be something you're seeking anymore once you're in that mind state. You should be just living life according to however you think. And you know what? That's dangerous. You think that the way we think is dangerous? No, what you think is dangerous. Because your truth being your truth, heck, I don't even know what you think is true for you. You could
Yeah.
be hurting people as truth. And that's not truth, right? There's standards, there's morals, there's laws, there's regulations, there's all kinds of things that we're governed by. And not only that, but we govern each other for safety, like there's specific things that we have to do to adhere to a better way of living for everyone. If we
Right.
don't do that, if we're saying my truth is my truth, I'm going 100 miles per hour on this highway, I don't care. That's my truth. Okay, but what's going to happen is you're going to get stopped by the police. They're going to arrest you. They're probably going to put you in jail for or whatever. Depends on how many times you're taking your truth to the whatever limit. If you just keep on doing it, that's my truth. I got stopped, pulled over, and I got a ticket, but I kept going 100 miles per hour the next day. And guess what? I got put in, well, that's not your truth anymore. It's something you think is true in your own head. It doesn't exist. When you go out in reality, you're going to have to face the facts, which is the world is governed by objective reality, which means we all experience the same reality that everyone else does. So the reality that we all experience, we can define things. That's a tree. We know that. Do you say that's a tree? You agree with me? Okay. How about the next guy? Next girl. You agree that's a tree? Okay. We all agree. What are we going to say a tree is? Okay. And this is what defines it. Now, you get some other guy coming in here and it says, well, that's a tree, but only to a certain point. When you take it to another point, it becomes an elephant. And you're like, no, it doesn't. Like this is the kind of the mind trick that has been pulled over these guys who come in here. They're so happy to say they don't know what's going on. It's like, for me anyway, once we get to the reality check in here, then it exposes them to who they really, really are. And that is, they don't know anything. They're confused. They're so confused about reality. They come in here saying, the Earth's a globe, and I can tell you why it's a globe. And it's like, no, you can't. You can't even tell me what reality is. Like the guy who just got banned yesterday off the YouTube live stream text chat, Bendy Light. He's like, well,
Right.
hill gets to a mountainside and it passes in between where it's a hill and then it turns into a mountain. There's a specific range where it's not going to be known as a hill or mountain. And it's like, well, that's crazy, because if it's in between and it's ambiguous and you don't really know, what would you call it? Is it just going to be that thing? No, you would then define it by whatever we all agree on, right? Well, it's a very tall hill, but it's still a hill. Or it's a small mountain or whatever. We would still say it's something. We wouldn't just leave it to ambiguity. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the reality of our existence. We start to define things because it's important. It's how we communicate with each other. And once that's lost, then you know what? Just throw your hands up, because you don't even need to be arguing about truth anymore. You might as well skedaddle off to a forum where you're not speaking of truth whatsoever. Go have fun with your beliefs, because there's not a place for you in objective reality. You might as well just go somewhere else. And that's what frustrates me. It's like, once I get to the reality check, it's like, that's great. You don't believe that things that you're not 100% sure of anything. adios. Go have fun somewhere else, because you're not going to agree on anything that we say, because you left that little doubt, that's going to be that little bitty doubt that's just hanging there, that you could be wrong. Well, that's fine. Then you will never understand what reality is, and you can never say for certain that the earth is a globe. No, because it's not. It could be something else. And even if I asked you that, you would say, yeah, it could be something else. Well, there you go. Why are you saying it's a globe then? Because it could be something else. Yet you're dug in to a position. And all the dug-ins, they're actually like that, though. I don't know if you notice them, Chris. They're dug in. Most of them will say exactly that we can never know nothing to be 100% sure. That's not how science works. Well, that's not what you're saying that's not how reality works either, because we're talking about that. We're discussing reality. What is the earth to us, and what is the earth that we experience? Is it a globe? Is it flat? What is it? So the what is question becomes something where you're saying that we can never know. Well, that's fine then. Then why are you saying that it's a globe? Because we can never know. Like, you just might as well bow out of this conversation. Like, that to me is important, right? I want to bring.
Because it's like, well, then how did you know it's a globe?
Exactly. You can't arrive anywhere. There's nowhere. You didn't arrive to the globe. You didn't. You're just saying that's the best thing that I got going right now for me is a globe. That's the best thing. So something better comes along, and then I'll just go to that. Whatever's good, If it sounds good, I'll take that.
Whatever works.
There's no objective reality. You're not holding to any standard.
Well, there was a little time in like 2019 where I was looking at Instagram, and there was all these different kind of flat Earth maps, like with 2 poles and just all these different maps, and they're still coming out today. But it's just like don't worry about the map. I swear, if I ever won the lottery, honestly, it'd probably be something I would be willing to tackle, honestly. But until then, the resources it would take to do something like an independent project like that, don't get me wrong, I think it's super, would be a very achievement of man, but it's not needed to actually know this truth, which is kind of our point,
Yeah. And I don't think this is my opinion though, Chris. I don't ever think that information is ever going to be known, because of the fact that
it's not meant to be.
It's not meant to be known. But I mean, bless your heart if you want to try it, right? Because
there's probably like a Kraken out there, and we don't even know.
Oh no, I feel like this. It just depends on what you're looking into. On the winter months, we know that the South or the Antarctic, it gets really cold, and then the ice forms. So it would shape different landmass topography. Like you wouldn't see what you see in the summertime of Antarctica. Like, so when it's winter for us in the north, it's summer for them down there. So it would change the landscape, because the ice would melt and so forth, and you'd get different. So you can never know. And then of course, with the land, you'd have water evaporating, and get rivers drying up, and it would start. You see more land, or there'd be more water covering the land, so it would change the landscape. So you could never know. It's always moving. This earth is like a living organism.
Oh, definitely. I mean, Mother Nature at its best.
So yeah, you could get close, but you couldn't define things by saying that we have the gold standard map.
Right. I mean, what I'm thinking of course, requires like the governments to completely not intervene, because what I'm thinking is like a million drones, that are actually just scanning. That way you could get, all the measurements, things like that. It could be done relatively quickly, but at the same time, you have your variances of what drone capabilities can do, but like a solar powered, air powered. But I don't get me wrong, I think it's practical, but not in any way, shape, or form that society is right now, and the governments and the permits and the treaty. I mean, it's just like, if you can't see the bars of this jail cell, I can't help you.
For sure. For sure. Do we got any new people in here?
Not sure.
We got Mr. B hanging out.
Nice.
I just like to say hi to all the new people that are in here. Let me see if I can unmute Mr. B. All right, Mr. B, I just unmuted you. Welcome to
What's
the
going
chat.
on, Mr. P?
This is a 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. So, welcome. Now, we hear you clicking there, Mr. B, but we don't hear any sound. So, I don't know if you want to talk or say something or say, hey, my name is Mr. B. Thank you for letting me join your 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. What's up, dude? Mr. B, you there? Hello, Mr. B.
Come in, Mr. B.
Come in, Mr. B. Your presence is requested.
Hey, what's going on, man?
He said something? Didn't hear.
Oh, no. Oh.
Yeah,
Somebody
see,
else.
there's a clicking noise. I don't hear anything else. Hey, I'll tell you what. Let me see if I can. Where is the manage? Well, I don't have the kick fun on my phone. Anyway. But yeah, like I was saying, man, we can't ever get to the truth about our reality and our existence with people that are living in that mindset. We'll be constantly battling. And to me, that's why it's like you hear them, the Duggins that come in here, and they're like, you guys don't know what you're talking about, man. Earth's a globe. And I was like, that's great. I love that you think that. But you haven't told us that you agree that, you know, we're talking on Discord for 100% certainty. Because you just finished saying that you don't know that to be certain. And, you know, it's funny because you didn't have to put the emphasis that it's 100%. You could just say certain, not be good enough. But with them, there's levels of certainty. So I can't say that. Like
I'm only about 60% certain.
We have flat earthers like, man, you don't have to say that it's 100% certain. You just say it's certain. I'm like, it's not the point. Like I do say that, but then come to find out, they aren't certain 100%. Like there's levels to certainty for them. Like you can be certain that that's a cat, but are you 100% certain? It could be something else. It's another animal from, So I have to get redundant and just say 100% certain. But I understand that it doesn't. I don't need to be saying it like that. But for those guys, I do have to be. I have to emphasize the fact that you can be sure of something that much.
Yeah, it's a part of the pop quiz.
Like, what are you doing right now? Well, I'm sitting down. All right, you can say right now you're sitting down. Yes. You 100% certain of that? Wow, no. The guy who tells me, well, I'm sitting down cross-legged. Okay, so you're sitting down cross-legged right now, right? He's like, yeah. You 100% certain of that? Well, no. I'm like,
it goes back to straight leg, and he just keeps freaking himself out.
Yeah, he just keeps messing with his own head. Like, dude, like to live in your head would be just like it would be a maze. You know, trying to figure your way out. It's like you can't ever know anything ever.
I wonder if that's how it is for some people, really. But
what's funny
they're
is
trapped.
What's funny is when it matters. Oh, I bet you reality will be so real to you that if you couldn't even say it would be 110% sure. Like I always use a train track example. If we're in a car, the train was coming, you would be with that same mindset. Well, we can only be 99.9999999% sure that the train's going to hit us. Like, no, my friend, that train is coming. Like, it's going to smack us. We need to get out of here. Like, there's nothing that you're going to be fighting on with reality that there is impending danger headed your way. You need to get up out of here. Like, that's the thing that you need to do. With all assurance, 100% certain. You are going to get meleeed, but if the train is going to come and smack into you, like, so that's the problem with these guys. They don't see that when it counts, truth is truth. Like, we can stand on that for sure. If you jump out of an airplane without a parachute, I think you're not going to make it, you know?
Exactly. Even though I do think there's like weird stories about how like people did somehow, but
have they?
I think hearsay, yeah.
I don't think that's possible, man. Like, in any way. Like, I mean, what are they wearing? Some kind of suit that like absorbed the fall or something? Because nobody could live from a plane, you know, especially from a specific height. You know, you take them to wherever the people jump the plane from. Now, if that was the case, then I'd like to see an example of that. But, you know, the reality that I know is you jump out of a plane without a parachute, you're going to die.
No, but that's what I mean. They bring up this arbitrary, like, loose-in hearsay thing, and then go, well, see, you know, it's kind of like their own little black swan for certain things. I've kind of noticed this, like, when bringing up the conversation that, I mean, especially in face-to-face conversation, like, the jabs will be kind of different. Like they'll bring up this one obscure thing. Like, well, I remember this guy who did make it, and it was only from like 200 feet. You know?
Yeah, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about from the place that people skydive,
and that's like I think the clearest obfuscation that most people use in real time.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, if you jump out of a plane from the place where people skydive, then you're going to die without a parachute. Like, that's the thing that you need.
But I don't think it can stop you from being 100% certain. And what's even better is when you're 100% certain you don't know something. I mean, you get the same kind of feeling. You know what I mean? Like, and it took me a while to realize that it was a benefit rather than what it's taught to us is, oh, you don't know something? That's a negative.
That's a negative.
You know? Yeah. When it's actually a positive thing. Like, it means you do know something too.
It ties into what nihilism, the definition for nihilism means. You know, just rejecting objective reality. That's the whole objectivity is taken away from you. And once that's it's all part of the agenda. It's all part of the agenda, man. Take reality away from you, something that you can objectively say is true. And once you rob somebody of that, you can insert whatever silliness that you, being the authority, can input into their mind. And it doesn't matter what it is. Subject matter experts of whatever field can tell you whatever it is, and you're just going to believe them on the basis of because you don't know anything. They are the experts. And it's like, that's great. They could be the experts in that, but you can always look into things. Always. You can always do some research. You can always follow up. But yeah, we just became a world where we can never know anything 100% certain, and now we have to trust people. That's the world we live in now. It's crazy.
Yeah.
But that's
but at the same time beautiful.
People that are in truth right now sleep a restful sleep. We know killer asteroids aren't going to hit this Earth and destroy us all, or we know that it doesn't matter how bad things get, it's never really that bad as the way they're making it sound. Oh, we live on a dying planet. If we don't change things around in 12 years, we're not going to make it, guys. It's bon voyage. Like, it's like, we're not going anywhere, man. Like, no, people have been trying to do, people have done things on the Earth that you think that would be completely toxic and hurt the environment and stuff. But then the environment's so resilient, anything that we do, it just bounces back right back from it.
Right.
So it'll just, like, once people wind up destroying themselves, it'll just rebuild itself back up. It repairs itself. It's a living organism. Might take some time, but it still repairs itself. Still comes back again.
Yeah. Nature always kind of wins. I mean,
It
I hate
always
calling
does.
it nature, but it's here. It's this realm. You know, it's alive for sure.
It is alive. The trees are alive. They're communicating underground in their root systems. They're you know they're connected to the ground, which is connected to other trees, which is they send signals to the ground. They're living.
Yeah.
They're talking to each other. They're talking in a language we don't understand. Like the animals, the insects, they talk to each other in a language we don't understand, but they're efficient. They know exactly what to do and how to do it. They know when it's summer, when it's winter, what to do. They know exactly how to get things done. They understand because it's instinct. We're born with that instinct, but we are taught how to suppress it. We're suppressing our instincts because we can't ever know anything to be 100% certain. And this is the beautiful thing about nature. You see it and it moves with precision. Whether you think it's chaos or whether you think it's working everything in harmony in an ecosystem that is perfectly designed, you can still appreciate the fact that things happen, and you can see fish in the way they live,
Yeah,
animals in the way they live, and you
the
know
way
they're
birds school together and get on the power lines. And
yeah.
it's just yeah.
There's so much to appreciate, but at the same time, those guys who appreciate all of that would render their own instincts, not capable of being able to exist in this reality. Because even though we have these basic instincts, you're taught how to suppress them, and that's crazy. I don't. Yeah, that's the reason why when we talk about the psychological ramifications of somebody who's taught to negate all these things, I think that's the problem when we try to address, like, is the earth a globe or is it flat? Those people are they're so lost and confused, and it's hard to get them. Like, we start talking about flat earth, because we were on that tip a lot, just get them to talk about the shape of the earth. Let's talk about that. I'm more interested now than ever before to talk about the psychology behind it. Why do you think that? Like, what's that burning desire to just want to keep saying it's a globe when you don't have any evidence for it? There's no evidence whatsoever. And it doesn't matter to the most intellect, to the most common person. You don't have any evidence. You can come in here and you can be saying the earth is globe till you're blue in the face, dropping mics and saying it's gravity. One word answers like, well, what do you think a star is? Well, it's plasma. And how do you know? Well, it's science. No, yeah, that's the kind of thinking that's behind these guys. And these guys are supposed to be intellectuals, right?
It's fear.
So,
but yeah, I mean, that's why I'm there. The community college, kind of undoing the high school indoctrination.
Yeah.
And being as subtle as I can, even just like introducing like the golden ratio, because half of them are like, what, or the closely relatedness of classical music to architecture, and it's
architecture. Dude,
it's forms.
That's beautiful. What I think, the golden ratio is God's fingerprint.
Exactly.
And you can't take it in as much as if you see it happening, like in nature, like the way a rose petal kind of
you can hear it too.
Yeah, when it buds, like when it's flowering, when it comes,
yeah,
you see
the way it's structured, the way it grows,
that symmetry, everything.
It grows in phi, even like radially, like all the leaves. Look at any plant, like it's insane,
And it's like,
but it's right there. What do you mean it doesn't exist? Like, are you crazy? Like,
you can't tell me that this perfect symmetry, like all these things. And even, I would say this, even in the stuff that looks unperfect, I think it was meant to be that way. The more unperfect it is, and the more way that you can't define like what shape it is, that is what perfect is. I think we define perfect with like something symmetrical, like they got to look really cool. But I think there's things that are, and there's things that aren't. And the things that aren't are as beautiful as the things that are, for me. Because if I see something that's misshaped or misformed, I think it's still beautiful. Like, it doesn't have to be, a structure that looks like it's perfectly symmetry or like
the imperfection makes it perfect.
Exactly. But see, and I'm sorry, man, I'm gonna get a little spiritual with you here, but
no, please do.
I think that's why the Creator chooses people who are imperfect to show the ones who think they're perfect that he could use the things that are the most imperfect things. The people that you wouldn't even think could speak on truth are the ones that are going to be taking down the giants, which are the towers of intellect, which hold all kinds of degrees. And the people who you ask them, like, so what's your background? And they're like, I dropped out of school. I just work somewhere. And if they speak truth, and the guys who are intellectuals don't have a rebuttal, that actually demonstrates to the world who the Creator chooses to actually bring forth his knowledge of truth.
Yeah.
If he chooses the things that men of the world think that they despise, like they have no part in intellectual conversations, but yet he chooses those people to be the ambassadors for his truth. And that's the beautiful part about it, is that I don't think people realize that as much, because we don't really talk about spirituality too much. But when I am in the morning, I usually do a little bit. What I like to say is that I hate the fact that we rail against, as a community, against religion so much, because it just like that whole spiritual side to flat earth that we don't like. There's a duality to our existence. It's physical and spiritual. I'm always saying this. And the spiritual side, we don't know too much. There's not a roadmap to it. And we see a lot of, what can I say here? We see a lot.
We're taught to fear that too,
Yeah. Well, what I was going to say is we see a lot of things happening in religion that turns us against it. Like, let's say, for example, there's a church that you went to, and you find out that maybe the pastor beats on his wife or something. And so you're just like, yeah, you see, I used to go to this church, and look at that guy. And he's a hypocrite, because he said he's a manly God, and he was beating on his wife. So it's like, what turns him off it's more of like something morally that they endure. Sometimes it's intellectual, but most of the times it's morally. They'll say, well, I had a bad experience. Someone in my family or something passed away, so I don't think the Creator exists anymore. Like, if I did at one point, I don't now. So they either reject them for a moral reason or a intellectual one, because they feel they went through higher learning, and higher learning has taught them that men have thought silly things in the past, and knuckle draggers, and with cave dwellers and whatever. And now we've advanced in enlightenment and knowledge, and so there's either a moral version why they rejected Creator, or a intellectual one. But either one of those don't have a bearing as to how we can see the fingerprints of a Creator. There is proof. There's evidence, right? One of the things I was talking about is that when you see the world around you, it actually stands to reason that everything was created for you and for me. As a person, we can experience this world. We can taste different fruits. We can eat different foods. Everything has a pleasure and a pain cycle to it. So we can experience this and enjoy the fact that we're happy and sad. Like, there's many different things many seasons we go through, but it becomes an experience for a person. We can talk with each other. We see many different people. Like, we can experience this reality. We were meant to fellowship, by the way.
Right.
No person was meant to live alone for the rest of their days. The reason why we long for companionship is because we were designed as a spiritual side of us. We were meant to congregate. We were meant to fellowship. We were meant to be, in a place where we can see our brothers and sisters of like many different races come together, and like that's what we were meant for. We were.
And how would you know good without evil? It's
right. So a lot of it comes because they rejected a Creator. And yesterday's example was kind of like it disheartened me a little bit, because I feel like people take a stance where they mock the fact that we have the spiritual side to our beautiful physical and spiritual thing. It's just like I get disheartened a little bit, because I hope for people to just like understand that there's much more to embrace when you realize that there's this world is like the information that we can get from just understanding that this is a created environment, everything that we're in. Because a lot of times we don't understand the why. What's the question that's always like everybody has on their minds, right? Why are we here?
Yeah, ever since I was a little kid.
Why are we here? Do you know that question already has been answered? And a lot of people can't answer that question. It's like philosophically not able to be. Yes, it is. It definitely is able to be answered. And if I was to tell you right now, you might think about it, be like, well, that's okay. You can think that if you want, but it's true. It's very, very true. And it's it's I could just say it as simply as this: to know God.
Yeah.
I could mic drop. To know God. That's the reason why you're created. So you might think it's a bit corny or redundant or just whatever you might want to think. And to any listener that's out there listening to me, but once you understand that this existence of yours is created, you have a deeper appreciation for who you are, and the way you go about living your life. So that
and honestly, everybody else too.
Right. And you know that you're held accountable. I think that's the most important thing. You're held accountable for the things that you do. So it's not just like willy-nilly kind of like, let's just go through life and my truth is my truth. Your truth is your truth. You can do what you want. I can do what I want. So long as we're not harming each other, that's fine. No. And that's not how to live life. Living life, understanding that you're held accountable for the actions that you do is much more reasonable for you to say that if I do something and this is what happens, I'm going to be held accountable for that action. And vice versa. If you do something good, you understand you don't have to. Most times, like people want to boast about like what good they've done and look, I've gave to the homeless, and that doesn't matter. You do things because that's the nature of you to the Creator. Giving thanks to like the reason why you're even existing. You don't use it for a means to boast about like how good you are. That's like yesterday. You never know, guys. I gave this homeless man $10, and boy, do I feel great because and it's crazy because in the holy text it says that if you use that example for being good, then you're no better. That's the only reward that you get as your thanks by the other people who say, "Man, you're such a good person." That's the only thanks you'll get. But if you do something, and it says like, let your left hand not know what your right hand is doing, which means if you do it, just do it because that's what you want to do. Don't boast about it. Don't care to tell anybody about it. Just do it, and just keep on going with your day. And so, if you've done that, then you can appreciate that our existence is more meaningful than it is just to be boasting about all the good works that you've done. Just know that any good works that you've done it in appreciation for your existence here on earth, because life and breath has been given to you. It's a gift. Every morning, every day that you're alive, your existence is a gift from the Creator.
Absolutely.
Once you wake up in the morning and you fail to realize that, then it doesn't become appreciative anymore.
You feel it too. Yeah.
You wake up every morning, you're grumpy. Oh, look at this day. It's crazy, man. It's hot outside. Oh, it's hot. Oh man, it's too cold. Oh, I hate this day. Isn't it cold? And so you don't wake up appreciating the attitude of gratitude. As a buddy of mine from church used to say, the attitude of gratitude. You don't wake up with that anymore. You hate the world. You hate things in life, and you start to fail to see why the reason for your existence to be here. And like I said before, that burning question, everybody's like trying to figure out, scurrying around everywhere, to and fro. It's like it's been answered already. To know God. Once you know the Creator, it's simple, right? Everything becomes simple. You can see the beauty in nature. You can see the beauty in congregating and fellowship. You can see the beauty in doing things. Like it all has meaning, because life like that we have here is but a vapor. It's here today, gone tomorrow. We don't know when our time is up. We just keep going as much as we can and living life and giving back to people. So, like I said, it's physical and it's spiritual. I know a lot of times we don't get into that too much. I do in the morning a little bit. I think it's just to kind of like remind people that you can rail against it, you can hate it all you want, but it's truth. It's definitely truth, because like Chris was talking about the golden ratio. There's other things that we can see in just nature. That there's fingerprints left by the Creator that we can identify that there is one. And of course, the deep longing for knowing, there's a void that's in all of us spiritually, and we're trying to figure that out. That right there is telling you that's also a hallmark of a Creator leaving that behind so that you can know there's a longing for this. And we try to fill that longing with material goods, which doesn't get us anywhere, but even more corrupt, because that void can't be filled with nothing other than the fundamental understanding that the Creator does exist. To know God. Why am I here? What is the reason why I'm even alive? What was the person that I'm even existing? And that question has been answered. Whether or not you think that's sufficient, I think you can't appreciate that until you realize it. Until it becomes like a reality to you, then it will just be something like that's just what you think. That's your truth over there. That ain't my truth. That's your truth.
And I couldn't agree more to know God. Because I would say to learn God, to know God, to love God. Those three words are kind of all in the same thing. I think God is knowledge, is truth, is love, is existence itself. And I know everybody, that's what they really struggle about, is defining that for themselves. But
yep. Well,
that's kind of part of the journey too. Because if you woke up and you just knew everything, then it wouldn't be knowing anything.
It wouldn't be a journey. It wouldn't be like you've taken, like some people in the journey, it takes them a little longer than other people. So Some people get there really quick and they're already there and appreciating and knowing. And there's other people that it takes them a while, but like what we should do as ambassadors for truth is be patient, wait for the people. And if listen, if they don't ever get there, then that's fine. But it's not, the burden isn't resting on your shoulders to make the person like, what do you mean you don't understand? You have to understand the Creator exists. Like that's not your job. What you do is you just tell people about like how wonderful this is, the golden ratio. Like you tell them the fingerprints that were left behind so that we can understand. And that's it. You're trying to go over there and push an agenda. It's different. But like what I will say is that because of the fact that we don't understand the spiritual nature to our physical existence, and that's been the issue for a lot of people, right? They get into a stance where they reject it wholeheartedly, and it becomes something of like a mock for them. Like just say, you stupid people that believe you're just idiots thinking there's a Creator. There's no Creator. There's just nature. That's it. Because they only understand.
I used to not think of there was like any Creator or anything like that until Flat Earth made complete sense, and there only can be a Creator. So that's the end of that.
Well, but you're dealing with the nihilistic viewpoints. Well, the people that come in here, right? See, the globe has done that to people. It has, man. Because when you think of the Big Bang happening and everything just exploded and nature created itself, I mean, that's ridiculous. And gravity wells drew matter into itself and formed planets and whatever else, you got.
We don't see any of that now, ever.
I'd actually say if I would challenge somebody, it's like, if you think that's actually what happened, wouldn't that stuff be happening still? I mean, today, wouldn't that stuff be happening? If you
would be able to look up and see stuff happening all the time. Like there would be probably a camera. Hey, we're gonna watch this thing happen over the next year.
Yeah. They would say, okay, so that's a gravity well, and in about 10 years, we're going to start to see a little clump of matter start forming right there. Like there's nothing like that. Like for somebody to even say these things is the most idiotic. Like that's it. That's nonsensical. That's what it is. It's nonsensical. I think that's the only way I can say it, because it's like, that's what we're hearing from these guys. I mean, they're coming in here saying all these things about the globe, and it's like, it doesn't matter, because there's no evidence behind what you're saying. You're just telling me a story. That's it. It's a story that you think is great, and you want me to know the story, and you want me to tell the story to somebody else, and I'm not going to do it. until we find some evidence for what you're saying. I'm always telling people that. Come in with some evidence. That's it.
I've actually been saying that, Miggy. That's a great point. Like, I would go door to door, if I had the evidence. I can't go door to door because I'd have to just ask people to believe. Hey, man, believe that your house is moving right now. If I would never do that unless I had actual evidence for it.
Bob the Science Guy, who gave us a strike on YouTube, by the way, I'd like to mention that because he did that yesterday. Way to go, Bob!
He did that on Steve's broadcast.
Yeah. So guess what? You've picked a fight that you're not going to win, because in here we're going to see you wherever you are. We're going to expose you, and we're going to ban you. We're never going to allow you on our platform ever again. You've basically just messed it up for yourself. You could have had a lovely chat with everybody in here and just been a Glober for the rest of your life. But no, you had to take this route. And you don't mess with our house, by the way. This is our house. So when you do that, the gauntlet's thrown down, and you're gonna have to deal with the ramifications of that, which means everywhere you go, we're gonna ban you. There's not gonna be a place in our platform you're gonna have ever. And if I find out that you're somewhere, I'm gonna tell those people what you do. That you like to deplatform people. So you don't want to have a free speech and a debate. You just like to go after people with your strikes and your little cronies that follow you, like Bendy Light, Flurf Williams, all those guys who back you up. We're going to do the same to them. And anybody else that doesn't want that free speech, who doesn't want to come in here to an open forum, if you start rejecting that and start saying that we're going to put strikes on you, then you become an enemy to us. We're going to ban you everywhere you guys go. And that's the way it's going to be. So you can pick and choose if you want to have an open platform or if you want to come in here and try to tell us you're going to strike us. That's up to you guys. But that's what they were saying, by the way. There's all these guys and these slimy snakes who are slithering around freaking YouTube chats. That's what they want to talk about. When they can't win arguments, oh, you guys are having a strike coming. You just wait. Oh, yeah? You like being prideful of that? Well, guess what? You don't even need to be here. Go on to another platform, because this isn't the one for you if you're going to try to strike us. If that's all you're looking for.
What was the strike for?
Somebody posted Bob the Science Guy is a I think he's a cannabis doctor. I don't know if you guys know that or not. His name is there.
Wasn't it his own post though that he copyrighted?
Yeah, it is. But somebody posting something that he posted, and he sent it to. The evidence is that he was saying that I guess they were using his image or something, and it was something that they couldn't use, and like he put it to YouTube, and YouTube like just went ahead and just struck Helio for it. But it's public information. So, anyways, he said it's private information, and it's not. That's his case. Bob
was it the jester hat, Bob?
No, it's one he's wearing like a clinical.
No, I know.
Coat and a stethoscope, and it's I guess he's some physician or something. Anyway, he was
on the charges and
he was saying that the image was actually because whoever put it up had photoshopped it and like said something about it being a cannabis doctor or something. Anyway, he took that. He was upset. Somebody used that image and like.
Wow, what a little pussy.
Yeah, and then he submitted it to YouTube, and they struck Helio without even questioning. They just struck him.
What a little pussy.
So that's what I was saying. Anywhere he goes, we're gonna ban him, and anybody that sees him anywhere, any platform that flat earthers are, expose his ass. Like that's what he didn't have to do that. You didn't have to do that because that information is public.
Subscribe to him now and start fucking with this channel.
Yep. Oh, it's on now. Like no question.
Yep, that's what I'm saying. He could have just said back that information is public. It's on his like webpage or whatever. So, but he just couldn't take it because somebody was like poking fun at that. It's like, dude, you're in a forum where people are gonna mock you on both sides. You already know that. Why are you making a big fuss of this? And that information is public, by the way. It's not like it was private. So there you go.
Yeah, man, if you didn't want that to happen, you shouldn't have given us your first and last name, partner.
Yep. So
yeah, what's that first and last name again?
See, no, let's not play the game though. He already gave us all the information, and now he's crying that we used it to make something funny once. And so he's gonna have to just deal with the fact that you don't put yourself out there if you don't want to be got.
Yep. So that's why everywhere he goes, if you guys ever see him in any platform, just expose him. Be like, tell the flat earth, don't deal with this guy.
What's his name? What's his name? I was late. Sorry. What's his name?
Something Townsend. The last name is Townsend. I don't know the first name.
Has he been coming in on like weird accounts though?
I think
Like
it's
real
Robert Townsend.
flat
Because
earther and
his name
whatnot?
is Bob, but I think you can say Bob as Robert. So I think it's Robert Townsend. But it's public information. Everybody knows that. That's not like it's hidden. That's the thing. It's not hidden information.
Well, if
And
you take
plus-
it, yeah, fuck it. Never mind. I was gonna talk about something, but yeah, fuck it.
No, plus if you look in his like forum or whatever, his channel, you can find out. It's not like you can hide stuff like that. When you're in the public eye, that's what happens. People know who you are.
I don't think he gets it. He's defending lies. So what's like the least we can do is make a little funny little image or two. Like, come on, bud.
That's not and it wasn't even, the image wasn't even bad. I mean, it was
Right.
just he just couldn't take it because they were using an image of him wearing a doctor's coat and a stethoscope and whatever, and I guess he just got upset and struck YouTube.
Oh man, it's your fan club, Bob. We love you, buddy. Come on, don't do that to us.
Anyway, that's what he done. So it's like, screw that, man. Now he wants to have conversations with other people and stuff, and you know, he's already exposed in the public eye. So why is he gonna feel bad? Because that's what happens. Mockery is going to happen on either sides. All of us know that. People come and mock us when they come in here, like every time.
Dude, if I had to, oh man, you know how many anti-flat earthers have tried to piss me off? If I actually let them, do you understand how busy I'd be?
Yeah. You'd be an unhappy person for the rest of your days. But like, yeah, you can't sit here trying to have a discussion with people, knowing that if you're in the public eye, people are going to mock you, and then just come back and try to strike their YouTube channel in the same channel you want to have debates with civilly. You're using the platform because he comes in every day to the YouTube channel. It's like, what are you doing then? Go to another platform then. Why are you coming in every day? You're using the platform, so you want to take down the platform. So that doesn't make any sense. And the same platform you want to be in here saying that you want free speech. Oh, that's nice. You want to have your cake and eat it, don't you?
I don't think he liked Steve's interview. That rocked a lot of people.
That was great.
Anyway, yeah.
Just wait until they use they, them in their profile pronouns. They're going to get some stick.
Anyway, yeah, but that's with that guy.
They, them, Z's, their, MX.
But there was, like I said, there was a few other cronies that were following in suit. As soon as we were starting to talk about, like, because they first made the threat on YouTube. Nope, you're gonna get struck. And then Betty Light chimed in, and like freaking Flurf, all of them, they started to like pile in there happily that we're gonna get struck. I was like, these freaking guys, man, they're so happy to be in the platform every single day, having their chats, like just talking down to any flat earther that's in there, and then they want to strike it. Like, and they're so happy and glee, and they're dancing, and oh, you guys are gonna get struck. It's like, yeah, see how they are? They don't want that platform. They don't want that free speech. So they say they're a cancel culture. They're the worst vermin that there ever is. Cancel culture. That's all they are. They're not talking about free speech. They're against free speech. They would rather take you down instead of having a platform where they can disagree with you. Sorry, man. I got on my soapbox a little bit.
No, you're right.
Bruh, you're 100%. Keep going if you want, man. It's right on time.
I just feel, man, it sucks because we fight for so much, and the moment you get something, this freaking cancel culture comes in here, and then instead of it just being like, just bring some proof, talk about evidence, whatever it is. You can disagree with us all day long. You could even mock us. I don't care. That's the platform. What it's for? It's an open platform. But if you start coming against the platform itself, whereas we're having this conversation, that's a little different. And then like yesterday, because we were talking about that on the YouTube live stream tech chat, and then those guys were saying stupid things like, yeah, you guys want to ban people, you're just bullies. You just want to like take people away from having free speech. I'm like, man, that's what you want to do. That's exactly what you're trying to do to us. You're striking the YouTube channel. And then you want to come in here willy-nilly, talk about what you want? No, get out of here. Like, no, we're going to ban anyone who says that. And
Dude,
that's why it's like, it's different now. So I'm telling you guys, like, that's why it used to be, well, like, yeah, man, fair game, open platform, this and that. But if you want to have that attitude right there, you're out. You're out. We don't need you.
You know, man.
Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
It's like this, man. If you wouldn't survive the tactics that you're employing on people on the playground, why you gonna do it here?
This is exactly them too. The cancel culture, woke generation, or libtards. They do exactly what they're doing is what they call people. They say people are doing it, but that's exactly what they're doing, and we can all see it. The hypocrisy is through the roof at this stage.
Dude, it's beyond 100%. Dude, like yesterday, they were in there as we were banning those guys who were trying to like advocate for striking the YouTube. I was going through the list. Take out Flurf Williams. Take out Bendy Light. Take out Bobby Steels. Take them out because they're advocating for striking the YouTube. And anyone else who follows suit, you're gone. Like there isn't any more Mr. Nice Guy. We're letting you be in here. Like say things like that because the platform is what we're using. It doesn't matter if you disagree with us and call us flurfers or whatever. I don't care. Names like that don't mean anything to us. But when you're coming against the YouTube channel or the Discord, you're picking a different fight. That's something totally different. And that means we have the right to ban you on site. So, yeah, if you want to get gone, that's the first thing you want to do, right? Is come against the platform. And we'll happily get rid of you. Happily.
We're doing you a favor by letting you speak here, anti-flat earthers. And if you're respectful, we'll keep talking to you. But if you pull some shit like Bob, nah. Bye-bye.
You're gone. And that is culture. That's exactly, you're getting what you give. That's what that is. You're getting what you give. Because the platform exists so that people can debate, they can talk, they can challenge each other. That's what it's for. Cancel culture sucks, dude. I hate this freaking day and age that we're in right now.
Isn't it something? Oh my god.
It's stupid, man. It really is.
Well, best part about it, though, is you can't cancel the truth. Earth measures flat regardless of what anyone thinks or does.
Hell yeah. I'm going to kick it over to you guys, man. I gotta do some dishes.
Thanks, Miggy. Love you, bud. What I mentioned about playground tactics, it's simple. It's if you couldn't get away with this on the playground, right? If you get your little nose broken on the playground because you pulled some bullshit, well, you can't pull it here on the internet either. Just because you're behind your keyboard and you think you're anonymous doesn't mean you can't get punished. Just be nice. We just want to talk to you, okay? If we're going to make some funny gifs, listen, I implore anti-flat earthers, flat earthers, whatever, make some gifs, make some funny images of me. I couldn't give a shit less. Why? Because I already have dignity and integrity. I don't need it from somebody else. All right? Just can we laugh together about stuff, man? You put yourself in the crosshairs if you're gonna do something like that in the first place. Someone makes a funny little image about you, and then you go out and get butthurt. Well, guess what we're gonna do next time? Like, it doesn't make sense. Don't do that. Like I said, playground. We're just trying to have a conversation. Don't do the playground stuff, man. If I were given the opportunity to hurt your YouTube channel, Bob, I would never, ever, ever, ever take it, no matter what. Okay, that's the difference here.
It's worth pointing out that these keyboard warriors, these telephone tough guys, these trolls, they've been confused by the world, deceived by the world, deceived by their own thoughts. It's worth pointing out that what gives the trolls energy You do. So stop.
Yeah.
Every time I see Austin going like 10 to dozen with him, I think, what are you doing, man? Just stop. But I don't know. That's all part of that ego as well, you see, because it's reinforcing it each time. Now, I can talk about the fact that I'm a bit more cynical, and I think they're organised. I think they're part of groups, etc., etc. But don't get me wrong.
They even take
still there's still a few of them that are lame AF. You know, don't get me wrong.
Really like it. Yeah, there's some that really.
I'm not ruling that out. Of course, there's a few of them that are just whatever, lonely and etc.
That playground analogy rings true. They got Bob with that Globebusters a couple weeks ago, where they just kept railing him with the thanks Bob. They all know what that fucking is. That's stupid, mean, whatever. They just kept drilling him till he got tired of it and started banning people. And they ran to Helio about it, and Helio took his wrench. You know, that's the playground mentality. You know, a bully picks on you until you tell him to fuck off, and then he runs to the teacher and telling you for cussing. You know, it's that type of thing.
Exactly, and we all know it's because the bully is insecure about something in their life, right? That causes them to lash out in these actions.
Yeah, exactly. The bully's broken. The bully needs a hug. Yeah.
That's why sometimes I do feel bad for these Globers, but like when it comes to the anti-flat earthers, they try and play this song and dance like, no, I'm a real Globie, and I'm like, no, you're not. You know both sides, and you know we're right, and like you're being so difficult and dishonest that you're trying to get a kick out of us, you know. And sometimes it's fun to play, you know, I think with our food in that way, because we kind of, it's entertaining, I think, for some, for sure. But, you know, when they start actually attacking the form, I do think that's really important, because I forget who says it, maybe it was Alexander Hamilton, but it's, you know, well known that, you know, I may not agree with what you have to say, but I will defend to the death for your right to say it. And, you know, that freedom is, as soon as this cancel culture thinks that it can sweep through, like, the people, what's the sad part is that people will have done it to themselves and not even realized it, you know. Which is kind of the same thing about the Globe, which is kind of why we're there, just helping them trying to realize it. But yeah, the anti-flat earther, it's a whole nother subject. It's just awful.
But they will pay for that. You know, I said that when I first came in here. It's so funny because, you know, I was talking to Sean quite a lot. You remember that, Sean? When I first came in here, I was talking to change his name again. Glot Flabe. And it's so funny because we were talking about something similar to this, and I said, and somebody had basically took a deal or whatever it is. I can't even remember the context of it, but they basically, what I would say is they've gone against the flow. They've gone against the way. That's the way I would say it, which is a bit weird thing to say, I know, but and I said, oh well, they'll just pay then, and they'll probably die, and good riddance. And everybody went, whoa, 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 and server muted me. They server muted me, right? And the last thing I said was, oh no, death's not the end. And that's the last thing you heard me say before the server muted me. And it's so funny because I always think everybody's done the work, but they haven't. And I hate that word as well, work, by the way. Because it should, yeah. Anyway, I'm not going to unpack that, but the point is that I do that sometimes where I speak and I just think, oh, they know this too. I just automatically, I don't know why I do that. I just forget, oh no, they don't know this. So when I said, oh, they'll probably die and good riddance. You know.
Culture shock.
Someone needs him.
It needs to be emphasis. I need to point this out, and this sounds really weird. I recognize that person as myself. And so when I say they'll die in good riddance, I mean they're not doing themselves any favors or or anyone else. They're not.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
Chris gets it.
Not like an actual like go kill yourself. It's nothing like that.
Right. They took the deal. They went against truth, and they're going to pay for it. And okay, at one time, you see, it's so funny because I came to a weird place where it sounds really cold, and it's hard for me to see that now because back in day, I was overly sensitive. You see, and everything bothered me. And this is probably why life forced me into this strange place where I had to do this work on myself. But now I realize I'm in a different place where I sound cold AF. I sound really cold, but it's not a coldness. It's not a coldness at all. It's just a realization of what this realm is, really. And it's so funny because even my own mother said that to me. Oh, you sound cold now.
It's called righteous indignation. That's what it is. It's righteous indignation.
Exactly. And so I just reached a totally different place where there was an acceptance. Wherever you bring acceptance to a thing, peace soon follows it. And before there was so much empathy, too much empathy, where I felt too much. I felt other people's like emotional issues, and it really messed me up in a big bad way. Like
every time they stirred your cup of tea, you had so much debris in that tea that it swirled as well. But as soon as you start like removing that tea from the liquid, and if somebody tries to stir you up, there's no debris, there's nothing, not even the bottom or the deepest things that you're holding and latching onto.
You're kind of describing me as well, maybe when I was a little bit younger, because that empathy led me to being gullible. And maybe I would sit and entertain somebody. You've been highlighting how there's people in here that maybe don't have such good intentions and might be getting paid and so on. So me at a younger, more empathetic stage would sit and possibly entertain someone like that, when now, might be more cold of me, but I'm not going to entertain that anymore. You know what I mean? So I definitely pick up what you're putting down there.
Oh, well, mine were on like times 10, like you're on steroids. Like I'd go into like I could feel somebody's energy, like across the road, like literally across the street.
Yeah.
And it put me into a very strange place because, it turned me into a recluse, I didn't want to be around anybody. And so very, and I sometimes say to people, and I know there's a lot of people out there struggling right now, and I sometimes say, well, they're not broken enough, which is also a very odd thing to say. They're not broken enough. And that was my thing. I was so messed up that, I was forced into this place where I had very few options. And life was saying, you're going to work, you're going to do this, or, well, there's no options. There's no options. The options were kill yourself, drug yourself into a nothingness, which is not an option either. And, let's try and find the root to this. Let's try and figure this stuff out. So as you Americans say, that's a no-brainer.
I like that second option.
Hey, real quick, guys, we may have a guy coming in here in a few with the name IE Affiliate. He was complaining on Twitter that our invite code was invalid, and I did some digging and found that he previously was here and got hard banned. So I lifted it so he can come up in here so we can see what he got to say if he wants to.
Yeah. Oh, I'm anxious. Let's go. Let's talk to this young man.
Yeah, just quickly, P. Mike. One sec. I did choose that second option, by the way. I did choose to bloody hide in the bottom of a bottle. But even then, it doesn't. At some point, you realise, it stops working.
Yeah.
Terrifying.
I remember you saying that. Yeah, it's no good.
The bottle works until it doesn't, and then it really doesn't.
So maybe a month or two, and then it's end of life. Huh?
Yeah, you're lucky if you can make it last a year before things start going bad. It's.
Oh no, I made it last 10 years.
Oh shit! No, then you got super. Well, I don't know if I call it lucky, but yeah, no, I hear you. Yeah.
You were good at it.
Yeah, I mean, generally, if it lasts a long time, you're good at it. So, better or worse, if that's the good news or not. That's what we call functioning, right? They're like, oh, he's a functioning alcoholic. It's like, yeah, those things, those exist. And I was one, for sure.
Yeah, I was never a sloppy drunk. I was never falling all over the place. I wasn't even slurring my words, I don't think. But like I keep saying at the end there, I wasn't really getting drunk. I was just getting straight. I was drinking to stop shaking.
What it turns into is instead of getting drunk and becoming a party, it's you have to do it just to get through the day. Like, oh my God, I'm shaking so bad I have to drink half a bottle of vodka just to take this first business phone call.
And not to mention it takes a lot of fiscal or financial fucking money too.
Okay, listen to this. When I quit drinking, I calculated that I'd be saving over $25,000 a year.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Crazy? 25 grand. Yeah.
My dad's been he was kind of a lifelong functioning alcoholic, and he figured out he quit it not too long ago because he was going to die, but he figured out he would have been a millionaire 10 years ago if he hadn't touched drink all his life.
That's
easily a million.
Well, it does steal everything from you. It's not just a cliche. That's true. I ended up in a place where the only thing I had to look forward to is sleeping. And it even took that away from me. It even took that away. Think about that. The only thing I had to look forward to was sleeping. And then I could sleep for literally like an hour and a half, 2 hours. And then I'd wake up and I'd just shake for about 6 hours until I started drinking again. What a brilliant existence. And people think hell doesn't exist. No. Folks, hell exists. I've lived in it. And it was right here.
Yeah, it happened to me for a little while now. Sometimes.
Sorry, P. Mike. Go on.
Oh, you're right. Sometimes I go off a wee bit. When I'm working, I would come home and have like 5 cans and quarter bottle of whiskey and then go to sleep. But I shouldn't actually do that. But what I do now is kind of every week, maybe once a week, get fucking 2 slaughtered. But anyway, so what you were saying there, Andy, is the kind of life that what you realize this place is. Do you want to elaborate a wee bit on that, or will we just leave it at that? Or
I think it's more of people's personal journey because, I mean, I feel like I could talk about that for hours, and I don't know. We have all kinds of. I'm aware enough to know that it's especially things like what happens after and all that people are obsessed with. I'm aware enough to know that that's just a bunch of ideas. That's just a bunch of claims that I don't really want to make. So
yeah. Some of them claims would offend some people, wouldn't they?
Well, like alcoholism or addiction, recovery from anti-flat earthism and the underlying belligerent gullibility is marked by stages referred to as early, middle, and long-term or established worldview recovery. Nothing is more important than someone's ability to be honest with themselves and others. Flat Earth can help with this. We do so in teaching people who would be deceived by others about their world how to use their senses in navigating the world around them with their own critical thoughts and evidences instead of someone else's. It is our duty to be our brother's keeper and help our fellow man remove the shackles of conformity for the sake of knowing the truth. Anti-flat earthism can be cured, and you too can live an honest life. Flat Earth can help.
And you may be entitled to compensation.
Yeah.
That affects my cause PTSD, trauma, trouble sleeping at night.
Our special counselors are here waiting for you.
That's right, 24 hours a day.
Aeration.
That was really good, though.
Yeah, cool book, bro. What
Yeah, I'm
chapter is that?
writing a book called, I don't know the title yet, but it's so fun. I just keep finding these, like, diagnoses for different, disorders, and so jokingly I rewrite them to, make it fit like a Glober anti-flat earther. But it'd be funny if, like, the anti-flat earthers did that about flat earthers, too. Like, this is just fun. It's just back and forth.
Brilliant.
Anyway.
Yes, glad. Dude, yes, I could totally love this because I've been tapping into this diagnosis, doctor's perspective type thing. They have so many different syndromes and, like, it's just fun to start naming the diagnosis. What did you say the other day? You were like, you can help me name the syndrome.
Well, there's globe belief disorder, and now I've got anti-flat earthism. But there was something else, maybe. Maybe you were talking about something else?
Yeah, you helped me name some syndrome. I forget what it was called, though.
Oh, no, you were talking about... I said they did a Hail Mary. It's
Hail Mary, yeah.
Yeah, when they just... You said they were talking about, like, they'd say something, throw it down the field, and hope it sticks.
Yes, they're saying it and hoping it's true. Yep.
Right.
The Hail Mary. Yeah, exactly. I love
we could write a whole book, man. We could do like y'all ever heard of the Mayo Clinic book? It's like the big medical book in the world. Well, we could do one of those for anti-flat earthers.
I used to watch a lot of House,
Yeah.
So, just tapping into my old House days. You got to diagnose these goofballs. They have a lot of things wrong with them,
Right. And listen, House got stuff done. He was a dick for sure, but he got stuff done.
Yeah. And those pills, we're just popping red pills. Like, oh man, gosh, man. You gotta pop 4 red pills. It's getting too rough.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love that show. I watched it a lot. So it's fun. It's just really fun to... They do have a lot of syndromes. And the Hail Marys.
Well, yeah, and the thing is, these people have so much that can be helped. But to me, the most disappointing part, because I'm studying to be a substance abuse counselor, but that doesn't mean it's just relegated to drugs and alcohol, right? It's everything that you can be addicted to, including your own ego. And since I have a lot of experience with that one, I know I can help people. But the trick is, people don't take this conversation seriously enough to where they can even listen to me, especially because I'm a flat earther, right? I can't say, well, I noticed that you have this thing that might be holding you back in your relationships this way, or the way you react about this, or react about this, or the way that somebody else did this to you, and you blah, blah, blah. I can't talk to these people seriously about what's going on inside of them because they're not taking this seriously in the first place. But what they do, though, is they make very obvious the things that they have to work on in their personal lives outside of this conversation. So it's kind of a double-edged sword.
Yeah, so you just latch onto that instead.
I think one of the things that helped me a lot, and I say this, and I know when I said this to Tim, he didn't like it. He was like, no. But one of the things that really helped me is recognizing what a piece of shit I am.
Wait,
you understand? I realized deeply that I'm full of shit.
Oh.
And I'm a hypocrite. And that really helped me a lot.
Right. When you can look in the mirror and truly take away all of the things that are making you say, well, but this is okay because this, and I can get away with this because of this. Now, if you truly see yourself for every blemish, every wide open pore, every scar on your face, if you're seeing yourself honestly, then you can be honest. You can make some changes, but that's the hardest thing for anybody to do.
Yeah, you start to sort of forgive yourself then. You start to sort of...
If you can, you got to forgive yourself, man. It's number one.
Hey,
Carl
Andy.
Young. Oh, go ahead.
No, Sonny, you can go.
I was just going to say I have a lot of experience in this whole thing, too. And Carl Jung, 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 wrote a lot about this, the alcoholic mind. And he thought there were cases that were hopeless, and the only cure is going to be some sort of spiritual awakening. And So the people that created AA, that's literally helped millions of hopeless people save themselves, helped me too. I was one of them, and I'm not hopeless anymore. Like what happened to me is I had to let loose of the whole fellowship thing because I found they're just human too, and I would have a tendency to expect too much. But the biggest thing I think I got from going to meetings and that there was really something to be said for that. I found a God of my own understanding, and that led me to that creator that I perceive now, which like all of those steps were necessary. Like I had a serious anti-religious reaction to anybody to before. Like I believed in a creator my entire life, but it wasn't like anything that I saw anywhere else in like in places I went to church. Like I kept searching and searching, but I couldn't find it. I couldn't find out what they were talking about. I don't know what you're taught. Like I didn't understand, and I had to find that within myself and what the creator meant to me. And then once in 2017, I discovered that all the water that I ever traveled on was all horizontal. I was like, in a way, I was like, hallelujah. Wow.
Yeah.
Like, because I think I already knew that. But the addiction thing is hard because even with this knowledge, I just want to tell everybody, be careful, because you can get to a place where you want to start hiding again. And that happened to me just recently, and I made it through. But it could be devastating when it's just like the information and the isolation, like it can be too much. So, and I don't often talk about it. I have a couple people on here that I will talk with, personally. And I'm grateful for that. I really am. It's literally, this place has probably saved my life. Like if I thought that, if I went with this belief that I did before, that there was no one out there for me anywhere, like no one thought like I did. And when I found this place, I found all of you. You guys think like I do. And I didn't feel alone anymore. And so like if just knowing you guys are here is a tremendous uplifting thing for me. Even if I don't come on, I know you're here,
You're
Anyway,
welcome.
Thank you, Sonny. Love you, bro. It's awesome. I'm not gonna speak for everybody else, but yeah, this place it's crazy because the most deceptive, sadistic, evil, and twisted things brought us together so that we can come here and talk about them. And I met the love of my life. I'm about to get married, guys, because of Flat Earth.
It's amazing.
Like that's, and I don't want to toot my own horn. And what I'm saying is like this place is magical in a way that, because it's based on truth, and the nicer we are about it, right? The less I let myself get worked up when an anti-flat earther calls me a name or something, the more actual good I'm doing for the whole world, right? Because you don't let these people get away with their dumb stuff, and I'm trying to help someone learn something too, so that they can remove their shackles, right? It's out of love. So we all come here out of love to try to help each other and others, right? That's the whole deal. So that's why if you're on our side, things go well for you. And I'm not trying to sell it, but I'm saying, listen to Sonny's testimony. Listen to people talk about this. Because we're here talking to each other about things like this instead of sports or whatever, just normal mainstream stuff. I think we're getting to the nitty gritty of reasons to be here, right? Fellowship, community, build this place up, build each other up. Anyway, I'm rambling, but yeah, I love this place and I love you guys. I love you, anti-flat earthers, right? Just we all need each other to do with what we're doing here. So better or worse, right? This is a very unique situation, I think.
Right. It's funny you should say that, because I want to make it clear that I don't hate these people. When I said that before, and I got server muted, and I said that guy's probably going to die in good riddance. I don't hate these people at all. I don't blame them for taking the ticket.
Yep.
You might have heard me say that before. I don't blame Joe Rogan for taking his $200 million on his Spotify.
Yeah.
Whatever that was. I don't blame these people for choosing a yacht over a ditch with probably gunshots in the back.
Yeah.
Who can blame them? I certainly don't.
Yeah.
But I don't want to listen to them anymore. That's the difference. Because they no longer are speaking for themselves from that, whatever it is, that tuning fork, that thing that feels good, that's in there, that's truth, that Miggy often talks about. They're not talking from that anymore. They're a mouthpiece for someone else. And so I don't want to listen to them anymore. That's all. I don't hate them. And I don't judge them either. I don't think, oh God, you know what I mean? I just think, well, they took the ticket. That's all.
Yeah.
They took the ticket.
They bought the ticket and they're taking the ride. And it is my job to just be brother's keeper as best I can, you know. And I will get an attitude, right? Y'all seen it. Mm-hmm. Everybody gets an attitude from time to time, but like, I don't know. It's not because I don't respect you. It's that I respect you so much that I know you can act better. I know you can actually understand truths instead of belligerently defend lies. So I do respect everybody here in that way.
Yeah, it's funny that whole sentiment, Glad, is that's my sentiment. So hearing you say all that, I'm like, whoa, it's amazing.
Right? Well, and it makes sense to hear like that you would agree, right? It would make sense that people agree with that, because I think that genuineness that is what brings us all together. Even with the people who they come against us, there's some genuineness in there trying to get out, right? They just don't know how to do it yet. They can't admit that they were lied to, but they want to be a part of this, you know, moving forward in truth somehow. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, it's good to hear that, Drace.
Yeah, I agree. I like it.
Yo, Andy, so I was going to say that, like, I agreed with your message about, you know, what you said a few minutes back. Although, you know, maybe a bit vulgar, rough around the edges, it has some truth to it. I'm sure you've heard Alan Watts put it in another way. He said, you know, you're a rascal.
Yeah.
So that might be like a more friendly version, a PG version to put it. But what you said, I think, was spot on. It's just rough, a little bit rough around the edges. But yeah, I like the way
that's me summed up well. Rough around the edges.
But I like the idea of the rascal, like, because I think we all have a bit of that. The hypocrite, you know, you're the third party, but not really. You're just as involved, just as guilty, you know, as you know. You point the finger, there's three fingers pointing back at you. So.
Well, it's quite the revelation to me when I suddenly realised that something inside of me loved the pain, and I mean loved it, loved the drama. You know, this is very, very odd. Like, what is that thing that just loves the pain?
Yeah.
And then once, the negativity,
the negative, let's see, the polar difference. No, I'm not going to use those words. The like opposite of the adrenaline and the good feeling dopamines. There's the negative ones. I think I was addicted to the negative ones too. Like, they give you this negative rush of all this horrible feelings, and people get addicted to feeling horrible. Isn't that strange?
Misery loves company, as they say.
So I just want to bring up one point here, and I'll stop. But we have access to the most complicated drugstore in existence in ourselves. So, like I heard this said before, what kind of how well are we taking care of how we're using those? Like, we have the choice we could create those things and we could be happy. Like, and sometimes I choose not to smile when I could just smile, and and then start liking it even if you don't feel good. So like that's it. That's all I was going to say. We can make.
So you think you have resting bitch face, Sonny? Is that what you're saying?
What did you say? What did you say?
So you're saying you have resting bitch face? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not catching the last little part.
Oh, well, it's just this. There's this saying that the kids say these days, like, somebody might have a RBF, a resting bitch face.
Oh,
where you walk around with a smug look and you
scowl. You're like scouring at everybody,
and you have to.
And like, what is that about? Like, I'll start noticing that. Yeah, what a trip. Like, why am I being such an asshole just inside myself?
Right.
Like, I'm thinking bad things about myself and others. I'm the one with the problem. So like, who's doing that? Yeah, me. And that's
the thing with the resting bitch face is that you're not really pissed off. You just happen to look that way. People perceive you as that way, but there's really nothing wrong.
Well, I can't say that for me. I was really pissed off.
Dude.
That's the idea behind. That's the idea behind that saying. Is what I'm meaning.
I was actually pissed off, and I think on some level I might not be quite aware of it, but the point is that the terrible energy that I was giving off. I mean, I told you. I mean, this is so weird, but by the end of it, because I was bringing it to the surface more and more and more, because I was listening to the right people, and I was bringing it to the surface more and more and more, and then when I'd go out, and I mean, you might not believe this, but I swear this was true, and I've got the scars to prove it. People would either start crying in my presence, or they'd try and punch me in the face. And I promise you, this is true. And I had several people swing for me and a few connectors. but I was bringing this terrible energy to the surface, and the more I brought it to the surface, and I was just still getting drunk. And so I'd go to bars, and you can imagine it got old quite quick. People just crying. Why? Oh my God!
I would.
And trouble. Trouble used to follow me around. So, but anyway, the thing is, it's like a bad smell. And once I got to put that down, oh my God, it was like, it is the best thing ever. Like, I can't even. Anyway, the point is, it stemmed from the most stupid thing when I was a child, but I realize now that most people have something that happened to them, and it could be something totally horrific as well, of course. But the point is that we carry it forwards, we carry it with us, and this needs to be addressed. Whatever it is for you, it needs to be addressed. It can't be swept under the carpet, because what happens is, you see, when you're a kid, you swept this thing under the carpet because you didn't have a choice, because you ran away from it inside. You ran away from it because you didn't have the emotional maturity to deal with it. So it's perfectly natural for you to run away from it. Of course you did. But it got trapped. It got trapped there inside, and it no longer flows with the harmonious functions of the body. See? Now that negativity, just like every other entity in this realm, needs to feed. And what it feeds on is negativity in all its forms, if you think of it as a sliding scale. So, wherever you go, and especially true with family members, by the way, anybody super close to you, they know exactly that thing that uses your cleverness and starts poking and prodding. It knows exactly what buttons to push to get that feed. And once I realized that, oh my God, everything just changed. No more blaming and complaining. It was gone. And I'd want that same thing for you, but it's like I say, it's a bit, it's traumatic to go through. It's very traumatic, but it's worth it. So, like I said, that thing needs to be healed, whatever it is. I don't know what it is for you. I mean, for me, when I go into a certain place, it played itself as a movie in my head, and then I could play it over and over and over and over and over again to deal with. Because this is what I've heard some people say. This is one thing I had disagreed with Owen Benjamin about, because he said, no, you just got to keep moving, keep going forward. No. This thing needs to be addressed, whatever it is, and it needs to be talked out or whatever it is. I always, it's funny because afterwards I wondered if a hypnotist could do this for you or for a person. I think they probably could. Well, I don't know too much about hypnotism. I know it's a real thing though. But for me, it just played itself as a movie, and I relived it over and over and over and over again, and that was the root of the problem, my emotional situation. And then, you see, I had the emotional maturity to deal with it, and it wasn't a problem. I'm not sure if this is getting through at all.
It is. I understand where you're coming from. There are plenty of hypnotic techniques or neurolinguistic programming techniques to deal with that kind of stuff. And in my own way, I dealt with it by going through discernment and realizing that the thoughts that pop into your head are not you. You are in control and can control which thoughts you accept and don't. And so once I realized that, my whole life changed.
Yeah, I wanted to chime in right there because for me it was also the same thing as Drace and Andy's talking about. I had to start having this internal dialogue with myself. That part of myself had been so long ignored, like I hadn't paid attention for a long time to my internal self, like literally. So you have to start having this dialogue with yourself. And when you open up that dialogue, you start having that narrative. And I had to do that with addictions too, because those are the same thing. The thought starts first somewhere inside of me. And so I started questioning these characters, and I went into depth with the Carl Jung, his whole theories about the psyche and the archetypes inside of us, and then the hero story. And I related to all of that. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, DM me or something, and I'll let you know. It's a long conversation, but I had to break it down. Who are these characters in me that are trying to take the driver's seat instead of the responsible adult that's in here somewhere? And I knew that responsible, level-headed, balanced adult was inside of me because I had utilized that part of myself to get things done before and be very productive, as a matter of fact, and very focused, a little too focused. But yeah, so I had to break it down and go there is definitely characters inside of us. We all have all of them. And if you don't,
I would argue that sometimes anyway, that dialogue is part of the problem.
Yeah, well, if you don't listen, if you don't think, I'll end with this. If you don't think you have one of these dark characters, the shadow part of yourself, then what you do is it doesn't make it go away. You just project it out into the world, and that's all you see out in the world. Coming back into you is what you've projected out. It bounces back, and then everybody's all shocked, why is everything so shitty? Because you projected it out into the world. I'm speaking from my own experience, and made the world look like a dark, bleak place, a gray place with no color. I did that. No one did that. So there are these characters, and what you have to do is, if you know that you're a wild animal, and you're able to put that in a cage and keep it contained, how powerful do you think that energy is if utilized in the correct through the correct channels with the right intentions, right?
Well, I would have said it's more of a surrender. It's more of a making friends with it than a trying to cage it or stop it.
Well, I know, but you have to make an agreement because they're insistent on taking the bandwidth all the time.
But the thing is, you're not gonna get to that agreement point unless you establish that control. If you let that those feelings and those stray thoughts just run your life, you're just going to be running on autopilot. Like there's no conversation to be had. But if you say no, I'm not gonna follow the addiction or whatever is trying to push you in a direction that you don't want to go, then you're creating a starting point of you're in control. And if you can maintain that, you can actually have this dialogue and create a more constructive relationship where your inner dialogue is not working against you as much.
Exactly, and you're not fighting. Like, I agree, this can be done with love and compassion, and that's what it should be, because I don't know how to do that. Like, I didn't grow up learning how to do that. I had to learn all of those things myself. What is love and compassion? Like, if I don't know how to do that inwardly within myself, love isn't something that you're going to get from outside, like some material a gem or something, you know. No, it has to come from inside. You can't transmit something or receive something if you don't perceive it inside of yourself first, right? So I can't transmit something I don't have. So if I feel like I'm lacking love, then I need to provide that for myself. There's something wrong, just like Andy said, it's stored in my cells, these traumas, and a lot of them are just very deep wounds, and not only very emotional, spiritual, but also obviously affects the physical, right? And so it's stuck inside of us, and these aches and pains and all of these things, they're not for no reason, right?
Yep. This is also, for instance, Chinese face reading is based on basically this: we accumulate traumas over the course of our lives, and they are reflected in our face. And so when the Chinese face readers see the marks on their face, they try to talk to them like a therapist and try to deal with the underlying issues that are connected to those marks. And miraculously, some people walk out of there and they're like, the marks are gone. So it makes people look younger. It's one of the reasons why Asians are so young looking. Besides the good,
it's one of the reasons I'm 42 and I look 32.
Yeah,
I'm going to appeal to the audience's vanity right now.
Yeah, I'm 38 and I'm about to turn 40, but I don't look it.
And the main reason for that is the ground of being. The ground of being.
It's also it's allowing yourself to be in touch with your inner self and your inner child, and allowing yourself to express the good emotions. Like it's kind of like with neurolinguistic programming teaches you this, that if you're feeling bad or if you're feeling unconfident, change your posture. If you change your posture for 3 minutes or longer, your body's chemistry starts being like, oh, okay, we need to switch over. And so it can help both create anchors for confidence and other such modalities, or help you get back into those.
When I'm in that place, I don't want to talk. I know that I'm doing a lot of talking now, but I find that it spoils it. I don't want to talk.
Yeah, it's kind of like when you're feeling really bad, it's harder to talk about things. You can see this especially with like the more pain people are in, the harder it is to have a conversation. So even if you don't physically feel pain, there's a mental trauma there still, like distracting your conscious thought, even though it's not on like a conscious level.
Yeah, that's what people don't recognize with that's stepping back from that stream of thoughts. That's what Grace mentioned earlier, and that's so important because people don't realize that with addiction especially, like when you stuff in your face, you're not thinking. And when you're drinking, yes, there's that, you satisfy that that craving initially, so there's that part of it. But what they don't probably realize is that the thought stream has slowed right down, and it feels so good. it feels so good because it's slowed down, and then eventually it'll just stop because you just pass out. You just no more. And you don't need the alcohol or the food or whatever it is to stop that. You can step out of that yourself. You don't need any of that.
Thing for me, so I understand.
Yeah, and that's why I say it was such a revelation to me when I realized that this thought stream, this thing, I'd rather cling to the pain than step into the unknown, because the pain was like a comfort blanket. It was like, at least I knew what it. I knew what it was. It's like, confused it. I thought, oh, that's me. That's me. No, it's not you at all. Turns out it's just some shit that happened to me once.
Yeah, this hits on a very crucial point that me and Karma like to talk about, because if something is really hard to talk about, it's generally important to talk about. Like,
yeah,
I
think you're very lucky with this lady. She sounds wise.
Yeah, well, I taught her everything she knows. I raised her, basically, because Dad wasn't a very good father.
Well, I part of what pushed me down this into this terrible place was breaking up with a lady that I was very much in love with. I was with her for like 10 or 15 years, a long time, a fucking forever, childhood sweethearts type of situation. But I wanted to talk everything out, as you could tell, and she wanted to sweep everything under the rug. And I knew that wasn't right. But that was just, and I don't want to sound like I'm knocking her, because she was such a great person, raised really well, morally, just a really good person.
It sounds like you weren't speaking each other's love
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And I just wanted to talk everything out, And it reminds me of Aldous Huxley's last book. It's called Island. And, he did a lot of LSD in his final years, on his deathbed, in fact. And a lot of these kind of things. And there's a moment in that book where he has I don't know if I've discussed this before, probably. So forgive me if I have. But the whole thing's like metaphor. It's like a story within a story. So I don't want to unpack that. But there's a moment when he comes up this hill and he gets attacked by this snake and he slips down the hill. And he bumps himself and and he hurts himself. Well, then he meets this little girl, and she's obviously playing something, whatever, but she's portrayed as a little girl. Right, and so he's talking to her, and he says, well, I had an accident, and I fell down the hill, and there's a snake, and it attacked me, and all this, that. And he's like, but I don't want to talk about that. And she's like, no, you must talk about it. You must talk about it. And she emphasizes, keeps saying it. She keeps saying, and that is basically the crux of what I've been trying to say here, is that whatever that is, that root of that thing is, it needs to be brought out to the light. It needs to, you understand what I'm saying? You need to shine the light of your awareness on it. And the moment you do, it, runs away like an insignificant phantom, because that's what it is. But it's been plaguing you. It's been plaguing you.
Yeah, that reminds me of when you have nightmares. It's the same thing. It plays on your fears, but actually, if you face it with love and no fear, it turns into a very impish-looking, pathetic-looking thing, and then runs away. Like, it's amazing how everything has almost this fractal simile. And is connected in this world. It's pretty amazing when you start looking at the world through different lenses, through different viewpoints, and seeing like what could be and what is.
Yeah. Sorry, I dwell in that place, and then I don't want to speak because it feels so good. And when I speak, it spoils it. So, yeah, I just want to go quiet. But I realised that I've start talking and be like, I don't want to let the audience down, sort of thing. But I feel like if I keep talking about it, then that shift will happen in you too. I don't know. It's funny because
I get that feeling, but I think everybody has like I often talk about this. But everybody has a lock, and they need a specific key.
Yeah.
Like that girl you were dating before might have needed the thing to be framed in a more emotional way, or like needed to get to a different point in her life before she was ready to accept this. So there's like different steps she needed to take before she was ready to get up to the door, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, sadly she went down the exact opposite road, which is what she thought, and I don't blame her for that because society had pushed her in that way. Let me just say about the thing that we can't really talk about. She would have been first in line, so God bless her. She's a wonderful person, but yeah, we went down sort of opposite ways. I don't know. Damn, I was going to say something good and I can't remember what it is.
You're describing the gal that I was with too. It's weird sitting here listening to it, but it's almost exactly the same way. How she would want to sweep things under the rug. I want to talk about everything first, right away. Let's just address it. She was, wanted to go and be first in line for the thing, and obviously I don't have that, so it's just funny to sit here and listen to that. How common this can be between brothers here.
Yeah. Anyway, I hate that when I feel like there was something so important I needed to say, and it's just gone. So, anyway, I appreciate you.
It'll come back to you.
Well, if it was so important, it couldn't have been that important.
Well, if it is important, it will come back to you. It's. Wait, I can see it right now. It's coming. Do you feel it?
I'm blaming you, Drace. You just totally fucked my flow up. I'm all joking.
That happens to me sometimes too. My advice is you can always go click on the YouTube link and rewind it a few seconds and see if you can jog your memory.
I thought we were banned on YouTube.
Oh, no.
Oh, are we? Jeez.
No, we have our channel up and going. We're good.
Okay.
But yeah, it's some deep stuff, boys. It's just I've been listening.
Yeah, there's no way around it. Those feelings inbound and outbound are going to come back around.
Hey, so we got Steve. Steve is in the chat. Welcome back, Steve. I see you made it back. Or you just left. I just introduced you. There he is. What's up, Steve? I just introduced you. You dipped out. I'm like, oh, righty. Your introduction just went out the window.
I meant to unmute, but I pressed leave. Sorry about that.
Steve. All right. No. Yeah. Welcome back, man, to the chat.
Yeah, I'm just listening to you guys about in life, and I went through a trauma during my years in the Navy, and suffered for many years with PTSD. And you're right, because talking about it makes it so much better, because you're facing your fears, and that's so true. You can just talk about it, and it took me a long time, but it just like a sense of relief to be able to speak to people. It's great guys. It's good to meet you all.
Good to see you back, Steve.
Likewise.
So yeah, we're on about the topic of the shape of the Earth. Any interesting conversations other than the ones we've had so far with these guys that come in here? Anything happened yesterday? I know because I missed a big portion of the live stream when I'm at work, so that's in my evening hours. Any challenges come up?
We got some new people. Some of them tried to just repeat the same old stuff, but we shut it down pretty quickly. They went to why would they lie, and we explained that pretty succinctly. Like we're not the the guys who are lying. We're just the people who figured out the lies, and we can show you the stuff if you want. And eventually, he left on pretty good terms. He's gonna come back, he says. So, who knows?
Yeah.
Just saying, after I told my story yesterday, I don't know who it was. Somebody called Gary of Loxley. He was asking me about how did we see Polaris in the south.
They're kind of shocked when you say that.
Yeah, it was a shock. The fact that we're on a flat Earth. That's
He's
a good
like,
reason why. Yeah.
Like, yeah, you can. He's like, no, you can't. And you're like, dude, I was there. So have you been there? No.
Exactly.
Get in the south. So
I've heard up to as far south as 23 degrees south latitude. I've heard has been seen several times.
I don't know the exact coordinates that we were at, but we was in the Falklands and we could navigate from. I mean, we used celestial navigation, so we used Polaris as and only as a last resort because technology today, even back in the 80s, it was quite good.
That's much further than 23 south. Wow.
yeah, you can look up where the Falkland Islands are, and then just know where you're at, where he's talking about, where you're at.
But I say we had other technology. We didn't just use stars. I mean, we're talking sailors for thousands of years using the stars. It was called celestial navigation. Am I mute?
And we were you're coming through good, Steve. And all of that was done with right triangles, correct?
Yes, correct. Yeah.
So
we had communications and we had landmarks. We had cardinal buoy systems, all sorts of things. Close to land.
Yes, radio direction finders. I know about all
That's
those
it.
things.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Oh, well, but we destroyed that technology.
The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology.
Yes.
Yeah. For some reason, they think that since GPS was created, that nobody remembers or uses sextant anymore. They sometimes they go they're unaware
GPS.
that.
Yeah, ground positioning systems.
Exactamente.
There's still places in the south where you can't even use a compass. It don't work.
Exactly. Even going south where I was,
yeah.
If your fixes on your stars and your triangulation of where you are with those elevation circles of equal altitude, right? When you triangulate yourself that way, if that is more accurate and finding your placement and getting to these little tiny little islands off in the Pacific that could be thousands of miles away, you would miss it if you were off in tiny little degrees.
Totally, yeah.
Right. That's a needle in a haystack. So if you're able to find that through your fixes of these celestial bodies over Zeniths that are known, written in almanacs, that you just look up, that's more accurate than your dead reckoning. You actually make corrections to your dead reckoning with this method to make sure you're in the right place. And then you double check it, and you can double cross reference that when you start getting close to land. Then you start doing triangulations with coastal navigation with a right triangle laid on its side.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so there's a double reference with triangles, several standing up and then several laying down on their sides. If they're not correct, if any of that was curved, can you imagine how far off you'd be?
Oh, totally, yeah. I'm taking it you're a sailor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I talked to you yesterday a bit.
Yeah, we did, yeah. Cool.
Yeah, it's great to have that conversation because not many people have been out beyond where you can't see any land anymore and have to find your way to where you're going with a flat chart. Not many people have done that. I've done that. I can still do it today. I know it so well, actually. It's like bicycle riding. I can still do it. Even though it's been years since I went on a sailboat with one of the flat earthers here, one of our members, Flat Earth Dude. And he and I spent 3 days on a, 32-foot sloop. And we were in the harbor, but we went sailing every day for 3 days. And we even got to go anchor across at this beautiful beach. The weather was just great. Swim to shore and then swim back to the boat and sail off. I mean, that was fun for me. I hadn't actually been on a sailboat since 1988. That's how long it had been. But I'm an old dog.
Yeah, I miss it. I miss it too.
Yeah, I kind of miss it. I start going, why don't I have a boat? Like last night I was riding my bicycle around. Like I get everywhere. I live in one of the most beautiful places on earth here in San Diego. And the sights around the water, like I can just see this, like it brought me to tears last night. It was so beautiful to see this place and how the lights were shining and like across the water and just like, wow. You just have these epiphany moments when you just go, it is truly a magnificent place. Like, how did I get here? Like, if you're not having that moment, at least for a little while every day, I think you're missing something. Anyway, I'll stop.
What's amazing is you find yourself looking at the horizon and thinking, that's flat.
I know.
You know?
I was looking down to Mexico last night. Under it was beautiful, clear night, cold and dry. And I could see there was this beautiful half moon. Every time I turned south, it was like right in front of me there, halfway up.
Wow.
So this is last night. I'm riding around. It's a beautiful, cold, crisp night with a half moon. And I went down by the water and the water was just still like glass. Parts of it, right? So the lights from the other side of the harbor. And then I was looking south past this bridge, this big bridge called the Coronado Bridge. And then beyond that is land and the Mexican border, and then hills off in the distance, way down. And out along
that refraction.
No, I mean I could see Mexico sparkling down there, and it's like 17 miles to the border. And so I'm looking at places that are 20, 25, probably 30 miles off in the distance, these lights twinkling. And then let's see what happened. The cloud cover came over, but you could still see perfectly clear under the cloud cover. And like I said, the water on my side of the harbor was completely flat, just a mirror, and those lights from everywhere across the other side all coming in right angle right to me wherever I was. It's incredible. What a place. Wow.
What a place.
If you're not astonished, that's nothing. Go get astonished today.
Yeah, I recommend you guys look at this video from Taboo Conspiracy because it's essentially how they inflated the globe using magnetic declination, so that because if you look at a globe on a map or a globe sphere and you don't account for magnetic declination, if you try to navigate by it, you're not gonna reach your destination. So they distorted the whole map, and you need to use this other map to reach your destination using the first one.
Yeah, I don't think the Globers get that at all. Like that I think they believe that these classroom maps are the ones that you go look up at Google, all these different types of maps that they show, different projections, right?
Yeah, I think they can just use that
when
instead.
we navigate, that it's a completely flat rectangular system that you're using, and you find your way just fine. I mean,
yeah, the thing is, using magnetic declination, they put two southern poles on two opposite sides of the flat Earth, and then bent all of the magnetic lines so that now when you're sailing, you have to be like, oh, okay, this isn't anymore north. I have to go like this many more degrees to the right or the left, and then assume that is north, and that kind of stuff. And if you look at the magnetic declination map, it's like it's all over the place. But there's a ballooning in the northern hemisphere where it's like almost looks like they're inflating a ball, and then on the other side they have these two poles where all the lines reach to those poles, and so it kind of wraps around from either side of the disk or the flat Earth to each one of those points, and so they think they're at the South Pole.
I'm going to be a bit of a Discord retard here. Where do I look? You know, when you start showing things, where am I looking?
Live stream, voice, text, chat.
All right. Okay.
It's right above the channel we're in.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a really good video. Taboo Conspiracy is basically just forwarding a presentation by another man who's also a sailor. So you guys, that's why I figured you guys would like find this at least a little interesting, because it's about sailing and how they actually do it and what they need to do it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's pretty strange, like when you're traveling like that, and then all of a sudden your compass goes whack off. I'm telling you, it's really weird. Because see, the
compass isn't going off. In this instance, it's not the compass that's changing. It's you are supposed to adjust your heading and assume the compass is wrong at those points.
Say yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's the weirdest thing, because it can happen in the sight of land, and you're going, no freaking way. So that was bizarre.
But it makes sense that if you're heading east or west, you've got to correct to the north.
Yeah, we had
strange. Yeah, and it does that perfectly using the magnetic declination. It forces you in the circle, just using the declination alone, and people don't realize, because they assume all the magnetics are just bent accordingly so that the globe fits. It's just there's no evidence of it, though. It's just this is how it has to be, so everything works out.
Yeah, that's a strange thing. I'm going to watch this.
Live stream 2. Is that the one? Live stream 2 voice text. Is that the channel?
No,
live stream voice text. It's above. It's right above the channel you are in.
Okay.
Go up past all the names.
Okay.
You'll see the first one above.
Oh, I see. Got it.
Yeah.
If you scroll up just a tiny bit, it's 58 minutes after the hour.
Yeah, got it. I'm on it.
It's a really good one. I like it. He could have presented it a little bit better, but English is not his first language.
Oh, okay. Taboo Conspiracy, that's the one, isn't it? No magnetic declination on flat Earth.
Yeah, I watched this one before. I think I watched this one several times, but I'm going to watch it again.
I found it really interesting. I'll probably watch it again.
Take notes, maybe.
There's 2 parts to it as well.
I should take some notes. Yeah, I keep wondering why I don't have a boat right now. That's what I was trying to say earlier. I'm like, dang, like, why is it I didn't manage to like have a boat? Because right now, I think I could really dig being anchored off of Catalina for 2 weeks, just doing nothing but fishing. And maybe hiking, swimming. But life changes us, and we have to just roll with the changes, right?
Just don't go fishing past the 60th degrees parallel.
I wouldn't suggest it. Yeah.
No.
I remember I was in the Navy. We were off of the Aleutian Islands. We were in Adak, Alaska, right? And they would always tell us like how many minutes to death if you fell overboard. Like they'd make these little announcements and stuff. Thanks for reminding us, don't fall overboard, because you will only have a maximum of like 7 minutes.
Yeah.
Or something less.
You can just hear the Glober now. Oh, who's going to catch you?
Right.
Yeah. It's not like anyone's out there waiting.
It's not 7 minutes. Nah, come on.
And then they'll take some cherry pick extreme case where someone survived for way longer or something. Yeah, under certain conditions. Anyway, I digress.
Yeah, they'll be like, the Iceman could be in water as long as in the cold water as long as he wanted, so it's
right.
subjective.
Yeah, oh my God.
It's just funny. They think you can roam the earth just freely, go wherever.
I know. Where did these people?
It's not like anyone's out there waiting to catch you. It's like neither is there a policeman around every corner that I drive around, but I don't go drifting and speeding everywhere I go.
So what do you mean? There's people with machine guns on the ice wall waiting to shoot you? No, there's people on boats with guns.
They'll go to that extreme.
Yeah, and like Steve told us, they're working with the Air Force, so there's also jets.
I know, right? That's what I was going to say. It's like they can just fly a plane. Sir, stop the plane now or we will shoot you down. It's like, oh.
Yeah. I see drones in the air. Was Miggy, were you trying to say something?
Yeah, no, I was just saying that they usually say that there's people with machine guns on the ice wall. And I said, no, there's people on boats with machine guns. They don't need to be on the ice wall.
Yeah, they got cannons. That machine guns are close fire range, so they have things that are much longer range than that.
They got boats faster than yours. They got planes faster than yours.
Yeah, technology better than yours.
They don't need to have cops around every corner. They can just chase you down with helicopters and faster cars.
You should see some of the privately owned ships I see. They're actual ships. Like some of the there's a sailboat from South. A couple of them I've seen. They're huge, like 200 feet, 300 feet long sailboats from South Africa. They sail all the way from there to here.
Nice
ships. Like it's outrageous. But if you think about what the militaries have, those things probably fly above the water now. That's me being in the Navy. I left, more than 25 years ago, 30 years ago. I don't know who's still counting after that long anyway. I can still go see the place I was in Navy boot camp here, which is really a trip. And I'm like, wonder what happened to all those people I went that I was in the Navy with, that I went to school, and now it's like a retail center. And high-priced condominiums where I was in boot camp, the actual grinder where I marched, where the cannons are still, like that was the parade grounds where I graduated boot camp. And now it's a soccer field. It's like this big field where people like walk their dogs and have picnics, and it's just wild. Anyway, I digress. I'll shut up now.
Yeah, but then they also have radar. They have air control, and they have trackers on the boats, and they track you. So if you're going someplace you're not supposed to be going, they send someone to check on you and then tell you to go back. And if you don't go back, then you just get shut down because you're violating international treaties.
Right? Remember that ship tracker? I think I put in the voice text yesterday. Ship
I can just
tracker.
hear the Globers now. Oh, what are they going to do? Shoot you? I can just hear them now. All the excuses.
No,
We'll
they
just
do.
start from a different place.
They just
Of course,
do
they would
everything
shoot
that-
you. You're violating international treaties, and no one's gonna hear about it. So why not?
Do you guys ask Steve? He was on the actual ship that would have to stop people, and if they fail to hear the hailing, then they would get destroyed. That was a possibility. They could get boarded or destroyed.
Yeah, generally, I think they would shoot warning shots and stuff like that, just to
Well,
show
they'll
them
hail
we're
you.
serious. Come on, like stop.
They'll hail you by radio first, and then like if you don't respond, then they'll hail you. They'll get up close enough to hail you audibly. Most likely.
Yeah, I've
it
seen
depends
videos.
on- yeah.
I've seen videos of that exact thing happening to Australians who had a boat who were sailing too far south. They were just partying, but they started by getting hailed by a military like warship, and it has a nuclear reactor and sails very fast. So they were just like, yeah, we were just playing around, and the ship like sailed in their way to like get close enough, and then like you said, they started like trying to talk to them from there.
Yeah, so then like if you refuse, then they have another process. They'll shoot a warning shot across your bow. If you don't stop, then they might just sink you.
Yeah.
If you didn't respond to their hailing on the radio, several different channels, and then audibly, you better respond. They go,
Yeah, and if you're trying to sail away from them once they sailed up to you and try to talk to you, then that to them is like, oh, they're trying something.
Uh-huh. But they'll try to board them first. Like,
Yeah.
stop you on the oceans. They can stop you and say, prepare to be boarded. Like they're the authority.
Well, that's because the sailors are, of course, people, and like normally, like people are not just like kill all the people. Crazy.
Right? Yeah, they're just like they're trying to figure out what's going on with you. Like we saw these big, fast Navy warships down in the Caribbean too, and that was in the 1980. That type of technology, but they're all around down in the Caribbean too. The Coast Guard's down in the Caribbean, and several different navies are in the Caribbean. So I'm sure if you try to exit out to the east and then are trying to go along the east coast of South America, like once you get out past there, you're going to be you don't just go travel over to Africa out in open ocean in that direction. Like as soon as you like enter or leave into international water, they know you're there because you've already reported that you're coming into their port. If not, then you're already kind of rogue.
Yeah, and they're already gonna be sending ships just to check on you.
Helicopters, ships, all kinds of stuff. Fun toys they have. And a lot of the warships have a Navy SEAL team on board too, with amphibious assault like boats and all kinds of gear. Like,
Yeah, they're ready for it. You're not.
I hear them shooting. Like actually, last night, if I go out into the canyon, away from the city where there's less noise, I can hear them shooting. They're not far from me. Like the SEALs practice right here. They're training places over here. So I hear them on the coast. I'm probably like 10 miles away from where they're shooting these 50 calibers or 20 or 20s or whatever they're shooting. Interesting. Yeah, they have pretty amazing technology now. It's all what the technology they have now is classified. So just like when I was in the Navy, no one was allowed to tell what type of propulsion we had, where we were going, like or Like. So Glover's come in not knowing anything about the military-industrial complex, how all of this happens in compartmentalization, different divisions and groups and departments. Like it's strict adherence. Like, And I worked in another facility in a big machine shop too. I worked on one of these $2 million machines.
Yeah, it just always makes me a little bit sus when they want to try to portray us as we want to escape the world and run to the ice wall and die. Whereas I'm more like we should stay right here and try to build a better world. So it's like completely contrary to what I think, but I don't think we should be going to the ice wall anytime soon. First, you fix the problems at home.
Yeah, that's a complex problems we have with this parasitical control grid. That's my new rock song coming up soon. Parasitical control grid. Don't get caught in it.
Karma just got home, so I'll be right back.
All right. Maybe we should just play that taboo conspiracy. How long is it? Let me take a look. It's only 25 minutes. Guys want to listen to it?
So let's just kind of leave it open for now, so we can get whoever, just whoever talking.
Yeah, that's true.
So we can be getting some people jump in here. Steve jumped in here, and we got some others that are in here. El Boricua's in here. What's up, Boricua? What you doing? Hanging around?
Maggie.
What'd you say, Marvis? Oh, that was a Marvis.
It's K96.
K96.
It sounds like when we say your name, like it's a radio station. You're listening to K96, the hottest in the city.
KAY96.
You know who I am, Steve, but you're not.
I know who you are. It's how you doing, buddy?
I'm fine. I'm listening to you too. I see you join up here too.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, I know Kay from a while back. He's in another server I'm in. Guys, he's in Texas. Is it right, Kay?
Yeah, I'm in Texas right now,
Yeah.
but I'm from Nepal.
Yeah, from Nepal.
Appreciate it. I might be only. That's why I'm searching for other Nepali flat earthers, but I can't find no one.
Oh, bless.
You're in Texas. Do you like ZZ Top?
Nah, bro. I don't hang out much. Texas, there's some toxic environment over here, so I don't go out.
There's some toxic in Texas, huh? Okay.
Hey, all my exes live in Texas.
Oh, dang.
All my toxic exes live in Texas.
That's a song from George Strait, one of the greatest country music singers in the whole entire world.
Yeah, he is pretty good. Yeah, absolutely.
Right, Morvis?
Yeah, Jeff. I hope the school of country music died with Keith Whitley.
Dude, Keith Whitley, he was a man. You guys still have Whataburger. That's one good thing, huh?
Yeah, and they took away the mushroom burger. And that was the best shit with that all juice gravy on it.
Hell yeah.
Man, they took it away.
They haven't brought it back?
No. Sucks.
We had to write him a letter.
They just like Subway took away their spicy mustard. I haven't gone back since.
Oh, here's a good song. Here's a good song. Dwight Yoakam, Fast as You. I love that tune.
Didn't Keith Whitley sing the song The Weekend? Morvis? Probably driving.
Oh shit. Sorry.
Copyright strike. Yeah, watch out, man. You're going to get a copyright strike.
Wait, can you get a copyright strike for singing?
No.
Oh my god, Morvis, can hardly hear a word you're saying, dude. I was gonna sing that song, but I can't think of it now. I built it up in my head and I was like, no, don't.
Morvis, you changed your avatar, dude. I can't get used to this new one. You're gonna be the cherubim, man. That's about all there is to it. Like there, I can't see you in this the crying face guy behind it.
Yeah, I can. It's probably.
Bob with the thing, yeah, I see.
I don't know if it's just me, Morvis, but I can't hear jack. You're saying like nothing. You're coming in extremely muffled.
Yeah.
Here?
I'm in the car. He's on the mic yet.
Yeah, it's no bueno.
Is it any better there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I turned off my Bluetooth. I'm in my car driving to Dallas to get supplies. It's cheaper just to drive there than to have it shipped to me.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, sucks. But I mean, it's only an hour and a half drive to Haltom City from where I'm at. And this little car gets, I'm averaging 32 miles a gallon right now. So it's not bad.
What's the gas like in Texas right now? We got 3.29 over here in Iowa.
For
the cheap stuff.
high twos, 289. But where I shop at, I get points for like groceries, and I can cash in 10 points for $1 off a gallon on gas. So I topped off my pickup and the car last night on 25 gallons of gas.
Damn, dude, that's a smart guy right there. By the way, guys.
Yeah.
You're the president, smart man.
Dude, I don't have a clock in, clock out job, so I gotta, save and make it how I can.
Yeah, that's really saving some money, though. I like that.
Oh,
I got a phone call coming in. So, do you guys know how much it is in the UK? We're paying equivalent to about $8 a gallon.
Holy smokes, they're breaking you guys over the coals.
Yeah, really are. Really are.
Oh,
I've seen almost $7 here in California.
That is painful.
Very.
Yeah, I'd say it's more than that, actually.
I mean, what else are you going to do, right? I mean, you just got to take it.
Yep.
Gotta take it.
Choice then.
Nope. No choice.
So we're looking at $150 to fill up.
Are you guys sent letters to your parliament? Somebody's got to say something. Are you guys saying anything over there?
I'm doing it with my utilities. People are writing saying I'm refusing to pay the electricity and gas, etc.
Yeah. Let's go. Let's organize. Let's get that. You got to file them petitions, man.
Oh yeah, listen, it's a very British thing to do, to write a letter.
Is it?
Oh, it really is. But I wish we'd be more like the French. Just, brick up Parliament. Because the French, they don't mess around. They don't mess around. You start messing with their income, and they will mess you up. Literally.
That's not the British way, though.
So check it out. I was just going to give you guys an update. Falkland Islands are 51 degrees south latitude. And they were using flares at 51 here 51 like that.
Yeah, I don't know. I say it again. I think Morvis was coming in with some background noise. Say it again, Sonny.
Oh, I was saying the Falkland Islands, they're at 51 degrees south latitude, and he said they were using Polaris from down by the Falkland Islands. Even anywhere near there is unbelievably impossible on a globe of the size they gave us.
Totally.
Well, if you're a ship that's unrecognized and you're out there, you're gonna get told something. You're not supposed to be out there.
You'll be schooled.
Hey, does anybody use Android? The Android Discord app?
I'm on Apple.
I use it.
Well, it's real annoying. Like if I'm used to, if I had a call come in, the Discord would mute itself and the call would take priority. But it don't do that anymore.
I don't know how to do that.
Anytime I get a call come in, I'm battling and I have to exit the Discord call to even hear the actual call.
Wow.
The struggle is real for Android.
Okay. We'll go back on mute.
Not that I know of, but if anybody can help Morvis out.
Yeah, I'm on Android, but I'm not in a car, so no good.
Hey, we got Fun Guy in here. What's up, Fun Guy? Shout out to everybody that just joined us, that are just laying back and chilling in the cut. Fraud. What's up, Fraud?
What's up, guy?
Who else we got in here? Toby Dog. Timbo, what's up, man? Shout out to Timbo.
Oh yeah, hi Timbo.
Timbo might be busy doing something. Usually I'm Batman.
What's up, Miggy?
Nothing much, bud. Just saying, giving you guys a shout out. You're seeing you in the live stream. I can't go out with just not saying hi to you guys. You guys, each and every one of you.
Gotta respect the shout out.
Yeah. Davey Z, what's going on, man? Shout out to you. Some people might be busy doing stuff. Or just have us on like a podcast, either one.
Hope all is well with everybody. Mickey, hope all is well with you, my friend.
Kiwi. Why you been hiding, son?
Oh, I haven't hiding. We've been just pushing the limits a little bit.
You're on the other
Right?
server, and it's like, yeah, screw those 24/7 Discord guys.
Nah, dog. Even when I'm on that other server, I'm like, yo, nah,
I'm gonna do it.
20.
I'm just kidding.
No, I was just gonna say 24/7 is always home for me. The place I come to listen to calm-minded people discuss what we observe, the realities. Just pushing the limits on that other server. I've gotten into this whole young Earth idea, the true creation story. So, yeah, just pushing the limits a little bit, introducing some new stuff to it. Yeah. Never far, never far. Love you guys always, man.
Yeah, we also got my buddy Carr. He was hot micing earlier, but he knew. I think he sometimes Carr when you have your phone in your pocket, it like turns on. There was one time Carr was he had like he turned his phone like the microphone on, and he was talking to his crew in Spanish, and I heard him. I was like, "Hey, Carr, your mic's on," and he wouldn't respond. He just kept like talking. So he had like I guess put it in his pocket, and he opened the mic. He didn't know that. He came back on. Well, I muted him. I didn't want him to divulge any trade secrets. The Earth is flat. Does anybody think that the Earth is a globe in 2022? If you do, come on in here. Let us know about it. Oh, shoot, what am I doing? I gotta log in. These days, I'm busy in the mornings trying to get everything ready for work. Because I'm a 9 to 5er. Well, actually, a 3 to 1:30er in the morning.
How's the scheduling been for you, Miggy?
So far, so good. I mean, I've been looking at the job, seeing what it's about, and it's just my old job. So
Good check, guy.
it's different now because I'm on this diet, so it kind of helps with a lot.
I was gonna say your energy levels. You're going back at it from a different angle now, right? So your energy levels must be way different.
Yeah, the same job that I was doing before, it feels different now. I mean, I'm older than that, but like, yeah, I don't know. It's weird if I was to tell you like that. Yeah, energy levels are different, but it's all good. Been a couple of lively discussions lately. There was a guy that came in here. What was it the other day? Batman, what's up, man? I just seen you say that. The discussion was about him saying one of the guys that came in here name was Eggman, and the other one was FX Stream, I think his name was. And FX Stream.
I seriously have an egg in my hand right now. I shit you not. Go on.
No. Yeah, his name was Eggman. So he came in here and he was like, he had more of the mind that, he knows things to be 99.9999999% of the time. So he was like, I can't really save the Earth as a globe or not. He's just like, I just think it is right now, but I couldn't know for sure. And the other guy, he stood on all 10 toes saying that, yeah, Earth is certainly a globe. Absolutely, 100%. So I just asked him, he's like, well, what do you think? Why, go ahead and let me know why you think that, because it's interesting. What evidence do you have? And he presented the Soundly's image of the power lines that are curving. And I was like, oh, that's great, man. So, and he's like, is that it? He's like, basically, that's all I have to show, I was like, well, not really. I said, because you have an image that you can see an effect on there, but how do I know that curve is actually a curve? And he's like, what do you mean? I was like, well, you got to qualify it with the globe metric. So I was kind of walking him through qualifying the image to make sure that we're using the correct globe metrics and, drop over distance, and just walking him through the things that would make it be what it actually is. Because I said, have you ever seen a funhouse mirror? Like when you look into a funhouse mirror, the image of yourself is distorted. It's not the way it actually is. But you're seeing something that looks like you, but just distorted. You know what I mean? So I'm like, how do you know? Go ahead, Kiwi.
No, I'm just 100% just agreeing with you, because you're doing a great job illustrating your walkthrough.
Yeah, and I was just telling him, I was like, so with the funhouse mirror, if you're looking at the image, you're going to see a distortion, right? Like, that's obvious. You know that it's a distortion. In reality, you're not that image. So that's not a representation of who you are. That's a distorted image of who you are. So I was like, that is what you're seeing. So that's what you can't say that's true. What is true is what you actually are. Now, if you measure yourself, like, how your head looks super big in the image, well, go ahead and measure your head. And then think about how big your head would be compared to the one you're seeing in the image. That's not the same, right? No, of course not. So what do you have to do at this time? Like, you have to actually measure things, but I wouldn't get to the measurement part with him, I think, because he was too stuck on the idea that image was a solid proof. So, but the walkthrough should have been left at, like, where we're talking about the measurement part, which I don't think we ever got there with that guy. But he was solid on the stance of, like, him saying that Soundly's image is proof enough. And it's not. So if somebody tells you, they show you an image, say, okay, what does it look like here? Power lines look like they're curving. All right, I see that in the image. That's what the image looks like. Let's qualify it. Because you can't just show me any image and say, well, there it is, It's not going to work. So if you think that's the reality of the situation, then you're going to have to demonstrate why it is the case. Now, follow it up with some metrics. Give us some numbers. Let's figure out how we're going to put this baby to the test. And once we do, then we can qualify that image to say, like, yeah, this is what we measured. We had the elevation height, the distance. There should be this much drop from the elevation height, everything. Lay it all out to me. So that way, when I go over there, I can do the same. I don't have to just see what I'm looking at and then say, oh, okay, we got curvature. Everybody, let's all go home. No, we're going to have to know that it's curvature by qualifying it. So if the globe metrics are true, then we're going to, without assuming, measure the drop over distance. And that's never been the case. So I already knew that we were going to walk into a brick wall, and I called it an impasse. So we arrived at that. So I told him, I was like, see, this is the issue. This isn't because he's like, we reached an impasse. And I was like, and the only reason I said that is because you can't go any farther here. But this isn't a agree to disagree. You can't say that you're agreeing to disagree with me. You either know what you know about the curvature or you don't. So you're left with, yes, I know, or no, I don't know. And maybe I'm wrong about what I think this is. So that's usually the case with these guys, because they don't have the evidence to back up what they're saying. Their claims are always void of bringing that substantial part of, like, measurement. So they don't have that. So it's easy when they bring up images. Okay, that's nice. I like your image. Does it look curved? Of course, it looks curved to me. Is it curved though? That's the other thing. Is it curved? So when you think about it, right? So, like, I like the image that Andy's putting up. Look at that image, right? If you were to just see the image, you'd say that's a Rubik's Cube sitting on top of a desk. But when you spin that paper around, it's not. It's the perspective of what you're seeing. So that's what we have to do with everything. And if somebody was to actually examine that image, they'd be able to see for themselves that it's not what they're perceiving, it's something else. So it's an optical effect, and that's all it is. You can just chuck it up to that. So what do you guys, I don't know, what do you guys think about that? Everybody's stunned with silence. That's it. Julius, my brother, what's up? Where you been hiding, man? Usually Julius in the morning. It's Julius J in the morning. Hey, now that we got a radio name in here, this is K96 with Julius J in the morning. There you go. Putting it together. It's all coming together.
Yeah, I like that. Julius J in the morning.
That's got a nice ring to it, doesn't it?
Me and Julius were talking last week, because it was just me and him kind of in the server, and it was a great talk, man.
And Julius has some stimulating conversations.
That is true. But yeah, it started off pretty deep and spiritual today, I'd say. Great conversations from everybody, really.
Yeah, it's difficult when you get a larger group because there's a bit more different opinions on things, but that's okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
That's what makes this server special.
We got Bust a Move that just joined us. Bust a Move, are you there? I'd like to say hi to everybody that joins. Bust a Move, are you there? Hello? Bust a Move is not busting a move. I unmuted your mic, Bust a Move. Try again. You're able to speak in here if you want. You probably don't have a mic connected, or try to connect your mic. Here, let me see if this will help. Let me give you a roll. All right, let's see. You might have mic issues, so Bust a Move, if you can hear me, what I'll do is I'll disconnect you, because usually it happens that you can't speak, so right away. But I'll disconnect you and you just come right back in. Maybe that'll clear things. It's a Discord bug, so let me disconnect. Come right back. Just jump right back in.
Hello.
Yeah, gotcha. Told you.
Hey, yeah, good to be here, man. Thanks for that. I was given a link from David Dean in his Discord group. Okay. And yeah, you should head on over there and check it out. It's great to see so many people in this channel, by the way.
David Dean, that's Mr. Dean that comes in here. Yeah, we've spoken.
Yeah.
Scottish guy?
No, he's American from Washington.
Oh, different guy then.
Yeah. But he's got a Discord channel, and I think there's only about 100 people. It's a new channel, so it's early days. But he said, yeah, check you guys out, and yeah, lots of people, lots of activity.
All right, let me give a quick introduction, and then I'll let you respond. That way you can know just a little bit. It's just like a hello to everybody. But so since you're just joining us, I would say, welcome to the Discord. Here we talk about the discussion of the shape of the Earth. So we want to know what you think, whether the Earth is a globe, whether you're on the fence, or whether you know the Earth is flat. And if you can give us a reason or evidence as to why you think it is what it is that you're saying. So just like a a brief introduction for you. You could just, I'm going to give you the floor. You can tell us a little bit about what you think and why you think it. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I mean, show me a picture of the Earth from space, a real picture, and you might convince me that the Earth is round. But otherwise, until I see that, no chance. Not when you've got the Suez Canal, which is over 100 miles long and completely flat. I just want to see. I want to see a picture of the skyscrapers far away, bent over, with the curvature of the Earth. I want to see a picture of the Earth from space with a ship sailing up the fucking side of it. Sorry to swear. Yeah, if you can show me any of that, I would quite happily sit on the fence and take in some more information about the Earth being round, but no chance, absolutely no chance. Pilots don't allow for the curvature of the Earth at all. There's no onboard instruments that allow for that. A gyroscope that shows the horizon doesn't have any electrical equipment in it. It's just a gyro. And nobody, no pilot is dipping the nose of the plane every few seconds to allow for the curvature of the Earth so they don't fly off it. Yeah, that's me, basically. So, yeah, you would never be able to convince me that the Earth is round because I've seen far too much proof that says otherwise.
That's wonderful. Great to hear that. And yeah, welcome to the group, Bust a Move. What I'm going to do is, since you're in here and you're brand new, just tell you to I'm going to give you link permission. So in case you wanted to post, the text channel that I'm just going to say, since you joined, the text channel that we're all typing in right now, since we're in the live stream, it's the live stream voice text. It's the channel right above the voice channel that you see right in front of you. So it's the text channel right above. Let's see here. I'm going to give you a couple of roles here. I'm going to give you links permission.
Oh, yeah, I see. Voice text, yeah. Cool.
Yeah, that's the one everybody's talking into. You might see some hellos and welcomes from our group. And awesome. Other than that, I would say if you're going to post anything in there. That would give everybody like a way to look at what like stuff you present, whether it's a citation or just a meme of something that you want to show people.
Yeah. Awesome. Yeah, good to see that this channel is really busy.
Oh, it is. Yeah, we always have people here. It's 24/7 Flat Earth, so you'll always find somebody in here.
Brilliant. Yeah, I like to listen to stuff late at night, and this will be perfect. So
you could use this like a podcast too. Does anybody have the link to the new YouTube live stream? I'm asking the group. If you do, just post it in the yeah. We're live streaming 24/7.
Brilliant. Oh, okay, great.
So we're broadcasting to I think Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube.
Cool.
So every day, 24/7, we're being broadcast live. So anybody can come in here, and they can have arguments, and we can clip those arguments to say, "Yeah, you did say that."
Yeah.
So nobody can escape the jaws of truth. Once you're in here, you're in our clutches, so you can't escape. Yeah, you're gonna either bow out of the conversation and say, let's agree to disagree, or you're gonna confront the truth. Something's gonna happen.
Oh, that's really good to hear. I'm looking forward to listening to some quality stuff and some good debates. Really.
Yeah.
I'd like to hear from the opposition. That's for sure.
Yeah. The way I talk about this place, Bust a Move, all the time is that it's an academy. So coming into it, you're just like a new recruit. But the forum actually shapes your arguments. Like before, you might have. Some people say that I've known Flat Earth for like 7 years. That's great, but you've never been in this forum. This forum is highly intellectual. We even police ourselves. Like there's some people that are using fallacious arguments on the Flat Earth side. We'll even stop them and say, no, we can't say that. Like that'll happen. You'll hear that sometimes, but what happens? You can start to listen to how it should be said, or like the way everyone should be, in this Flat Earth community being addressing topics. some topics that you think might be interesting, or I should say relevant, are not. So, just and I'll put it this way: it's no slight to you or anything, but just like in your introduction, you said that if somebody showed you a real picture from space, that it would convert you back. No flat earther would say that because space is fake. But I mean, we'll get into that, and you'll see what I mean. Like I said, there's no slight to you. It's just something you've never really been exposed to a forum like this.
Oh well, I'm here to learn, man. That sounds brilliant. Thank you.
Yeah, we're happy to have you, and that's the thing. Like, we want everybody to grow and learn and sharpen their skills. And when you come out and you're an activist in any way, shape, or form, your arguments will be precise. They will be not lacking in ways to talk to people. And see, and I tell people, we're not in the convincing business. We're in the challenging one. So you're going to put up the challenge to the person that you're speaking to. And whether they come to the truth or not, that's not up to you. That'll be up to them. So
yeah. Hey, awesome. Well, I'm really glad to be here.
I say something, Buster. Welcome to the channel. I came from the same channel, Red Pill, with David Dean. I know David very well.
Awesome.
Can I ask where you're located?
I'm in Spain.
Oh, cool.
From London, but I live in Spain. Yeah.
I thought I heard a London accent. I'm an Essex boy.
Happy days. Cool. Awesome.
Yeah, glad to have the new people. We love to see the growth in the community. It shows strength in how we're really getting the message across. And we hope that everybody in here just makes it their second home, Like, come in here and just like talk with people. That's the greatest way to actually be a part of this community. And like when I was talking about levels, I mean, like in this channel, we kind of help each other out. So like let's just say you're a regular in here, and I'll give you the floor. You can challenge somebody and put up the challenge or whatever. But as you are able to handle your conversation better and better and better and better, so the next time comes around, we're gonna have a conversation. Like, the moderators will have a conversation. We'll move you up rank. And that's how we like. You see people when you click on their names, they have like certain tags on their names, and those tags are specifically community based. So we, as a community, will appreciate somebody who knows how to carry a conversation. Eloquent is not probably the right word, but in a concise manner. It's in a concise manner. So if that's the case, we bump you up in rank. So if you see people here, it goes from flat earther to flat earther valued, from flat earther valued to flat earther valued silver, from flat earther valued silver on to gold, from gold to gold plus, from gold plus to moderator, and from moderator to admin. There's lead moderator in there above that, but then there's admin. But
that's a really good idea.
Yeah, it's the ranking is just to depict like where you stand with the able to, because like we get a lot of people in here with many different ways of speaking about Globe, so they can come at you with arguments you've never heard of. But the way that you handle that conversation, if you're in here, and if you're able to do it in a way where it doesn't, like, the community appreciates, they all band together and say, look, that guy did a great job handling that conversation. And so we all hear about it. And then you get moved up rank, and it's like, yeah, we need more people that know how to have the conversation. Because when we're brought, because it's not just like any platform where we're just like having conversations. These conversations that we're having are being broadcast, and that's important for the next generation of critical thinkers. If we're to teach, if we're to educate, we're going to have to show them what it means to be somebody who doesn't think like mainstream ideas, and we can challenge the status quo. We can do it efficiently. We can be effective. And I think the more people adhere to that, the better it is for all of us. So yeah, you get moved up on the ranks if you are somebody that can do that efficiently.
Awesome. Well, I'm just here to listen, observe, and learn. Just learn. I just want to learn more.
Sure.
And David's channel is really, really good. But as I say, it's new. It's not really, really busy. But there's a lot of good content there. So I'm looking forward to going through these sub channels and checking all the stuff out, really. But awesome. Listening as well. I mean, the fact you've got a 24/7 YouTube channel, that's amazing. That's awesome. That is super awesome. I love listening to stuff late at night. I can't sleep in silence, so I like to just kick back, listen to something quality. Normally it's a documentary of my choosing, but the live stream, the 24/7 live stream, will be perfect. So.
Yeah, we have content as far as like the people that are in here, but we'll also put on some flat Earth, videos that we'll play as audio clips.
Yeah,
and so you'll be listening to that, and I'd say this sometimes. It just depends on what time of the day you come in here. The content won't be so much flat Earth as it will be about flat Earth, derivative topics, I should say. So topics that relate to flat Earth, but they're not necessarily about the flat Earth. And that's organic. That just happens because that's who we are. We're real people. We're not just like robots. So you'll hear like a real side to each and every one of us. You'll get to know us. Certainly, you'll get to know the characters that are in here. We're all people that go through life, and we should, right? Like we're day-to-day people. Everyone does something differently in their day, but that's what makes us unique, and also what makes us strong as a community, because we're very diverse, yet we band together when it comes to like flat and stationary topic.
Brilliant. Wow, I found a really good channel. Excellent.
Yeah, there's a lot of intellects up in the like in the moderator staff and the admin staff. I mean, they'll knock your socks off. Like, yeah. That's why, like, when I started coming in here and I was in the very beginning, I was really sharpening my skills, like to become somebody that was able to be extremely effective when I speak to somebody. So
yeah, you can't beat that, man. More knowledge, more power. So yeah, I mean, it sounds like I'm just sort of skimming the surface, really, with the information that I know. So it'd be great to see what I learned from this channel.
Just a question.
So,
what do you use the cinema channels? What are they for?
People watching movies together. It's just a community, just like kind of relaxing and having movie time and stuff. What we do is, because we get along, so because we're in here 24, like most of us have it like on all the time, and we love to hang around with like truthers love to hang around each other. So we just like watch movies sometime, or it's nothing really flat Earth related. We just have other channels. We can just chill chat where we just talk about whatever. Like this channel, however, because it's live streamed, the content is mainly focused on the flat Earth topic. So if you hear us often at times, the conversation veers off a little bit, and that's okay. We can organically talk about other things, but usually a moderator will come in and say, okay, let's get it back to flat Earth or whatever, and then you'll know it's like, yeah, okay, let's do that. But it's not like, no, we want to talk about this. Like, what are you talking about? Like, the moderators usually are the ones that say, like, we want to keep this forum for that. So you guys have to appreciate that we want to make sure that the people listening have content geared towards that. Because think about it. You might get somebody that logs in and just listens for a little bit because they don't know, and they heard something about flat Earth that grabs their attention and it makes them want to stay. So that's why sometimes we got to be, and the moderators often aren't the good guys sometimes. Like when there's like a person who's a staunch dug in Glober, and you start arguing with him, and then like 4 other flat earthers jump in, like especially me, I'll start getting I'll tighten the belt a little bit. I'm like, okay guys, one at a time. This is the guy, whoever's going first, please speak. Everybody else, please mute your mics. And if you interrupt, I'm going to have to mute you. Like I will say that I don't want to, but if I hear the conversation is getting dogpiled and the audience can't hear what the conversation is, then it has to, the moderators take over. So, and that's not, I don't like to do that, but it's part of the thing that we do here to make sure that we're hearing the conversation flow.
Just the other thing to ask you, you say you're live streaming on YouTube, so have we got to be careful what we say about certain things, if you know what I'm talking about, in the arm?
Did you not hear that?
Yeah, I don't know if you did. Bust a Move, did you hear that?
I did.
No.
Okay.
Yeah. Do we have to be careful what we say because we're on YouTube about certain subjects? If you know what I'm saying, what's happened in the last 2 years? Yeah.
Yeah, there's topics that are, they're flagged by these social media groups, so
Yeah.
we can't say trigger words because then they'll
Yeah,
trigger the
yeah.
algorithm. The algorithm
Yeah, I'm well aware of the algorithms involved. So
it's really dumb. But yeah, just for that, you just and it's not that you might hear a moderator say, "Yeah, let's not use those words," and you're like, "Why? Aren't we truthers?" And like, yes, we are. But we also love a platform that everybody can come to and enjoy, and it's like we have to, we could say things. But you could say what you want. You just have to know how to say it. That's the only thing.
So, update on that guy I talked about earlier from Twitter. He used the me showing him he was previously banned as an opportunity to grandstand on Twitter about how we have banned him to save us our embarrassment from him. So that was 2 hours ago. So he's probably not coming on. He's probably just going to watch. It's probably a Bob Larp, to be honestly.
Yeah, they're full of hot air, Morvis. You know that these guys, they're so they grandstand. Oh, yeah, man, you guys wouldn't know what to do if I entered the chat. And like, enter it. This is an open platform. Come on in, buddy. Let's have a talk. They don't do it. Like, come in there. No, you guys would probably mute me. No, we won't. I give you the opportunity. You can come in here and tell us why you. I say that to everybody that comes in here. If you think the Earth is a globe, tell us why you think it is, and give us some, evidence of it. Like, tell us. And so, if that's not opening the platform, then I don't know what is.
Yeah, I'd love to know. Tell me. I'd love to know.
I think the point is that one time we all thought it was, indoctrinated is like everybody else.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they stuck a globe in every classroom, didn't they?
Absolutely.
At one point to push that agenda. All of a sudden, every single classroom had a globe sitting on a desk.
Totally. Yeah, we was there once.
I'm sure you've seen the that video of a lady. I think she must have been in her 90s or something, but she could still remember when they were teaching the Earth as a flat plane at school. She was so old.
Ruth. Yeah, her name was Ruth, and she was 104 years old.
104. Wow.
Yeah, she was 104, and that was back in 1985, I think, or 86. Yeah.
Wow, amazing. But yeah, she can actually remember being taught that. So yeah,
she also said she could remember they changed it as well. So she was in between.
She remembers the changeover. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Quiet.
Yeah, if I mute my mic, it's because I've got other things going on here at the minute.
Yeah, no worries.
I wonder if we're allowed to talk about Elon Musk taking over Twitter.
I don't think that's anything bad or anything. I mean, well, not for. There's no agenda that's being pushed behind it, other than him taking over Twitter and cancel culture and all the people are writhing because he did. They're so mad, dude. Have you seen the point where he fired all those people that were literally doing nothing?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
They were so pissed at him, dude. Like just pissed.
Like meditation rooms and wine on tap and
Yeah.
and all these actors doing dramatic exits, and people were like, "Listen, you're not in a airport. You don't have to announce your fucking."
They do that.
your departure."
Yeah, they do that. It's like, yeah, don't leave angry. Just leave. You know.
Just go, man. I'm done. As Whoopi Goldberg. I'm done. I'm leaving tomorrow. And the memes that came out after that was incredible.
Yeah. That's cancel culture for you, you know? They want to get empathy from people that are like, oh, why is this person leaving? Oh, they're announcing they're leaving? Oh, what sadness. And like, no, it's not. These people were just entitled babies.
Yeah.
Everything has to be given. Like, that's what happens when you tell people to actually work, you know, for a living.
And he's also going to disclose all the workings that they were doing behind the scenes of suppressing the elections and the Russian collusions and shit like that there. And they're getting so upset about they're calling it an assault on free speech while he's actually giving people free speech.
Yep.
And he's reintroducing or allowing the profiles back that were banned for just saying something, just questioning. Hey, so where'd the COVID vaccine come from, or how many people are dying from it, or whatever? And they were automatically banned off Twitter. So he's going to reinstate a lot of those people too. It's crazy.
Including Donald Trump.
Yeah, and everybody's waiting patiently for Donald. There's so many memes about Donald Trump and him fucking going to. Is he going to actually reply? But it's like there's a meme now. It's really good. It's Joe Biden. He's standing there. He's going, "Trust the America. Have faith in the government and its people." And there's a quote from when Donald Trump was in presidency. He says, we don't trust and have faith in government. We believe and have trust in God.
Yeah, totally.
But it's nice to see them losing their shit. Like, it's crazy.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah, they're in panic mode. Man, I can't believe we've had 3 prime ministers in the last 6 months in the UK.
Oh, that's absolutely ridiculous too. We could talk about that.
Yeah, definitely.
Shit. And Liz Truss gets £115,000 a year for being the prime minister for like what, a month?
Yeah. She was Rothschild trained as well. She was.
Yeah. Rishi Sunak, non-elected, and he put a thing out there. He put some tweet out there the other day, and he got absolutely destroyed on Twitter.
I saw that. Yeah.
Oh my God, he got destroyed, man.
We've got a politics channel in here.
Yeah, it spews bullshit every fucking 24/7.
Yeah. Now there was a military guy that during the inauguration of Biden, he listened to the music and he heard the funeral parade for Biden.
Hey, do you guys have the link to the live stream that's going on right now? I think I requested earlier. I don't know if anybody.
Yeah, somebody posted that. It was old dude posted that. Hang on a second. Yeah.
Yeah, because the old one, it's just for the. Because if you look it up right now, it's not going to be.
I have it.
Yeah, he posted it.
All right.
Already.
Sorry about that.
You all right, bro?
Where are we? How many minutes after the hour? Oh, never mind. Yeah, never mind. I found it. If you want to, that's the live stream that's going on right now. So bust a move if you're there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that last link that I put in there.
Okay.
I made a meme. I'm just gonna post a meme. You might get a laugh out of it.
Yes, I like it. Yeah.
How much do you have? Oh, okay.
Enough.
Hey, multi Tom, can you hear me? You might have a small delay when you hear me, but if you can type in the YouTube live stream text chat that you can hear me, just need to know if you can or not. Yeah, go ahead and ban Bob the Science Guy. And if he comes in with Research Flat Moon, or I think it's Observatory Banks, ban that one too. That came from Helio, so trust me. I'll deal with Bendy Light later on. He's still on this one, so I'll talk to Helio about it. Yeah, go ahead and remove Bob the Science Guy. Yep, no worries, guys. What, Bob? Oh, did you? Okay.
Who are you talking to?
I'll talk to Helio. He's got to say about it. That's not what I heard, though. But yeah, these guys are a scourge. Those guys there, they're looking to take the channel down. They're not in there for quality conversation. And even if they're opposing our side, they're not in there for that. Bendy Light is not in there for that. He wants to take, they have means to take the channel down. That's what they're looking for. So I'm just letting you know. That's up to Helio, though, if he wants to have him in there. But they don't, I mean, it's far worse than like not even caring for truth. They're looking for, they're cancel culture. Let's just put it that way. Bendy Light, Flurf Williams, I'm going to call them all out. Bobby Steels. These are cancel culture people. So they're in there to look, they're looking for a reason to take the channel down. And once they find it, they're going to do it. So this cancel culture is a scourge. They need to be eliminated, like completely off the platforms. They don't need to be in any one of these platforms. Yesterday, I have it. You want me to post it? It's in live stream, so that because I know you're like a goldfish. You forget things with the instant somebody says something.
Why am I not hearing?
I, however, no. Let me just post what I have, because you have a small memory. You don't remember things, and that's partly why the reason why you guys are the way you are. Let's refresh your memory, shall we? Let's see. Let me bring up the image.
I'm not hearing Steve too well. Maybe I have a problem with my jack.
Do you hear me now?
Oh yeah, there you go.
I'm here. Yeah.
So let me post Bendy Lights. Check this out. That's because you forgot, right? Let's refresh everybody's memory, and nobody post nothing for a little bit so that Bendy Light can see what he put. Do you see it now, Bendy Light? Go ahead and look at the YouTube live stream for once. What does that say? You're cancel culture. You're a scourge. You need to be taken off platforms. You don't need to be in any place talking to anyone. Somebody that disagrees with you, you're just going to go straight at them and try to strike them out. So you need to be removed. You and your friend Bob. Do you see it now? Is that paranoia? No. That's you stating that you want to have some copyright strikes coming. That's you. You typed that. You shouldn't have said nothing, because now it looks like you're saying it too.
Is he in here? I can't hear him.
You're saying it. Yeah, that's fine, Multi. But they don't have to come with their idiotic names that they come in here, because that's their name is kind of like their identity. Everybody knows them as that. So their socks are really just socks. Socks aren't anything. Their names are actually what they identify themselves as when the other people see them, like Moxie, Bobby Steels, and all that. They're a freaking scourge. You guys just need to leave. You don't care about free speech. Don't care whatsoever. You just want to cancel people. It's all you guys are about. That's it. Well, we keep a record of things, my friend, here. So yeah, you're in the same category, Flurf. Same category. You guys all collude together. Well done. So one goes, all of you go. That's the way I see it. You guys are all a freaking scourge. I don't know. Are you guys in some way trying to think that you guys have a better stance with Helio than we do? I don't think so. Yeah. Let me just, you know what? I like that you guys put your own foot in your mouth. That makes it my job easier. Look at this. Yeah, let me just take that and send him a message.
How do you screenshot all that? That's pretty good.
On my PC. On my PC.
The PC. Yeah. It's just so striking to me that somebody would be so devastated over Trump getting the election over Hillary Clinton, of somebody who's obviously a death list as long as their fucking arm, as corrupt as fuck, and does not care about the country that she lives in, really. This is how all-encompassing the brainwashing is. Yeah, the world is full of dumb people, man.
Yeah, I'm sending all that to him. So thanks, guys. Everything that you're posting right now is just everything that I'm sending him. Oh, we'll get to the bottom of this. Don't you worry about that. You guys are not going to win. This is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. We're on all the time. Cancel, not win.
Not anymore. I hope Elon Musk buys Discord. They really pissed you off, Miggy, and rightly so, bro. That's just not on.
Well, they seek to take out our platform, PMAC. So it's not even about them having free speech anymore and being on here, even if they disagree, which I don't even care. I don't care about that. What irks me is they come in here and they're talking about, you know, getting some strikes, and I'm like, dude, where are you coming off with all of this? Like, why don't you just be quiet, sit in your corner and derp about like Globe Earth? I don't care if you derp about Globe Earth. That's your business. But when you come at the platform, then you're crossed over the line, and I won't let it go. I'm not going to until I seek to make examples of them, and I'm going to continue to press and press. So you guys by far, you're not going to hear the end of this. So
no, I agree, man. They're like, that's fine. I mean, you can sit in your corner and call us names all day and tell us how fucking stupid we are, but why try and deplatform us? We never called you names.
I see that with anybody siding with, like, even if Bob spoke up and said, I got some copyright strikes coming at you. Okay. But then you jumped right behind that and said something about it. So you know what? You're just as guilty as he is. You just stay quiet in your corner. Don't say anything. Don't comment on what he's saying. He's going to get dealt with in his own way. But now you speaking up on his behalf, you start becoming a part of the problem. No, I just said don't speak on when you white knight for other people. That's what I'm saying.
Am I not hearing some people here? I don't understand what's going on.
No, I'm talking to the YouTube live stream text chat, PMAC, and they're typing.
Okay. Let me get that up so I can follow.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you. I thought I was going crazy here.
No, I'm talking to them because they're only in the YouTube live stream text chat. But they were like, Bob the Science Guy said something about putting some strikes up, and then they followed in suit, kind of like agreeing with him. And like that, and that's how mobs get formed. They start forming a little mob, like trying to take us down, and that's ridiculous.
I suppose they have no interest in coming on here and talking to us about their ball. They'd rather just.
No. Here's the thing. All right, so Reno, I'll deal with you because you're starting to be annoying. But like the reason why you're saying that is because you're a part of a cancel culture that you think that's facts. Speaking of striking down a YouTube channel, so that isn't facts. That's you being an entitled child.
Yeah, they always call facts and everybody else Nazis.
Yep, that's what they do. That's their MO.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So we've got the YouTube live stream channel. Do I just paste and copy that?
What's that? Copy and paste what?
Yeah. So I can see the live stream YouTube channel. Do I just touch it, or do I? Because I'm on a tablet. So how do I get to see them?
You yeah, click the link. Just touch it. Touch the link, and it'll take you to.
Okay.
I should.
Thank you. Okay.
And good luck.
Yeah. You could join the chat if you have a channel. If you have a YouTube channel, you can join the chat. Yeah, I've always said I don't care about having anti-flat earthers there. I don't really care. It's an open platform. But when people are advocating for striking the YouTube or making comments about it, I take that very seriously. Cancel culture is a scourge. That's all I keep emphasizing that. So.
Oh, it is. It is. So did Telio's channel get taken down?
They got a strike.
Oh man. None of these Pamby boys will admit to it, or was it?
Well, they're saying now, you know, that the image that you saw me post of Bendy Light, where he was talking about Helio's got a couple of strikes coming. That's what he said, and then those were his words. So it's like they're not in here to talk about like anti-flat earth stuff or whatever. Like they're actually they're gunning for the channel. So
Pamby boys.
By the way, please post something there so I can copy and paste. I want you guys to be exposed. So if you get triggered and you start posting dumb things, I'm going to copy and paste them. And we'll have a record of what you're saying to remind you of what you're saying.
Okay, I won't do that.
Don't you worry. I'm always vigilant of you guys in there. I'm always watching.
That would cool, man.
He's talking to the live stream chat, PMAC.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. I'm watching it.
Listen, guys. Listen. You don't even have to. And I'm talking to those guys, by the way. But at the moment, you don't have to say all I did was mention the tensions were high. You don't have to say jack. Just stay quiet. That doesn't concern you. You don't have to talk about potential strikes. Just stay quiet. Because if I hear you saying that, I'm gonna copy and paste that and take it as you're advocating for the person saying it. And if that's the case, then you're a part of the problem. Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? Because I'm speaking plain English. Yeah, who cares what Bob does? That's what Bob does. That's not what Flurf William does, is it? You don't have to advocate or be on there hemming and hawing, you know, what you're saying about, you need to say that. You don't need to say nothing. It doesn't concern you. No, I'm not blowing it out of proportion. It's well within proportion to say everything that I'm saying. You guys stepped over the line, and now you're seeing the wrath, and I won't stop. I'm a dog with a bone, bro. You don't know me at all. I won't let it go. You guys will be on my mind, and I'll be looking for every reason to get rid of you in every which way. Go ahead and step out of line. Trust me, you won't win this fight. I've banned so many sock accounts from this channel because of them trying to deplatform and say things like the way you guys are advocating for Bob. And trust me, Bob's never going to... I'll tell every Flat Earth content provider, everybody. So... yeah, well then stay quiet about what happened about Bob. Don't advocate. Don't say nothing. Just don't say nothing. Just keep on doing what you do. Be an anti-flat earther. You're good at that. Just keep doing that. But don't be in here advocating or saying, well, you guys don't want to say the truth about... Just don't... Who cares? That's Bob's business. That ain't yours. No, you are. Saying I'm more of a threat. You are, sir.
I'd love to hear the other side's opinion. I really do. I'd like them to just come on and explain to us about spinning water balls, North and South Poles, and all kinds of things. Sun shining and heat and all this kind of crack. Fake moon landings, and I just want people to come on and talk to us about that. That's about it. But if they can't do that, then they may as well just sit on YouTube and talk shite.
Yeah, that's like I said, P-Mac. I'm good with it. They can stay there and talk whatever they want. Because they're a bunch of white noise to me anyways. I only use them whenever I need to show examples of how cognitive dissonance really is for people. So I pull them out of the toolbox and show everybody like what this is. Like, check it out. Look at these guys. They're useful to me.
Yeah, well, sorry.
Yeah. They start to gun for the YouTube chat, then it's different.
Yeah, the cognition is strong because whether they like to admit it or not, in the back of their head somewhere, they understand that it's not what we've been told it is. It's definitely not that, because there's no proof of it, and everything else is to the contrary. So it annoys them or upsets them or something. So
yeah, they won't ever step in here. Just par for the course.
Well, I hope they have a happy life and move on.
They won't ever have an intellectual conversation. They just like to type things in chat because introverts are people who don't want to say anything about. They don't speak up at all. I'd be surprised if they ever get enough courage to come in here. They won't.
I think that's one of the things that the 24/7 has been for 6 or 7 years now, is kind of a bulwark against the bullshit. People tend to come in here and just disappear after presenting their arguments and being explained how their arguments are invalid or bullshit, which is what I like about it. We like to hear opposition, but the opposition doesn't last very long in here. Not with the.
I listen to them all day long because I love to hear a brain falling downstairs. So for me, it's easy. I'm just like, I put it on and I'll put it on easy mode for me. You do all the work. The heavy lifting comes from them saying things. I'm like, I don't have to argue with you guys about reality. You guys do a damn good job of disproving your own ideas. I don't have to disprove it. You do it for me. Well, we see curvature. Okay, we see curvature. How high do we have to be to see curvature? Is it on ground level? No, the Earth is too big. You can't see curvature. Oh yeah, but you just finished saying you saw a boat go over the curve. Well, we did. It went over the curve. Okay, so you saw curvature. No, we didn't see curvature. We see the effects of curvature. Oh, the effects. Okay, we see the effects of curvature. Okay, so what is it the boats are going over? Well, that's curvature. Okay, so it went over curvature, but you just finished saying it's the effects of curvature. It's not the actual curvature. What is the actual curvature? But it's the effects that we're seeing. You see what I mean? They go in a tailspin, and I'm like, okay, well, Neil deGrasse Tyson, who's a science communicator, who has master classes, who teaches people about the heliocentric whole concept, is saying that you can't see the curvature of the Earth. And I'm emphasizing it like he does because that's what he does. When you're 2 millimeters above this beach ball, and he was saying this in a conference, talking to people, and everybody had a nice little chuckle. And what was that chuckle for? Because they understand it's ridiculous to think you can see curvature from that height, from the Red Bull space edge of space jump. Well, that's interesting, right? Because that's not what globe earthers that are anti-flat earthers are saying. They're on the contrary. They're saying, well, look at Sally's image. Don't you see the power lines bending? My friends, that's curvature. And we're just like, you guys are freaking hilarious. Like, we don't have to make up content. You are the freaking content. That's why I use all those people in the YouTube live stream text chat as examples. So they're here. They're to my benefit. But when they start to get into this cancel culture business, I don't like that. Don't do that. Don't freaking do that. Oh, and I am going to start my own channel. And if you are in there, I would welcome you there. But if you say anything cancel culture type, you're out. Your history. Bob, yeah, there's no reason why I'm even going to engage you, man. You should be. You're bad, dude. You put yourself out there and then you wonder why people, say anything. You're in the public eye, so That's on you, man. Freaking guy.
They've come to the wrong channel because they've come to a group of experts. What qualifications have they got?
They're self-qualified freaking sophists. They have nothing to bring to the freaking table. Like day in and day out. These clowns are in here day in and day out. They wake up in the morning with they show their little cup of coffee emoji. Oh, good morning, guys. And high-fiving their dudes, that their other anti-flat earther friends in the YouTube live stream text chat. As in, they're doing something supportive to the globe earth agenda. They ain't getting a freaking gold star for being in here advocating for globe. Nobody cares. As a matter of fact, they're laughing at them. Because it's Duper's delight. They love to know that they're indoctrinated by the globe. They love it. And we're over here trying to help them out. And you know what? They're just, they're rejecting it. They're acting like we're the bad guys. The bad guys were the ones that taught them how to unthink. Because that's what they've done. They stopped thinking for themselves. They're not critically thinking for themselves. They're just applying what they know that they've been told by authorities. And they're just using that.
Yeah. Bill Nye, the lying guy with the bow tie.
Indeed. And all these guys, they're weaklings when it comes to intellectual conversation. Don't worry about that, Reno. I already read it. You didn't have to delete it. Even if it was deleted, you could just leave it up there. I already read it. Whoever deleted it, I still saw it. By the way, it takes me real quick to take a screenshot and to keep a record of all the things that are being said. And it's just going to build up a case when I drop the bomb on each and every one of you. You guys are and I said you foot to mouth. You guys do that. Put your own foot in your own mouth. I don't have to do the work. You do it for me. Day in and day out, fellas, that's all we have in here. We got no more discussions that actually come in here, so. Yeah, we should know that real conversations, that's few and far between, and especially civil ones, so. We've had a few science communicators come in here. McWest was in here. We had him in here a couple times. I think he was in here twice. It was a different time than a few years back. Reno doesn't understand that we work together as a unit. That's why we're indestructible. It's not because of one person. It's because of all of us. We move together. You guys aren't going to win. Well, one good thing is that in the recent time we got Steve that came in here. Yeah, Steve,
What's that?
it's good to be hearing you, man. Come in here and like talk to people about your experience in the military. So
Yeah, my pleasure. People need to wake up.
in your area, like where you're at, like have you talked to anybody? Have you been like an activist or just like in here mainly?
Yeah.
Or
Yeah. I speak to everybody.
when you start talking, they're like, dude, come on, man. Like,
It's so difficult, though. So difficult. People are just so.
The indoctrination's heavy, isn't it? It's heavy in those guys. It's like
It really is. Yeah. They just laugh at you, say the Earth is flat. What? No way.
yeah, exactly.
I keep trying, though. Keep trying. Don't give up on them.
Yeah. Well, you know, the one thing is though, it's good that you had experience, you know, as a sailor. And you know, even the experience you had at the what sounds like the 50th parallel.
It is, yeah. 50, I think it was 51 something, 0.8. That was the, yeah, and then you go to the west, which is about 59.
It's still farther south than most people can actually be. Because you have to have
Yeah.
a reason why you're there. You know, if your boat's lingering about, that's not a place to be. Like if you
We was there for, well, you know, I told you why. Did I tell you why I was there?
you were defending the Falkland Islands.
Yeah, the Falkland Islands and the British people, the British colonies. So we was told that. But we did get attacked. We got
Steve, what's the atmosphere like right now for those guys? Are they everything's pretty much settled already? Or is there still kind of like you guys get calls to go and, you know, maybe quail some?
Well, I've been retired now for what, 5, maybe 6 years now. So, I think we're still out there though. You know, patrolling and doing. Yeah, I'm sure.
That's interesting, man. Because like you think that something like that would have already been dealt with. Like that's. So
I think we've got ships out there at is it called McMurdo, around there?
Station.
Station.
Yeah, that's closer to. I mean, that's closer to Antarctica, isn't it?
That's right on the wall. Literally, yeah. Literally, yeah. Sort of in those inlets there, you know. Yeah.
So
yeah, there's outposts all around Antarctica.
But I think even in those places, you can't go wherever you want. Have you been there, or have you heard of people going there, Steve? Like it's not just really, let's just go roam about. Like you have to have.
You know what? I was talking to a guy a few months ago, locally here, and he was a pilot, and he was dropping supplies into Antarctica. For science, he said he was told it was scientist equipment, food, but they were never allowed to land. They just had to drop it. So there's definitely people there.
That's an interesting order they gave him, though.
Well, he just done a job. He was a pilot. He flew there, did their drop and came back. That was it.
Let's see. There was a video, man. I think there were so many good videos back in like the early days of Flat Earth, like of Antarctica. There was a guy, I think he did like a recording of himself. I forgot what video it was, but if it comes back to my mind, I'll be able to like think about what the name of it was. But he was working in one of the stations there, and he had to leave that station and go to another one. And there was like a rule or something, because I remember like it was like, okay, you have to go from here to there, but you got to go right there. Like there was a conversation that person was having with someone, but it was like you can just go You know what I mean?
I mean, the other thing is, if the people that are flying there, they're not seeing, all they're seeing is snow and ice. Because I mean, the ice, the ice shore, the ice wall, it was thousands of miles across. You couldn't see much anyway. Even when you get people, you get tourists going there, don't you? And they're out on this little inlet, aren't they? And they walk around, with a guide. They see a few penguins, a bit of ice to get back on the ship, and they come back home. So they're not really seeing anything. Nobody, There's actually a flat earther in Antarctica, and Dave Weiss was in contact with him for a couple of times, and all of a sudden he went quiet. I don't know if you guys have got his app, the Flat Earth Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock.
Yeah, no, I've heard of that before. I mean, yeah,
it's excellent. Brilliant.
Yeah, he does what he does, but I would say it like this, and this is why it's a reification fallacy, because of the fact that you can do that on a globe. The prediction of the sun, moon, and stars can happen using an idea of a celestial sphere. So the idea that it's working off of the globe and the flat Earth map are both data projection, and so it's flattened out with the flat map, but it's a reification fallacy in that map doesn't provide evidence for what it does is reify the idea that the Earth is a flat and stationary plane with that flat Earth map. Not because it's a flat stationary plane and we don't know what the continent sizes are, the distances, like specifically, I would say from place to place, because they vary a little. There's a tolerance level, there's variance levels that you deal with, but that doesn't give us an accurate depiction, but it does reify a particular map projection, which is why it's going into that. It works, right? I'd say this much: it works. The flat Earth map that you want to use the clock for the zodiac clock, it works because it's working off the sky clock.
Yes,
the sky clock is exactly correct. So you can make predictions with that, and it'll come out exactly. But just because the flat Earth map is superimposed on it doesn't mean it's actually working off of that specific map. Because it worked, like I said, it works on the globe too. You can use the same idea that you're working with the sun, moon, and stars on a globe, and you have the same prediction value. The prediction value doesn't mean the Earth is what it is, like the orientation.
And they're not claiming it either that that's the map, but it's the best. It's the best they can come up with,
But see, that's what the globe is saying too. Like, because they don't know anything to be 100% sure, so this is the best that they have. So it's the same. And so,
but my point is, watching that guy completely woke me up to it, and then I did and then Dave kept saying, "Well, do your research. Don't believe what I'm saying." So I did that. So it was a good thing, really.
It leads you into something else, which is okay. But once it's like, how can I say this? I would say people come in through Eric Debate, or they come into Mark Sargent. And I don't really like those guys so much to say, like, the way people praise them. They're good to someone who hasn't heard anything about flat Earth, and they just they're provocative things that he's talking about, and it starts to get you into the whole concept of like, whoa, this is not what we've been told kind of conversation. But that's good. That's a start. Yeah. But then when you start to realize that these guys are still holding on to reification fallacy ideas, which is why globe earthers come in and say, well, how does it work on your flat Earth map when you have two people standing on different sides of the flat Earth map looking up at the stars? How do they see the same stars looking, and they're both looking away at two different directions? You know what I mean? So the fact that can't be explained by a flat earther is evidence that you can't say that the Earth is what people are saying with the azimuthal equidistant projection, because it could be something entirely different. With the extent of the realm isn't able to be known. We can just see the different places on it, but we can't conceptualize the entire realm. The entire realm, nobody knows the extent. It could go on, like, as far as we know from Antarctica, and if, let's say, you're thinking about just the concept, right? Like, it's being ice, and if we are an enclosed system, and let's say that the enclosure is like somewhere to be found, like that enclosure probably wouldn't be found for a while. Like you'd run out of resources before you could get to that, or you know what I mean? Like it'd be be so horrid that you wouldn't be able to make it there. But like that being the case, or like in an Antarctic Treaty or whatever the case is, there's always barriers there, whether it's nature or whether it's man-made, that are going to prevent you from going there. So yeah, I just think that it's important to realize the situation that we are in, because like think about this, right? If you want to go outward, the Antarctic Treaty stops you. If you want to go down, the Earth actually stops you. 8 miles, 7 point, what is it? 8 miles.
Yeah. The great borehole. That's right. Yeah.
So we got barriers going down, we got barriers going outward, and we got barriers going up. So who's the barrier going up? That's NASA. So if you start, let's say you got the equipment to build a rocket. There was even a movie about it called Rocket Man. You know, like it's just simulating the idea. So if you were to try to do that, they would investigate what you're doing, unless you have a huge company like Blue Origin and you have an agenda that's different, right? Because now you're supporting the agenda, so they're going to let you play around with your toys. But that's not what we're saying. Somebody who's thoroughly going to just investigate things, not going to be let the free reins to do such a thing, because that's not, it's against the agenda, you know?
Yeah. Sorry.
So that's the reason why. And we said this before, but it doesn't become real until someone like you comes in here and says, yeah, we don't let people go beyond this particular part of the water. Like, and if you do, you'll be hailed and probably a warning shot, let's say, if you're gracious enough. But if not, and if you still refuse, then we're going to take you down. Like, that's just the way it goes. So this is reality. This is for real. This isn't something that we're just making up. And so that we can say, like, there's an excuse for us not to go to Antarctica. There is ramifications for those who just want to willy-nilly think that they can just go wherever they want.
Which we can't. But I look at it this way: there's got to be a reason for that. They're stopping us from going there for a reason. Do you agree with that?
Well, I do, because it makes more sense, because it's a protected, like, obviously it's a protected land, right? But like, if there's a campaign that a military is like whatever that is, then of course you're there for that specific reason. But if because of the fact that you know that other ships that are not authorized are passing that specific region, then you address them differently, right? It's not going to be just like, oh, that's just a ship. We're dealing with our campaign over here. Like, that's like, who are you, right? You're going to want to know who they are, and like they wonder why they're there. Maybe engage them. We don't know. Like, but
isn't it that's where they hold is it called the G7 meeting in Antarctica? There's a lot going on over there government wise, isn't there?
Yeah, there's but things that's not really too much in the public eye. I mean, some of the things that are being spoken of, and like, we don't know the entire agenda as to like what is the reasoning and why the things are still put in place the way they are, because apparently with the documentary, excuse me, that what's his name that went down there, the guy who took the Navy,
Admiral
Byrd, he went down there, and so he's saying things like, you know, they saw mountains of coal down there and stuff, and you think the natural resources that can be tapped into would be just like it was fuel us for forever. Like, we could have so much energy because of that. But
yeah, and continents to be bigger than the United States. Continents larger than the United States. He saw. Yeah.
So you're dealing with
that to his grave as well. Yeah.
People fighting over energy, and then there's a lot of energy there, you know, waiting to be tapped into. So,
have you ever read Admiral Byrd's Secret Diary?
No.
It's available on YouTube. Incredible story.
Wow. Yeah, never seen it.
The Secret Diaries, by the way, are absolutely amazing. Fascinating. Where he actually gets to meet the people, the inhabitants of Antarctica. And it's, oh man, check them out.
A video or something? Like, what did you read, or
cool? I found it on YouTube. It was on YouTube. It's
Yeah,
called
I
The
think-
Secret Diary of Admiral Byrd.
Oh, there you go. Cool.
That is, if you trust what he wrote.
Somebody post it on the YouTube live stream. You can just post it.
Very fascinating.
So everybody can see if you want.
I'll be right back, guys, because I've got to make a phone call. But
All right, see.
I got to ring. Didn't he?
Only issue is how trustworthy is Admiral Byrd.
Agreed. Anecdotal testimony is still not something that we can base anything on. It is, however, something contrary to what the mainstream would say. So it's just, there's always, it's like, you know, even if he was there saying things, it's like, how does that correspond with people that actually navigate right, you know, to this day, like in the southern regions? So is there a place actually where compasses don't work and you can actually only rely like on the sun, or that would be interesting? Because that's something, I mean, even if Admiral Byrd did say that, like, you'd still have to figure out, like, well, is it possible that you can't navigate down there because, you know, compasses don't work?
I want to say the navigation at the extreme south that was done by radio signal.
I never heard of that, but yeah. Is that is that like the consensus? Like people would say that?
It's just something I read about navigation like 20 years ago, and I'm remembering it. How a lot of times, like in the early part of the 20th century, they were navigating based on like the location of New York or Paris or something, where there were strong radio signals that were actually sent out for naval vessels. So that they could use that to create a regional navigation system. You know, because that's accurate, you know, right on the nose.
That's kind of cool when you think about it, like how they do that. What are you up to, Bemis?
I just finished up a job, got home early, and I'm relaxing.
Nice.
Playing GTA and just chilling out.
Good stuff, man.
Yeah. I usually just end up spawning equipment for lower level players because I've already got every piece of equipment and every property, and so I just get bored.
It's
It's still fun,
running
though.
around breaking stuff, huh? Let the cops chase you around.
Yeah, I buy. I'll get like armored vehicles and stuff, and see which one's like the best, and just drive around and see how long it'll last.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
like putting the cheat codes on because I like having big guns and stuff. So like I'm blowing things up with like the rocket launcher.
Oh no, I'm on hard mode. I play. I will not play GTA on a PC. I play it on console only. Because the last thing I want to do is run into hackers. Because
you don't play online.
Oh, I play online, but I play on I play on console.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah,
I play the 5M servers. There's some good servers on 5M. Crazy Bob's Cops and Robbers is a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
good
I just play on the PlayStation.
Mhm.
Because the online experience on PC, because I love going into public lobbies, and there's a lot of trolly toxic people in there, and I enjoy being in there.
Yeah.
A lot of people hate the experience, but I like it. But on PC, a lot of them are angry and have access to scripts and They'll follow you from server to server. They'll spawn money on you and get you banned. Just all sorts of
Yeah,
stuff.
that's right. I remember seeing all those money drops. Some dude tried that with me one time. I think I was new. I can't remember what level I was. It was pretty low, and he just dropped all this fucking money, and I'm like, what the fuck? But yeah, I'm clued up enough to realise that not to pick that shit up because that's obviously bannable.
Yeah. Way early on in the GTA Online experience, I think the game had been out for about a year. Same player character I have now. It was like a struggle to like get ahead and make money and stuff.
Yeah.
And there was this big shootout with a bunch of people, and I guess there were some guys doing like helping each other do glitch money and duplicate money. And I picked up $4.5 million just laying there in by a wrecked car. It's
Wow.
like shit. So, but that money goes fast in this game. So, I think with all my combined stuff, I got like 234 million in assets, and then I've got another 10 million in the bank.
Yeah.
So once you get to end game, it gets a little boring unless you start finding creative ways to enjoy it.
Yeah, at one point I was even Googling for like, stuff to do because I've pretty much done everything, bought pretty much everything that I wanted to buy, and then kind of just get bored really. But then, it's nice when they introduce some new content like new missions and stuff.
Yeah.
That's always good.
One thing I did was I did the map run. It's where you physically run in the triangle to the three corners of the map, and all you have out is a gun, no cars, nothing. You just run.
Shit.
That's pretty fun. But you got to do it on a full lobby. It took me, I'd say, about an hour and 20 minutes.
Wow.
Because there's some hiding and dodging to do also.
Yeah.
Another thing I like to do is I like to get about 3 or 4 stars and then evade the cops on foot. That's fun.
On foot? Oh, okay.
Yeah, on foot. It's not easy, but it is fun. It's easy once you learn, like once you get used to it. So.
Yeah,
But
good game, man.
I
Can't
usually
wait to
just-
see what GTA 6 looks like.
It's on the Rage engine, but it's the updated one that they did for Red Dead Redemption 2.
Okay.
Same engine.
Yeah.
So the updated Rage engine. So I probably won't be able to park my character with a rubber band and level up stuff because that is one of the things I did. You put a rubber band on the controller, walk away for 10 hours, you come back and your flight is maxed out.
Yeah. Mhm. Yeah, I've always loved the GTA series.
Yeah.
San Andreas was just fucking groundbreaking for me. Especially the Cops and Robbers servers, the Crazy Bobs Cops and Robbers servers on there. They were brilliant. They went. I played those for years and years, and until the servers just died out because of GTA 5, and then they ported Crazy Bobs over to 5M servers, and GTA. Well, the Crazy Bob San Andreas servers they just died.
Yeah, I think what's going to end up happening is with because if you look at the PS5, they've got the new engine on GTA Online.
Yeah.
And I think what they're going to end up doing is never getting rid of GTA Online and just start including all the other cities.
Oh, that would be good.
That's what I suspect is taking them so long for GTA 6, because when they release GTA 6, I think not long after that, maybe a year after that, they're going to start releasing map after map for GTA Online.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Mimas.
Yeah.
Check out that video that I just posted up. That's how you deal with those guys right there. click that video, dude. The ones that are
Is it
blocking
the
the
Twitter?
Yeah, the link that I put up. I don't know.
Oh yeah, I like that.
Have you seen it?
Yeah. Parlez-vous français?
baby.
Yeah. I love. He's just drag. You know what's funny is he drags them out of the way, and they still don't move after he drags them. They don't like try and get back. They don't try and go back to their spots.
No, I don't think they were gonna try to do that. He's pretty thoroughly scared them. Yeah,
But it's like they're programmed robots. They were programmed to go to their spot, but when he moved them, they weren't programmed to go back to their spots if they were moved. Let me guess, they're climate activists, right?
Yeah.
Run them over.
Everybody in the like waiting in their cars, they started to get out their cars, dude. They were like, "What the hell's the problem?" And so everybody started to get involved, and everybody started.
I like the one guy just dragging them.
Just dragging them. Yeah.
Let me tell you something. I'd be getting hits in off of them. There's nothing I hate more than climate activists. Nothing I hate more.
It's funny though, because they think that they're getting their way and blocking the cars. It's like, yeah, that's not happening. Not today.
I have to get to the bakery for fresh croissant. What are you doing?
Yeah. It's cool. I mean, and people are just trying to get through their day, man. It's like these clowns are.
Yeah.
And imagine if you were trying to get to work and oh no.
You know what it is? It's the climate activists. They don't hate the people at the top. They hate normal people. That's why they want to ruin normal people's day. I sincerely believe that their goal is to attack normal people. I sincerely believe that.
Yeah.
I think they hate people with good normal lives. And that's their entire drive is hatred and jealousy and pettiness and bitterness and just, malevolent dislike of people who have made different choices than them. They think they're better. They think they're better than the people in the cars. Mm-hmm. That's why they're doing it.
Let's just form a line in the middle of a busy road and just stop everybody from going everywhere that they want to go to because they're not important. We are.
See, that's why in the United States, it's legal to run them over. It actually is. People don't know this. Because it's false imprisonment. If you restrict someone's travel without due process, that's false imprisonment.
It's just crazy, man.
Every time it goes to court.
This type of mentality, though, it's increasing, like with the this is people nowadays, bro. We're going in a bad way, man, with these guys.
Don't worry, they're there. Well, I mean, the cultural collapse has already happened. We're like fleas on a dead dog, and we don't know the dog is dead yet. Just got some body heat left in it. But unfortunately, that's what systems like fascism and totalitarianism are. They're self-correcting. When the human oven has to clean itself, that's what ends up happening. Is we get dictators who get everyone through the hard times, and then we have good times again after that. So that's where we're going. Born just in time to see to see the destruction of all society.
Yeah.
I would contend that the decline. Yeah, I would contend that the decline is 50 years in.
Yeah, it has been.
The 80s was awesome, but I think that was like the last gasp of like American culturalism.
Yeah. I mean, we're plunged into darkness now. Like, it's where you go. Yeah, now you say anything, you're a heretic for anything.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what it is. You could even be minding your own business, I think. You get stuff like this happening in the middle of your street, just blocking your way. And mind you, you might be so tired coming off of work, you just want to go home. You don't want to like deal with anything, and then these guys are in the way.
Yeah. Now, if I saw somebody mentally ill blocking the road, I'd stop and try and help them. But if they had on a vest and like anything with climate on it, I would speed up, man. I'd just clobber them. Like the last thing going through your mind will be the front side of an F-150.
Yeah, it's just bad, man. It's getting to a real bad way.
I would say it's great. I love it.
Nazis, but
I'm like Obi-Wan Kenobi with that shit. From a certain point of view, it's great.
Sometimes it's not safe to stop right after you run over some roadkill. You're supposed to just follow through, like in golf.
That's right.
I'll be right back, guys.
Good okay.
I just got 36 organic free range eggs. Oh my God. Down the hatch with a couple of them. Here we go. Cheers.
Oh, nice. You gonna drink them?
A couple here and there. Yeah, I drink them.
No, I said you said down the hatch, so I figured, oh, he must be drinking them.
Yep. Make a little eggnog. Yep.
Ah, okay.
Does anybody have any experience with collagen? I started taking a collagen supplement, and I think I literally feel better now the next day. Even though I did drink a little bit last night, probably too much. Had a couple too many shots.
I have no idea.
Yeah, I felt better today. My joints felt better today.
Okay. You.
Baby hit
The thing that made I had a bad knee, and the thing that made my knee feel so good was testosterone for 3 weeks.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I've never had trouble with the knee again.
So testosterone helps with the knee thing?
Yeah, it's human growth hormone. So you have like injuries and need recoveries and stuff. I had a bad knee for like 7 years, and it would just inflame and hurt real bad as little pieces of the cartilage might break off because I had a knee injury when I was younger. And ever since the testosterone therapy for my knee, never had a problem with it ever. It actually healed it because the therapist said, it was a physical therapist who had a medical license. He said, before we ever think about surgery, we need to think of something that'll non-invasive. And so every day for almost a month, I jabbed my ass with a little syringe. You don't even feel it though. So
And I took testosterone once, but it was a liquid that you placed on your body.
Now mine was the was in a little, but came in little white clear bottles. You put the syringe in, pull out your test, and then inject yourself and go on with your day.
Yeah, the only thing bad with the liquid was that if you can't have nobody touching you, you can't pick up your kid.
With what, the
liquid one?
Oh, really?
Yeah. It'll transfer over.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you this. Whatever they said the testosterone side effects were, I never got any of them. So. Of course, I think all that stuff should be illegal anyway.
Yeah. You have to go so much freaking like ID and everything on that. That's kind of
Yeah. They figured out in the 80s, oh, testosterone actually makes you really super healthy? Huh. We need to ban it. Sit there and tell you it causes cancer and all this other stuff. It's like, well, the guys who are getting bad effects from it, how much are they taking? Christ, you take anything too much, you're going to get cancer.
right.
No, too much of a good thing. Did anyone in here believe Liver King was natural?
No shot.
Yeah. The first time I saw him, I'm like, you don't get veins on your tits. That's not natural. Nobody does.
He has an inflated ab belly.
Oh yeah, he's got the belly bloat thing. Like if you're working out a ton, you end up getting that tiny waist, right?
It depends though. Sometimes there's some big world class bodybuilders that have that problem. But I think
that's because
it was steroids.
Well, Arnold Schwarzenegger, if you watch all his interviews, he didn't call himself a bodybuilder. He was a body sculptor. He said and he was completely open. They were all open. They were taking steroids back then because there was like no moral problem with it like there is now. But he said if you work out a muscle, it's going to get bigger. So if you work out your stomach too much, what's going to happen? It's going to grow with everything else. And so the way he worked out is he would work out everything and just make sure he did fat burning stuff for like his midsection.
Yeah.
So that he would sculpt that like I forget what kind of waist he called it. The Adonis waist, is that what it is? Where it's like that thin
There's a medical condition for it. It's like play bluism or Paul here.
Yeah, because when I was bodybuilding, boy, I don't get the Adonis waist. I just have like that military frame, So I get big arms, big chest, and I have like the straight abs that go down.
It's usually from high calorie, high carb diet.
Yes, yeah, that's
or steroids.
Yeah, I would eat steak and eggs in the morning, and I ate bread. I didn't give a shit. I'm like, I'm going to enjoy my diet because I'm working out so much. Because I mean, hell, I burned all of it off every day. So. But I was doing the all natural bodybuilding, which is extremely hard. But that's the point, I guess.
I don't find it morally wrong to do bodybuilding with steroids, except
me either.
Competing. Like if you're just doing it for yourself, like take all the steroids you want. But like when you start competing, you're messing with other people's lives.
I think they should just have multiple competitions and have an all natural class.
Yeah.
Like to me, I just have no problem with steroids. I just don't. So, I mean, if you want to look like a freak, that's up to you. Because I don't particularly find Liver King to have an aesthetic, a nice aesthetic.
I don't see there any reason to be taking a crazy stance on this. Like,
yeah,
you shouldn't be like, oh, this person does this, they're an awful person, or anything else like that.
Yeah, it's like I one time got a real bad. I had sinusitis, and what I had to do was they gave me a steroid for it, and nobody would complain that you're cheating.
Yeah,
that's not moral. You should get healthy, natural. Like, suck my dick. Come on.
There was a lady in the Olympics, and she got kicked out of the Olympics for having too much like male hormones in her body, just naturally, not from like steroid use or anything. That was pretty.
Just because she had like a natural overproduction of it.
Yeah. That's kind of fascinating though. Like you can just naturally have more testosterone even if you're a woman.
Yeah.
That's not the entire story. That lady was a hermaphrodite. She had male parts inside of her. That's why she had so much testosterone.
There was another lady who wasn't a hermaph here.
She had the condition
a black
where
lady. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, there is a condition some women have where they grow hair like male pattern hair, and it's hard for them to get pregnant and stuff. And what's happened is there's some genetic problem where they're producing testosterone like a man and not enough estrogen. Because women do produce a tiny bit of testosterone, but it's like minuscule.
And then the argument goes like if you're doing this and you're a male, you have this like unnatural testosterone like production that's kind of like taking steroids, but you're not allowed to take steroids in the Olympics. So like, why are women banned when they have too much testosterone and not men? Just naturally.
Yeah.
Like I understand if you're taking testosterone, obviously, but if you're just naturally having too much testosterone, I mean, it might be reason for suspicion for like taking testosterone, but if you honestly aren't, then I don't understand why you'd be banned. The whole man transition to woman and then competing in sports is a whole different topic, but yeah. Here's a from the New York Times. There's an article about it. Oh wait. So wait, what? Wait, never mind. This story became a lot more interesting. She she's a woman at birth, right? She has XY chromosomes, and she had internal testicles.
Huh?
Yeah,
So she was a man.
No, she was a woman. Like at birth, she was a woman. Like she had female parts, but she had XY chromosomes and internal testicles.
Yeah, like I said, a hermaphrodite.
Yeah, that's actually a true hermaphrodite. That's so rare. It's like what is it? 1 in like 50 million? It's something like ridiculous.
I thought it was so funny years ago when like a friend of mine told me that he like had a crush on Jamie Lee Curtis, and like I was telling him like, you know, she's a hermaphrodite, right? He's like, no, she's not. She isn't, right?
But she was supposed to be a female. Right?
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
I mean, she was supposed to be a female, so she just had this one genetic flaw that gave her some boy parts at one point, but she was a bona fide female. Because sometimes you got bad parents who make the mistake of deciding at birth to keep or get rid of the parts, right? It's like, no, you really got to let them develop for a while to see what they're supposed to be. And then you can decide, okay, now we can get rid of it.
Hmm. Funny. The family members of famous people get like the shortest wiki pages ever.
All right, boys, I'll be back in a little bit.
Keep it flat.
Yeah.
See you later.
Greetings, fellow flatties.
I'm kind of in and out of the chat at the minute. I'm just winding a 2-month-old baby.
Congratulations.
Oh, thank you, man.
Your life has forever changed.
Oh, yeah.
Hopefully for better.
It's a great experience, though. I did it 3 times.
Oh, wow.
They all growed up now.
Yeah, good.
Just the dad didn't grow up yet. I gotta adjust my sound settings. I can't hear very well. Getting too old, as I'm often reminded. It's nice to see so many followers jumped over to the new channel. When I first got to the YouTube channel, there was like 34 people watching. I guess they got tired of Globe banter, and some of them have left.
Yeah, I've been for a while. Man, it's a lot cold.
You're roboting a little bit there, Bust a Move.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I checked out the YouTube channel earlier, but it was just full of trolls, really.
Yeah. I stop in daily and, just try to throw my sense out there of, if you really want to know how we think and why we think, we got thousands of documents that are in the Discord. And you don't have to join Voice to go look at them. You could just come on in, sign up, do whatever you got to do, go in. You can do it all stealthily, too. You don't even have to say hello, acknowledge anybody. Just come on in, take a look at all the documentation that we've gathered over the years. Then choose for yourself. Decide for yourself what you want to see and what you want to believe. Don't believe the rhetoric that goes on in the chat room. Obviously, you can see it's the same 4 to 6 guys that come in every day like clockwork, like punching a clock. Who got that time?
That's their life now.
I got that time because I'm retired,
Yeah, pretty sad, man, if that's how you spend your energy, every day, just trolling a YouTube channel.
Yeah.
So, the joke's on them, really, because they're the ones putting the time, effort, and energy into it.
All they want to do is add on and bring up false, the fallacies and re-edify stupid crap and just over and over again. And then they question your understanding. That becomes the issue. You just don't understand. Come on. Really? That's what you got. You just don't understand. Well, I'm sorry. I don't understand the way you do.
Yeah.
That just tells me everything I need to know about you as a person, as an individual whose character comes down to you just don't understand. Right? Am I wrong? That's how I do. That's what I do in my daily life with people.
Pretty basic.
You know? I let you talk, and then I make a decision. You're an idiot. That's what it comes down to sometimes with some people. But geez. It's not like we don't have documents. It's not like we don't have observations that we've recorded over and over again. Same place, different atmospheric conditions, all the stuff that they cherry pick, using the word cherry pick, and they come back. And it's just still irrefutable to a cartoon. Right? I get aggravated, but I'm learning. I am learning. Take your ball and go back to your own playground. We got our playground and we like it the way it is, just like you like yours the way it is. So take your ball and leave. If you got that much passion that you got to be in our chat for 13 hours, 20 hours, go make your own YouTube channel. If it's that important and you're that passionate about it, go make your own YouTube channel.
Yeah.
And then you could reach the people you want to reach, right?
Yeah. It's just all that effort, time, and energy spent on their part. And I mean, that's, they're missing out on life.
Yeah.
And if that's the vibe that they're putting out, what are they getting back in their real life?
Exactly. And even with some of the religious folks, those people, it really means a lot to, because on a ball, some religions or faiths or spirituality beliefs or whatever, when that second coming comes,
it
ain't going to get everybody on the ball, because he can't appear to everybody on the ball in the sky, right? If he ascends from the heavens, how can he come out of the sky and be all the way around the ball at the same time? There's going to be somebody missing. There's going to be somebody down in Australia that's missing out, man. You know what I'm saying? For some of these folks that ties really into, and they have great, strong convictions of it, they're going to go to hell, right? You know what that sounds like to me? That sounds like the Satanistic crap. We got to get you to believe in this ball, so later on we can come and say, "Look, you got left behind."
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That's that's how bizarre it sounds whenever you hear some of the stuff that they say.
Yeah.
I got to step away for about 5 minutes. I'll be back.
Good point.
Hello, boys.
Do that.
Not possibly have been cast by the Earth. But as refraction is charged with raising the moon above the horizon, when it is said to be really beneath, and the amount of refraction made to tally with
Is anybody here?
Barely.
Listen, I got some big news. Apple and Twitter are having a war, and Apple is talking about pulling Twitter off the App Store. So I think I'm going to have to go hardcore capitalist and get that Tesla Python whenever it releases to get on Twitter on the phone.
You'd probably do a better job going hardcore capitalist if you use carrier pigeons to communicate.
Why?
Because Twitter and Google and Facebook, they're all just they're government controlled, from the background, and they're not capitalism. They're part of collectivism, the opposite of capitalism.
What do you think the mechanisms of control are for these companies?
Well, to the best of my knowledge, Alphabet, that is the parent company of Google, is either created by or controlled by, I think created by CIA. I mean, I don't really know a lot about these details. It's just, it's public knowledge. They don't hide it. They just don't talk about it on the mainstream news. But yeah, it's major companies like an Amazon.com. I mean, that's not free market capitalism. That's subsidies. I never buy anything from Amazon, but I'm still paying for stuff from Amazon through my taxes.
Do you actually pay for Amazon through taxes?
Yeah, every package that they sell, they get $1.40 like 47 cents per package that they sell. They get that through the federal tax pool.
What if there's not enough tax pool to account for the Amazon delivery? So they got to increase taxes.
Well, the federal tax pool is $4 trillion every year, so I think there's enough in there.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, the thing that sucks about it is we're paying a lot of taxes every year.
Well, can't you just declare not to pay taxes in the USA? Isn't that a legal thing over there?
I think it's like a catch-22. Like you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. Like I don't remember what the
if you start, you better keep paying, and if you don't, just you have the option to not keep not paying.
Well, I don't know what all of the problems are, but at the very least, I'm pretty sure you can't get a federal job, and I'm not saying that's a real bad downside necessarily, but it's just a downside. I'm pretty sure you can't get a federal job, or
Don't
at
they
least
pay shit.
What?
Don't they pay
garbage? That depends on the job. The average superintendent salary in the United States is about $150,000. So it depends on the job.
Yeah, but how many of those guys are there? How many people want to join the feds? How many of them have the probability of getting that job? Probably not so many.
I'm not sure if that's a federal job. I mean, yeah, it might be. I'm not sure if that counts.
What I'm saying is, like, the amount of people going, like, there's not a lot of people rushing to go work for the government. My uncle works for the government, dude. All he does is talk about how he hates the government, says he's an anarchist, but he works for them. It's hilarious.
Yeah, I kind of have done the same thing with fast food industries. I don't really like mainstream fast food industries, but I won't buy anything there, but I'll work there.
Which ones have you worked at?
Like Carl's Jr. and McDonald's.
Okay, tell me, bro. What's up with the McDonald's meat?
I don't know what that stuff is, man. I
haven't had it in such a long time, but it tastes disgusting, bro.
I don't know what it's made out of. It's not meat as far as I'm concerned.
Maybe we've been eating Beyond Meat for the past few decades, and we haven't known it.
It's Soylent Green.
What's Soylent Green?
You never saw the movie Soylent Green?
No.
I've been trying to find that movie, but I can't find it. Like I can only find like ads for it. Like
don't spoil it for him. You got to find the movie and go watch it with Charlton Heston. Soylent Green.
I doubt he's gonna find it. I can't even find it. And I was looking pretty hard for it like a year or two ago.
Okay, let me look.
China and NASA are racing to the moon. Side-by-side photos has the edge.
Okay, here it is, man. You can watch it.
Yeah, Soylent Green is on YouTube.
You can watch Soylent Green on Locker right there. It's free. Don't even need an account right there. Mm-hmm.
There we go.
And also, I just saw recently 13th Floor, which I wasn't able to find, also on the same streaming channel, Potlocker. We'll see you at 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0. Same flat channel, same flat time, 24/7.
That's right. It's flat 24/7.
Should have been same flat time, same flat channel.
Can anyone open their microphone if they know who John Fetterman is?
I don't.
He was mayor about.
You know who he is,
15 miles.
Davey?
He was mayor about 15 miles away from me.
Bro, he's just as fucking dumb as Biden. Oh my god.
No doubt. So, yeah, he's
Even
I
dumber
will
because he's
say
younger,
this.
bro. That's funny.
I will say this: he has done some good for that little town that he was mayor in. He did do good there.
No, but he had a stroke, bro. He's not in good shape to be doing what he's doing. Dude, you hear how he talks now?
He definitely should not be in any office now.
He sounds like Biden right now.
Mm-hmm. All day long.
And he's probably being used to act in a certain way, to be quite honest with you.
I'm independent, and they mailed me a freaking Democratic mail-in ballot.
I've never
So
voted in my life.
I wrote in. I always write in mine, and I for for his position, the governor, or whatever the hell he ran for. I don't even remember. But I wrote in Santa Claus, and then for the position that he gave up, the attorney general or the whatever the second governor is, lieutenant governor. It's on the ballot as one. Who is your governor, lieutenant governor pick? I wrote in Rick and Morty.
Well said. Somebody's offered to pay me to go vote. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, and then get
I
this.
wrote in King Nebuchadnezzar II.
I used to what I do for the president. I write in Chevy Chase and Eddie Murphy, or Chevy Chase. It used to be Richard Pryor, but he's passed away.
Alex Jones, I'll be writing into the U.S. presidency, dude. I'm telling you right now, he'd get my vote. Independency.
So someone tried to pay you money to vote in a particular way?
Yes, for a specific person.
Yeah. You know what you should have told them?
What? Fuck
That's
off.
illegal. No, you should have told them that's illegal.
What's it called? The law.
I don't remember the exact law. That was, I think it's it's back when the Constitution, like shortly after it was first written, like that's in the original Constitution. It is
I'm in Canada.
That is a very, very.
I'm pretty sure it is illegal here
thing to
too,
do.
though.
Like you're not allowed to buy votes with money. Although
Buying
it's a funny
votes. What do you
thing.
think lobbying is, bro?
At a grand scale, I mean, like like Biden, like saying like, oh, we'll freeze your student loan debt. Like, what is that? Think about it. What the hell is that? It's like it's legal, or well, no, that's actually not even legal. But like, even if you were allowed to do that, but to do that to buy votes, like it's borderline
That
breaking
got
the law.
struck down by the court, actually. So apparently it's unconstitutional to freeze student debt.
Yeah, but that's just that part. That's not what that's that part. What I'm talking about is actually giving people money for votes. Like
he campaigned on
really
he campaigned on a promise.
It should be.
Yeah, he campaigned on the promise of getting rid of student debt. If he got the vote, that's what he was going to do.
Yeah, that's bribery.
Right.
Just in a different
guys,
form.
Remember, it's not really the channel for talking about politics or bribery, thanks. We've got enough problems with off-topic subjects as it is.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Isn't it kind of an ad baculum?
What does that mean, ad baculum?
It's a fallacy of false threatening.
I have to look up what that means.
The what? What was it called?
Ad baculum. I don't know. My English vocabulary is pretty shit, so I don't understand it.
Yeah, I don't either. Never heard it.
That's just the fallacy that's the name of the fallacy that I learned it by. It has other names. I can't call them to mind right now, but it's basically just a fallacy of false threatening.
I think there's a fallacy for pretty much every sentence you say in the English language, to be fair.
Reification fallacy, maybe?
Let me go check.
So it says appealing to force without acceptance of conclusion.
You're being bullied.
Yeah,
I
but
think
the
it's just another word
fallacy,
for bullied.
the fallacy where you make an appeal. I don't fucking understand this, bro. My English is not good.
Tala inte svenska.
Oh, it's called argument against the person fallacy.
It's just the way they do. The Globers. You don't understand, man.
So accepting the person's circumstances to avoid a threat, essentially.
I was looking into the way the moon and the sun move, and I came across a video that it explained, like a clock on a flat Earth, the sun and the moon is the way they go, and the math involved. If it goes the way they say it goes, the Earth would lose 12 degrees every day, every 24-hour rotation. I believe that's what it was. It was an older video, too. I'll see if I can find it and post it. Pinky Cash is the guy's name that made it.
Put a description for Ad Baculum in the voice chat if anybody's interested.
by means of threats that seems to be the key phrase there. By means of threats, baculum.
Sorry for like totally messing up the conversation you guys had. I feel like I butted in and then the conversation ended. Sorry about that.
No, that's okay. We weren't supposed to be talking about that topic anyway.
You ruined everything. My day is ruined.
Well, I sincerely apologize, Elijah. I am so sorry.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, Satoshi.
Somebody remove the role, cog this VIP from me.
I don't know who has that ability.
I don't know. I last saw it on a couple days ago.
You need a mod to remove that, bro.
I don't see it.
No, I mean, I used to have it. That's the thing. I don't have it anymore.
Oh, you want it back?
It's a free pass to go and access Cogdis.
Yeah, but I want to get in there without actually getting in trouble.
I see. Why?
I don't know.
You want to go and see what the animals are doing in the cages?
Yeah, I want to go see the zoo.
Yeah, go watch the monkeys fling poop at each other, bro. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe a mod will be nice enough to give you a pass in there. There's not much going on, but we do appreciate if people want to go in there and talk to people who can't be calm enough to use the rest of the server. It's that's what that place is really for. It's, to let people spurg off and just, if they want to reel around and swear or whatever, if it gets out of their system, yeah, that's fine. But if they can, get over it and then get back to talking to us normally, we'll let them back into the server proper. But yeah, so you would have seen a little bit of it if you had a pass. But yeah,
I like to look into that because its intent was for Silver Roll to have that, so that might be why it disappeared on you. Maybe someone put it on there when they shouldn't. I don't know. I'll look into it though.
Because I've been in Cogdis before. Like the first time I ever joined the server, I got in trouble. If I forgot what exactly, but I have been in there for something bad before.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying that might be why the role disappeared, because the role's created as intent for silvers and as a free gold type thing.
Okay.
But when I get home, I'm driving right now.
Do any of you here want to hear the gospel of quantum mechanics?
Nah, I'm out. If someone else does, you can go for it though.
I'll be back. I'm going to go in a Polish Discord and go talk to some Polacks.
Hola.
One open mic, the entire room. What is going on?
I don't know.
I don't either. How you doing, buddy?
I'm good, man. I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good, thanks.
Nice. Good to hear. The lack of Globers today, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm sure there has been a constant depletion of Globers, at least decent ones. They come in every now and then, like always. But
Yeah, hey, what's going on, guys?
not much, just kind of checking in, see what's going on. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, I had a bunch of work background, so I was kind of just listening in, and there was a silence for the globe. So sometimes it's kind of nice.
Yeah. Well, silence is better than listening to some of these boneheads that are way off in the weeds. That's for sure.
Seriously.
Oh my.
Because I really do. I kind of just sit there and reflect and go, look at what we've done. Figured it out. Well done, guys.
It just makes so much more sense. The globe, like the impossible, is just it's literally that. It's impossible. I mean, that it defies all. The second law of thermodynamics is violated. The gas laws are violated. Everything doesn't work. I mean, it's just blatantly is completely wrong, and I don't get how more people aren't just like seeing it, like going, "Oh my gosh, we got a problem here."
Yeah, I ask myself the same thing. Even when I find somebody who is kind of on the fence, I mean, especially like government-wise, they're like, "Government this, yeah, this, that." I'm all for freedom and all this stuff, but I definitely trust NASA. It boggles my mind. And I get it. I would be lying if I wasn't that little 5-year-old kid who was like, I'm going to be an astronaut. I'm going to be an inventor. I'm going to be the smartest guy who can go out in space. And, you know, I listened to Carl Sagan like, gosh, like it was the gospel or something. It was bad. You know, it's pretty atheistic, I would say even. But, you know, I slowly got out of it and found God shortly after, kind of in my teenage years. But, you know, once you found the flat earth too, you were like, holy crap, okay, I can put all these bigger pieces together. And that's what really does it for you, you know.
Sure does. Yeah, finding God is a big one. You know, because I think that's their main goal. I really do. If you really look at the whole picture, that's what they're trying to hide God. They're hiding anybody from, you know, having any salvation whatsoever. They just don't want anybody involved in any of that religion type stuff, because then I think they fear it gives the religion the control, and it really does, kind of. I mean,
yeah,
that's kind of a bad way to look at it, but in essence, it does give the religious, you know, community a little bit more control over people, or a lot. And then they can't just, you know, nowadays what the government would want is, you know, want you to go completely off into the weeds and become a radical this and radical that, and, you know, fight about this and fight about that, be, you know, separated all the time, you know, always fighting amongst yourselves. And
yeah, never the real enemy, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Never the real enemy. Yep.
And I mean, don't get me wrong, I think government was good at one point, you know, and maybe that's just the story they kind of taught us. And yeah, it made a lot of sense too. But I don't know. I'm still somebody who's like, you know, we can govern ourselves. I think we've reached a technological point. But gosh, it's these lies that are honestly, it's parasitic, I think. You know, it's really trapped a lot of people.
It's trapped the entire world. What do you mean?
Yeah.
There's only a handful of people that are truly, you know, awake. I mean, there might
they
be
just pulled the rug, you know?
Yeah. And I question how awake I am at times, you know. I mean,
oh yeah, still.
I don't know everything about, you know. So I have to, you know, I don't know.
I see it that way too, but then I also like kind of reflect on that, because I thought about it, like, look at how much I don't know, and I kind of started getting sort of this fear about that, and I go, wait a minute, that's kind of a positive thing, because if I know that I don't know something, then I still know something like that. You know what I mean? That means you do know something. You know that you don't know. And some of these people, they don't even know that. You know, they can't even tell if it's 100%. They're still like off in the 99.9%, and
right.
And then they just keep going about their day every week after week. They complain about Mondays, and I'm like, it's just think of it as the next day. Like, you don't even tell yourself the week system anymore. Lose track of the days. Honestly, you'll become more successful, and you'll focus on more of what you actually want to do, and maybe what the creator has intended for you to do. Is like, it's a big one, you know, like, because it really does give you that purpose. I would say kind of Flat Earth kind of does, at least individually in my case, kind of gave me that purpose, you know. But I would think it's kind of really in the whole room, you know, like each of us kind of has that story of, I don't think any of us could forget that day that it clicked, you know, like, oh my gosh, it really is flat, you know. And whether you were testing it out at the ocean, or you were doing other experiments with the moon, like myself, you know, just measuring the temperature of the light was a big one for me, because, you know, I'd saw it on the 200 proofs, and I was like, no way, you know. and sat there kind of debunking it, debriefing in my head. And, because I was a NASA zealot for sure. No, I don't think I'd ever defend the globe like some of these people do, but some of them, I think they have alternative reasonings, but because something's really like funding that thing. maybe it's Globies. I don't know, but they got PayPal too, but but the unnecessary division, like, it makes me wonder that if they knew this sort of debate would happen, I mean, they had to have. Like, they're going, look, we're gonna instate this huge lie that's so easy.
You know what? I think they've done this shit before.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think this is a rerun. I don't think this is anything new.
Nothing new under the sun. Yeah.
Right. Exactly. I think the world has been through this before. And I don't know. I hope this is the end of it. I want to have, faith in the Lord and believe that, that we're in the end times and we can be done with this whole kind of bullshit, because without his intervention, this is just going to continue on. It's just going to go on and on and on. And so I have to believe that, that just doesn't sound right. That something like that would happen,
And I think everyone will kind of know if it's the true divinity or divine when it happens, like those true hearts are supposed to know, those true minds.
Right. I sure hope so. Yeah.
Because I do still think that their final card is that fake alien invasion. It's just kind of always been in the back of my head, like why go through all this trouble? Why all this control, all this money? And it's like, it's to go for the big cheese, I think. Go for that new world order that, even Reagan was talking about. And after seeing those videos, the way he's so actor about it, I don't know if, I know some of the older gentlemen in here, they probably saw it and witnessed it themselves. But he was just such a charismatic actor. And there really was this guy always standing behind him. I forget his name, but just the Secret Service back then, and just kind of taking all those observations in as somebody, as a guy in his mid-30s who, is infatuated with the 60s and the 70s and stuff like that. And whether it's politics or the music and honestly the conspiracy theories behind that, and like the CIA's involvement in the music industry at the beginning, and what it's obviously turned into now is just kind of blatant. But just all the lies.
I'm 66 years old, so I went through a lot of that. All those things you just talked about it was part of my life. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And man, it was to see where it's at now, to see where we're at now, and what's going on in the world today compared to back when I was just, in high school or just out. It's wow. We are living in a truly satanic world. I'm telling you, it is really sickening.
No doubt about that one. I grew up as a kid in that era with him, when Reagan was in office. Steel town, small steel town outside of Pittsburgh. Steel industry did. The people that worked in the steel mills didn't like that guy for what he did.
And they laid off a lot of people in those days, didn't they?
Towards the end of the Reagan era, yeah. The 80s.
Yeah, because I was talking to a friend about it, just kind of about the flat earth. And he was like, do you think flat earth is kind of like the biggest lie that's ever been told? And I told him, like, well, no, I think it's definitely the simplest lie they've kind of ever told. And, look at all the lies they had to do to, sort of try to back that up and re-engineer. It's kind of brilliant if you really, really start to think about it. You're like, holy crap, man, they just re-engineered the realm we're in, took things that actually exist and just twisted the story. It was just words. But, I told him, I think the biggest lie is actually death. Like, we all grow up saying fear death and, fear this, fear that. And, the ultimate fear is like the death of you and your children and, things like that, which are all very real things. But like finding the creator and God, like it was definitely something where I was like, wow, there's just, you don't have to fear it. Like you're in it, and that's all the confidence in the world, to kind of have that realization, and to know about flat earth, I don't know, something in the back of my mind just says like the government, kind of knew this was going to happen. I always refer back to that Illuminati card game in 1992. That's just kind of like, what are they on? Like, like, is it time travel? I don't think it's time travel or Mandela effect, things like this, but it's either brilliance or just absolute. They told us a different system, and they knew the whole time how it exactly worked.
Oh, exactly.
I don't know. Yeah.
I don't think they knew the whole time, but when they started getting into the sky, that's when they found it.
Like that clock in Prague, like just this crazy astronomical, almost, I call it kind of a space clock, just because, I still call it up there, space, just because I have children, and we're like, I teach her kind of both models, like what they're going to tell you in school, this and that. We kind of have a laugh about dinosaurs now, because you kind of have to plant the seeds early, I think. But sorry, I forgot my train of thought. I'll leave it at that.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Yeah, I think like I said, I think we've been through this before. I don't think this is the first. I could say reset, maybe.
Yeah.
Or before. I think because the evidence of the worldwide civilization that was here before us was obviously probably more highly advanced than we.
When you see sunken architecture, I mean, that kind of just says it all to me.
Yeah, it's huge architecture too.
And I'm in academia architecture, and they claim, yes, this building was founded in 1836, right? And it's like, why did you use the word founded? What do you mean you found it?
Yeah. Yes, exactly.
And then they switch the word to established or erected or built. Built is actually only now a common term. It was built at this year or demolished at this year. And it's weird even starting to understand the words that surround us and the legalese. And
what I do, see, I'm a builder. I built my whole life big, huge buildings in construction and stuff.
That's right. Yeah.
And what I looked at as the last few years is like, do people understand? They don't understand the infrastructure that would have been necessary to build those big, huge buildings. They've got those huge footings in the ground, those huge, big, megalithic stuff. In order to get that kind of material on the job site, just alone, you can't do it with horse and buggies. You can't, that's why those railroads that were found, they were using railroads. They were using, I don't know exactly what, but I'm sure they had huge machinery at one time. They had to have.
Yeah.
You can't build buildings like that without the infrastructure to support it, to get the material on the job site, to get the manpower and have it offloaded and, erected, all that kind of stuff. It doesn't happen without cranes and huge, excavation, machinery and whatnot. You just can't do it with it. It can't be done any other way.
And definitely not in the years that they're claiming, and the amount of people. It's just
no.
But everybody eats it all up because the authorities telling them that, and they teach them at a really young age to stay in line. And even the ones that, kind of stray outside the line, they even get more torture, or not torture, but, more concern and more in line. It makes sense, why why everybody's fell for it, because they took advantage of our empathy, I think.
I'd sure like to know. I'd like to be able to see what this place looked like, let's say 300-400 years ago.
Absolutely. I think about that from time to time, yeah.
Because they're, I think the canals were already here. I think that some of the railroad systems were already here. All the infrastructure that, would obviously had to have been here to
what's with all those orphans? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, of course, they had to repopulate. That's what I think.
What did they do? And they obviously kept all the children. It makes sense. Like, if you start to speculate in a paradigm in which there is a they, and they really are being the most cynical. But it's just crazy, these evidence that keep popping up.
Yep.
What's going on, AI?
Chilling.
Nice. Is it cold where you're at?
Not quite. There's a little bit of snow coming down, but
It's actually not too cold here. It's 48 degrees, but it's been really chilly. I live in Utah, and it's been cold. We got quite a bit of snow on the mountains already. I think they got most of the ski resorts are open with like 100 inches of snow or more already.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
So what you're telling me is that the weather was one way, now it's a different way?
Yep. That's what I'm telling you.
Right, so that proves global climate change, right?
He reported it for us right here, folks.
First it was warming, now it's changing.
It's
going back to normal. Yeah. Okay. That's a change, all right.
61 degrees on the west coast here is the high. That's cold for us. Down in the 40s overnight.
Yeah, it's cold for us here in South Texas too. It's like a 41.
Oh wow.
Yeah, but
it's quite a bit. That's 7 degrees colder than it is here, and we're quite a bit more north.
Mm-hmm. That doesn't make sense, does it?
No, it doesn't. I live in northern Utah, right up near the top.
Especially it's winter, and the sun's more to the south. Uh-oh. What happened, Claude?
Don't worry, guys. We're the closest to the sun orbit right now.
Also, that's really odd. All those put together are just a conundrum.
Well, if you talk about it in all those kind of terms, it sounds like one side has a case or one side doesn't. But the cause could easily be the same as paradigms. For example, if you ask a Glober, what's the cause of the seasons? Their answer in summation, in principle, will be the relative position of the sun and the earth, right?
Yeah.
That applies to pretty much any model if you're using the sun as the cause of the overall temperature on the earth, right? So the same answer applies. So let's just say, okay, how do you have seasons on a flat earth? The relative position of the sun and the earth. It's the same answer. All right, let's think again. Let's go with how do things go, like fall down and rise up, right? So they'll say they fall down and rise up because of gravity, whatever. But we know that specifically things either fall or rise based on the surrounding medium, whether it's dense or not, compared to it. So it's the relative density of it and its medium. So you could say on a globe Earth, why do things fall down versus go up? And the answer would be their relative density to the medium that they're in. And then you ask a flat earther, well, how do things go up and down on a flat earth? And the answer would be the relative density of the medium that they're in compared to the object, right?
Yeah.
Or they say boats disappear from the bottom up, right? Because Earth's a globe. Well, the real reason that boats disappear from the bottom up is because of optical effects. And so you might ask a flat earther, why do boats disappear from the bottom up? And they would answer you optical effect. So the answers are all the same.
Hey, Chris V, you're hot micing. Oh, you were.
Oh, my bad. Sorry, I was sanding.
I could tell. I was like,
I'm making a model.
I need to make
Flat
a
Earth model.
Yeah.
Got to make my own model. Nah, I'm making a rain stick.
A what?
A rain stick.
What does that elaborate? Rain stick.
Basically, I mean, traditionally it would have been like a dried cactus and then like amaranth seed or any kind of like poppy seed. The cactus would be dried, and as you kind of put sticks through, kind of like a long tube cactus, and you let those beads kind of trickle down, and you basically swish it back and forth. I like to make all my gifts for Christmas, so.
Oh, that's nice.
Gotta make a way.
Yeah,
I'm the real Kris Kringle. You know?
There you go.
That's cool.
To elaborate a little more on this, why things fall and whatnot. I mean, it's pretty obvious to me that there's an up and there's a down. There just has to be. I mean, there's the skies above us, or the ground is below us. There's definitely an up and a down. Things will fall down regardless of the medium. I mean, medium controls the speed of it, obviously, and or the direction if it's lighter, for sure. I'm not saying that everything falls down, but it probably would, if there was no medium. If there was no medium, like it was in. Take the medium out, most things will fall down. Even helium will fall down at that point. So there's an up and a down to this realm that we live in. And what controls that? I mean, all I can just guess that it's got to have something to do with electromagnetism of some sort, I would think.
Maybe not.
Maybe not. But, can you give me another scenario?
Well, first, that requires the assumption that all things that are in motion require some kind of force that exists within the material world to act upon them, right? That's an assumption. Now, it may be rational or it may not be, but it is an assumption nonetheless.
Right. I agree with that. I'm just saying, can you give me a different scenario with it, that makes as much sense?
What if they just move? How about that, on their own, of their own volition?
Well, I can't say that couldn't be possible.
Exactly.
Would be nice to know if the ability to have the instruments to detect, the electromagnetic forces around us, above us, below us, get a good picture and an idea of how it's structured and if it's structured that way, and how it moves.
Indeed. So let's say that you have a magnet, right? Okay, you have a magnet, sure. You put it next to another magnet, right? And if they're orientated in a certain way, the one magnet will push the other magnet away from it.
No.
Correct?
Yeah.
False. That's what it looks like, and that's what it sounds like when I say it quickly. But the magnet itself isn't the thing that pushed the other thing.
No,
it's allegedly
of course not.
the magnetic field that did the pushing, correct?
Right. Yes. The magnetic field. Yes, of course.
So, is the magnetic field like a flow of water where it has force to it, physical force, to push against another object?
It would appear so. Would it not?
Well, I'm asking that because if there's no impartation of what we would perceive as some kind of force, imagine, like I said, water pushing something, or your hands pushing something, like rationally what's doing the pushing. But why is it that the magnetic field causes a pushing? What interaction occurs that actually transfers motion to the other object?
Well, I can't answer that, I guess.
Well, there are some things, where people just say, oh, well, it's because they're reversed polarities or they're, positive, negative.
Yeah, obviously there's that. You can put two magnets down and slide one over to it if it's the poles of the magnet are not aligned. Depending on how they're aligned, they'll either come together or be pushed apart, we know that. We can demonstrate that. But so I don't know how you go. How do you take that any further? Do you get a deeper understanding of the magnetic field, how it moves around a magnet? It appears to have motion, doesn't it?
Yeah, sure. So what this gets into is the idea of an object moving something, which we understand very simply. If you push an object or an object, you push an object, you use mechanical force, your muscles, to push on it, and it moves. It's very rational, makes perfect sense. But then when you get into force fields, where it's a field of some nature that's exerting a force upon something, then you're into this nebulous territory of, well, how is it actually causing this to happen? And you start to unravel it, and you start to think about it, and the more and more you think about it, you find that you can only explain the motion by using the language of rational objects, unless you invoke something metaphysical. And so in the intangibility between the physical and the metaphysical, there's always a step that you never have access to. It's always going to be conjecture. Because you need something that basically has no causal or forceful power or effect to give rise to something that has causal or forceful power or effect. It's like an infinite regression fallacy. Eventually you have to get to the point where there's the exact transition point between the metaphysical and the physical. Nobody knows where that fine line is. They may think they've reached it because they've gone so small, right, where they haven't seen anything smaller that's doing any affecting. And they say, oh, I've seen the transition between the physical and the metaphysical.
Makes me wonder if it's kind of subjective in that case then, like when people say like the astral projection and they were sort of the catalyst between this physical and metaphysical, like both objective, but there are cases where people say that they've had similar experiences and shared the same space, quote unquote, in the astral realm, but I haven't. So, it's kind of sort of secondhand information at that point. But where is that point in which you could see it?
Right. And then there's also the line of argumentation that there is no such thing as the metaphysical. All things are just what they are. There's no physical and metaphysical. It's just all a myriad of reality.
Yeah, some visible, some non-visible.
And these are the questions that keep me up at night.
Well, they've been keeping up physicists of late because physicists, with all their mumbo jumbo that they had to come up with to keep heliocentrism and Big Bang expanding cosmology and all that alive, they had to explain all these things in mechanistic, mechanical, materialistic, etc. paradigms.
Right.
And they've started to realize that materialistic paradigms are no longer adequate to explain the phenomena that exist in reality. And so when they search for the smallest particle, right, the fundamental unit of reality, right, the thing that makes everything work, and the more they search, they always find a hard barrier. And beyond that hard barrier, the only explanation is consciousness. Now they're starting to admit this of late. Before, they didn't want to admit that. They wanted everyone to believe that consciousness is an emergent property of dead matter. So matter, energy, space, and time exist first, and later on, through a process of some type of whatever the heck evolution, consciousness emerges out of thin air, just spontaneously. After a structure becomes complex enough, somehow it just becomes conscious. Poof. But now they're starting to realize that that's not true. That the opposite is true, that consciousness exists first, and everything else comes from it. Now, obviously, this has huge philosophical implications. We know, as flat earthers that have done the research into the heliocentric history, that a lot of the reasons why they made the claims they did were philosophical and religious reasons.
Yep.
So lo and behold, here we are now with an advent of a new resurgence of the flat earth paradigm on the mass communication scale over the internet and all the interconnectedness that we have. And of course, yes, it was censored after it hit its peak, whatever. That's not the point. The point is that it's out in the open again. And so simultaneously, while we have people questioning the heliocentric paradigm, the entire lies of scientism, we also have them reacting in stride to alter their paradigm to make it, again, as it was before, essentially unfalsifiable.
Right.
So like you said, subjective, right? So if the world is indeed subjective, if reality is indeed subjective, then the question of is the Earth a globe, does it have curvature, is it flat, become irrelevant, do they not? Because it doesn't really matter anymore. It's whatever the subject experiences. That's all that matters. So your truth is true. My truth is true. The Earth is a globe and flat simultaneously and severally.
Yeah, but we know
now that sounds well. That sounds incoherent on its face if you think that external reality exists objectively apart from the subject. However, if you remove that barrier and just make reality one with the subject,
breaking up a little bit.
Yeah, you robot it, AI. You need to say that over, please.
Okay, your intuition is correct. If reality is objective and exists externally beyond the subject. So if you die, reality would still exist. If we all died, reality would still exist. Right? That would make that statement true that's nonsense. However, if you remove that barrier, right, between subject and object, and you just make reality subjective and total, then the proposition the Earth is flat or the Earth is a globe is irrelevant. The truth of it is an object or an objective realm that exists beyond the subject. It's actually the same as the subject. It's part of the subject. So to say the Earth is flat or the Earth is a globe, they're both true simultaneously. Now this is where the mainstream physicists are going to take the mumbo jumbo nonsense. And trust me, it salvages their whole worldview, because you no longer in objective standards and measurements and all of this no longer
breaking up. We're super bad AI. You're breaking up super bad.
I'm surprised you were able to hold it together through the roboting that well for that long, but it ended up not working eventually. Collision with the interference pattern of the AI was keeping up with the interference pattern.
Yeah, he was for a second there.
That was incredible. I'm like, dang. A pro, like he slowed. Battle Mod could do that really well too. He slowed down enough that you could still get every single word. I don't know how they did it.
Yeah, when it starts roboting real bad, you just slow your move. Slow
But I
your
don't think
voice.
I don't think we can tell when we're roboting to somebody else, though. You know,
No,
Like, how
we
would you-
can't.
Unless
no,
you're
you're right.
watching a graph of where your network is at, probably that's how.
Almost feels like manipulating space and time in those moments.
I think, yeah. Manipulating space and time. Whoa.
But yeah, this reality where you say that the Earth could be a globe and be flat both at the same time. I'm sorry, I can't go with that. You're gonna have to come up with just a little bit different scenario for me.
Well, I think that was kind of his point. Like, we don't live in this subjective world.
Right. Well, I hope so.
But it could be possible in a Globey's mind because of that subjectivity, you know, even though.
Well, yeah, but just because something's in your mind doesn't make it reality.
Good point.
But your mind is in reality, so therefore, no, I can't even go there. What's up, AI? You want to say something?
Well, it's I'll use the 2x4. I'll use the 2x4 example. So you've had a dream before. You've experienced pain. Now, in your dream, if somebody smacks you in the face with a 2x4, you can actually feel it. It feels hard. It hurts. Right? You're angry about it. Now, that 2x4 wasn't quote unquote real, was it? But you felt it. You experienced it. Now, in the real world, you could have the same thing happen. You get whacked with a 2x4, you feel it. It hurts. You get angry. Now, both the same experience. One requires what people would consider an actual 2x4, and the other one doesn't. So a 2x4 existing in real life, quote unquote, is not actually necessary for you to experience a 2x4. Everything you need to experience a 2x4.
I disagree with that. How's your mind going to imagine that 2x4 without first seeing it or experiencing it in reality?
May have been hit by a 2x4 before.
Just going to manufacture this 2x4 that's never existed before in your brain to smack you in the face and then go, "Oh, that was."
Well, that's not the point.
Yeah, it is.
No, it isn't. Anyway.
How does that happen then? How do you have a 2x4 hit you in the face?
Anyway.
Never seen before.
Anyway. The point being is that you can experience a 2x4 without the necessity of a 2x4 existing at that moment. Correct or incorrect?
Oh, I agree with that. But it had to have existed at some point, somewhere, sometime before that.
Right. So you would say that's the external reality, right? However, if you just put an overmind where that exists in, then you remove that necessity. The point being is that for experiences, an external object of reality doesn't necessarily need to exist. All that you need is the information identical to it to be experienced by you, the end user, which is your mind.
What did I just walk into?
You walked into the human mind now being a user, like someone at the keyboard of a computer. We're now the user.
Yeah. Now, look, intuitively, most people don't believe this kind of thing, but when they're given these ideas, right, with these types of language, they're like, oh yeah, that sounds legit. And so if you take all of that intuition, right, that most people have, that this type of simulatory nature of reality is possible, and then you junction that with this evolving scientific consensus in the scientific community, quote unquote, that's agreeing that this is the way reality runs, right? Most people, just like they bought the globe, are going to buy this.
Agreed.
Now, I didn't actually think it was going to come along this fast. I predicted that this would be part of the synthesis New World Religion years ago. But they'd have to move into subjectivity to escape. Some globers in the past, during arguments, actually did that. Yeah, they were basically shown that all these geometric stuff just don't exist in reality. And their initial thing wasn't, okay, well, then the Earth is flat, or, okay, well, maybe you're wrong. Their reaction was, maybe reality itself isn't real. So to cope with these contradicting truth claims and these contradicting phenomena, rather than just concede one point or the other, they went to somewhere which you probably shouldn't go to as your first go-to, but that is that reality isn't real anymore. Basically, the premise goes like this. If the Earth isn't actually an object called a globe, then it's not possible for reality to be real.
Checks out.
So people would rather accept.
That's a dangerous way to go, because
yeah, sure,
you're saying that reality can't be real because you're imagining a not real object.
Well, yeah, well, keep in mind that this is built upon years and years of thinking things like, oh well, what we experience could only happen if gravity formed things into globe shapes in the past. All these history, and skeletons in the closet, so to speak.
Yeah, the indoctrination and brainwashing.
Yeah, exactly. So they can't imagine that a realm that we live in is just a flat realm set in place. Now, part of the reason why they don't like that is because it hints towards an objective creator. That's the problem that they don't like. That's why it's just much easier to concede, well, reality isn't real, it's just a subjective illusion of the mind, which is a aggregate subject, right? So humanity as a whole is the subject that uses the reality that it renders itself. And so it's a subjective loop.
What a great way to take brainwashing one more step further.
Yeah, exactly.
Telling you what. Get people to believe that, then you can get them to believe just about anything.
Well, philosophically, the next logical conclusion becomes, one, the first part of this train that leads to the conclusion is, one, there is no objective external agent responsible for reality, therefore there is no God. Right? Except in the sense that since we're the subject and we create reality, that would make us God. So essentially the end result is sentient humans are essentially God. So it's just a religion of self-deification.
Well, I think we are children of. So
yeah, that's fine. That's fine. But in this view, that wouldn't be the case.
What's that?
In this view, you wouldn't be a child of God because an external God wouldn't exist. In other words, there's nothing external.
Then you have to go back to some sort of evolutionary creation, which is nonsense.
No, you don't need any of that.
What do you mean?
The history of the creation of the physical realm is an illusion because the physical realm itself isn't physical. It's an illusion of the mind. It's just a mental construct that's experienced by the mind, the subject.
So that means your body and everything then.
Yeah. So you don't
In
need
this
you don't need a big bang. Okay, you don't need biological evolution. You don't need any of that. All of that is just a way for your mind to rationalize mechanistic processes that you imagined.
So what is all these imaginary thoughts? How do they get delivered and travel to your thought process? And actually, don't they need the wires to connect all this stuff?
Wires?
Make it in the beginning? Yeah, so to speak, wires. Like in your brain, the connections and all that. You imagine all this stuff with it not being reality. Where's the connection here? Where's the wire that connects this thought together? And if it's all imaginary, then that means your brain, your body, everything's imaginary. So
Right.
that's not possible. There's got to be some connectivity here. Because you've got to have connectivity. You can't get electricity from one end to the other without a wire. You can't get a thought from one end to the other without some sort of connectivity there.
Really? So
I don't.
So okay, fine, fair. Now, let's elucidate that. Give me the spatial location in free space of a thought.
Well, the thought is inside your brain.
No, they're not.
I got my hand up.
Thoughts are non-local. They have no spatial location. They exist beyond space and time. They're immaterial. They're non-physical. They're metaphysical.
But they're still real.
I got my hand up.
There's no electrical impulses and stuff going on in your brain when you're having thoughts?
Oh, of course there is.
Okay, that's
Someone has
physical. There it is, physical. Right
That's not a thought itself, though.
Who had their
It's
hand?
wireless technology.
Matt.
Matt. Okay, go ahead, Matt.
I know that I'm real because I doubt, right? Now, I can doubt the fact that I'm real, but I cannot doubt the fact that I'm doubting that I'm real.
Right.
Therefore, I'm real.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and to you and your experience, that's a true statement. However, you could never prove that to me.
Right. You can't transfer that knowledge to someone else and vice
Well, you can doubt what I just said, but you can't doubt the fact that you're doubting what I just said.
True story, brother.
Can I turn that into a regressive, infinite regression fallacy?
Yeah, it's infinite regression. That one is.
No, that's not it. That's not an infinite regression fallacy. Because
I can turn it into one.
Oh yeah, you could.
It has the capacity to be one. That's a good word, capacity. Unfortunately, a flat, stationary place does not have the capacity to be a spherical spinning thingy. That doesn't exist either. Alrighty then. Where were you, AI? I'm sorry.
Your thoughts have got to be physical, bro, because they're burned into your brain. Otherwise, you couldn't remember.
Okay, how would you measure one?
I don't know. You'd have to measure all the electrical impulses, where they went, where they were stored.
Okay, check this out. Are you aware of all of your memories simultaneously?
Oh, of course not.
No.
Okay, then that disproves your claim. Because the information...
I have to access them out of the hard drive one at a time.
Right. So that informs your mind, right? And then you have an experience. You then have a conscious thought. So the conscious thought is different than the information in record.
They're different forms, of energy.
Yeah.
Isn't
You're
that
just
trick?
in a form of retrieval.
Well, listen, a book, right? You could write everything in a book. And then when you read that book, then you'd be informed, and then you'd have a conscious thought. Your memory banks in your brain are the exact same as a book. They're just a form of information storage.
Right. Exactly.
But they're not thoughts in themselves.
No, they're not. No, they're not thoughts themselves. But when you access them, they become a thought because you're remembering them.
Well, they don't become a thought. You have a thought.
Well, okay, you have a thought. Whatever. Become, have, same thing.
Right. Right. So that proves generally that thoughts are not physical.
Be gone! They become physical the minute you have one. It gets stored in the hard drive.
I don't know. Now we're just went in a circle.
Yeah, I know.
Those are After Effects.
But then again, you might not be getting this because you're an NPC after all. Like, for example, we've got Brenda, right? Everything's physical. Your imaginary girlfriend is physical. Right?
Yeah, okay.
Hullabaloo. What are that?
I think that's called mental illness.
Malarkey.
How can you have a mental illness? Wouldn't it just be a physical illness?
Yeah, physical illness. You're right. It would be. That means your brain is storing fictitious things, and then you access them like they're real. Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. You access them, or your brain accesses them?
Your brain does. You do. Well, your brain, you and your brain are the same thing, aren't they?
No, they're not.
Part of you.
No. How come you can watch your thoughts? Who's doing the watching? Is that your thinking doing its watching itself?
Yeah, it's like when you find thoughts that you didn't put there.
What are you doing in my swamp?
You're not your thoughts. That's what the Glovers have gone. That's what they have wrong. They think that everything that they think is their whole identity. And so that's why they act as if they're losing their life in here, because it's their psychological ego death that they're facing. So we don't want to do the same thing.
What about all the subliminal things?
Here's the proof. You can lay down God Rocking at Night, close your eyes in the quiet, in the dark, and observe your own thoughts. So you're the observer, not the thoughts. You can watch them like a stream or a movie in front of you. You can watch your own thoughts. You're the watcher.
Brings a whole new meaning to the watchers that came down.
Okay, maybe you are your own. You are an observer. Like what that observer is, who knows? Is God looking through all of our eyes? Like that's who the observer is? Is that what consciousness is? Is the primordial, the beginning, the very first consciousness, or whatever? The consciousness that existed always.
I wouldn't doubt it.
So we may be just living. Because we're in the physical plane. God made us so we could live in this, so he could see through our eyes, because he can't exist. Well, I don't know. I'm not going to make conditions on God, so I'll stop there. Better stop there.
Yeah, if he needs us, then he wouldn't fit much of a definition of being a god, would he?
No. Well, yeah. But
I think he does.
That's like that movie. The Wrath of the Titans, the remake, right? Where the gods were starting to lose their powers because humankind didn't believe in them anymore. So they had to try to make humans believe in them. They're like, humans don't believe in us anymore, and I really can't make them believe. So we're just gonna die because we lost our power.
Yeah,
it's like a god in the God sense can't lose its power. It literally is the source of power itself.
So they had to release the Kraken and all of that.
Yeah, that's right, man. Release the Kraken.
I think we're all forced into agnosticism to some degree, aren't we?
What? In what sense?
It comes to the all-knowing creator, omnipotent, omniscient.
Here's what I
I
think.
mean, you got to define what you mean by not by agnostic, but in which category you're applying it to. So you could say, I'm agnostic about whether such a being exists. I'm agnostic about the specifics of such a being, even though I concede that being must exist, and on it goes.
The latter, yeah. There's just some things we just can't know, isn't there?
Yeah, I'd say that's a better position to have. If you don't know, go back to the cave. You're in a completely dark cave. You're traveling along a tiny little trail. All of a sudden, the lights go out. Oh, well, let's see. You're going to go by memory. You're going to go by a map that's in your head? What about that ledge you knew was ahead of you somewhere? Now you're not sure how far. So it's best to not know in that case. Take each step very carefully and purposefully, and make sure every foot is secure, right? You're not going to guess.
Right. And the best way to do that is to turn on the television, listen to the news of what they just put out from the scientists, right?
Oh, no.
Am I right here?
Balancing. I see the guy balancing.
I hope like hell you're not right.
Let me fact check that.
Yeah.
Yeah, like today we've discovered that everything is materialistic, and the conscious mind doesn't actually exist. It's an illusion of the mind. Oh wait, well, hold on a second. We just effed up. Wait a minute. We just said the mind is an illusion of the mind. Oh crap. All right, new edit. All right, today we discovered that consciousness is actually real. That consciousness is
It's like the same thing. Yeah, just word it differently.
Put the brakes on real quick here.
Change the meaning of these words quick. Make sure that gets transferred throughout the realm. So here's what I think. I think us as humans have access to this, whatever. I think there's a knowledge that it's a whole cloud of this thing over us. Like if we were disconnected from this human circuit that flows through us and outside of us and then back in from the earth and everything around us, if we were disconnected from that, we would die instantly. So I think we're all connected in non-physical ways through the communication centers. We can't see them. We don't know how to measure any of that. That's pretty intelligent for someone to design something that we have no way of comprehending how to access. Like if you were trying to put somebody in somewhere and have them not figure it out or not be able to go to the extremes, however this place was made was done very well and intentionally so that it was at our limits, so that some of these things we would probably never be able to find out. That's amazing to me.
Yet we're able to ponder upon them.
Yes. Now, why would we be able to ponder upon it? That's what I wonder about. Perfect.
Oh, boy. Always some joker out there.
It is great, though, that we have that technology to do like this whole show. You're like, whoa, I didn't know. I forgot I was in a show here. Dang, there's a soundtrack again. Shit, I just thought I was having a conversation. Spotlight, bring those sets over here. Yeah. Bring the fake planet background over there. But put that back over there. No, a little to the left. Okay, great.
The fake planet.
Put that big old template in front of that big old green screen of the flat Earth images that they paste together so we can make it look like it's curved. Put that just right on the edge there. Yeah, that template. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Okay, good. That one. We have a template for every view. Huh.
So, what would be the purpose of our being able to ponder upon things that we will never be able to fully comprehend or gain definitive knowledge of?
I know. Well, I think it ties into this. You heard of epigenetics? Maybe you haven't. Bruce Lipton, MD. And anyway, but I think that we have all these things in our. Apparently, now I've never seen a genome. So these people are saying that we have 60% that's not being used. Sure. Like we have a part of us, this amazing thing we are, whatever we are. And we have 60% of it, they're saying is junk DNA. Junk my ass. Maybe yours is. Excuse me, sorry.
Oh my.
So I think that goes why would we have these abilities? So we have receptors that we're supposed to learn how to turn on. And probably some that they're turned off for a reason. There's probably hard stops on some, and some may be more flexible. Like, okay, when they get to a certain point, let them turn these on with these activities or behaviors or mindsets. But these other ones, no, in this in this form, they're never going to be allowed to turn these on. See, all this is planned into this place, man. Like, I don't think I'm that far off base, like really. Like who we are is so amazingly unique. Each one of our journey is so different. They don't correlate. So the only reason I could see something like that would happen is that it's a test of each individual for whatever strengths, weaknesses, plus minuses, a balancing system. I don't know what you want to call it, to achieve equilibrium in our spirit. Let's just call it that.
I mean, let's say there is a creator, which I believe there is. What creator would create the environment that we allow the environment that we live in today, with all the corruption, all the deceptions, and expect a person to be dropped into that environment and come out spotless?
No, well, I think there may be some.
Maybe you would come out spotless. To come out spotless, to be judged on the things that you had no control over. I mean, to be dropped into the environment today, I feel so really bad for the kids, the children of today. I mean, I feel really bad for them because they are being placed in this extremely evil and extremely just horrific environment. And all these horrendous thoughts and all these things, horrendous things going on, dropped into an environment like that, and then to think that that person could come out the other end spotless and clean and to be judged if you're not, I don't believe that. I think you're going to.
No, I don't know who believes that. Like, so here's the thing. Like, those things are occurring for exactly the reason I mentioned in my thinking.
All I'm saying is
we have free will.
In the end, we're all going to be spotless anyway.
No,
there's no way.
I think we already are. I don't think there's that. Like, listen, you wouldn't know what good is if you weren't conscious and weren't able to perceive those bad things, those horrible things, and those are on a grand scale. Those things that are being worked out here at this plane of existence are because of free will. And if people will understand that at one point in their lives or another, it could be at the very end, but they will realize it. So this is like, I think this is a way of sifting through. Not only that, I don't mean shifting through, and maybe it is in a way to find out who's going to make up their mind, because you're given these choices. And okay, like, I think there's a lot of leeway though. I think you can make up your mind and try to do the right thing the best we can. Like, we all didn't come with a manual. We didn't get a manual. None of us got one. Our parents couldn't tell us because
we need a comparison. do you think that a comparison is required for us to fully appreciate something good? We need a comparison to something very bad to appreciate something very good.
Yeah, I think it's necessary. Otherwise, how would you know the difference?
Well, we have senses, right? So I don't know if this could be like correlated to the physical, right? But we have senses. So that's like saying you would never be able to appreciate the taste of a chocolate cake without first having tasted shit.
Well, it's not quite. Well, I see
We
what
have
you're
taste
saying.
buds though. So the first time we've never tasted anything before except like breast milk, and then we taste the chocolate cake. Our taste buds are going to go berserk, even though we've never tasted something comparatively disgusting on the opposite end of the scale. We're still going to appreciate. Our taste buds are going to go, yum, that's good.
If we only knew good, if we only knew wonderful paradise, peaceful paradise, where we didn't have much, like anything but that happening, where there was no stresses and no, I mean, not that there wouldn't be stresses still, but we basically had a peaceful, enjoyable life where, I mean, that's probably the way we're actually supposed to live, but we have to toil now, apparently. So this, I don't know, maybe that doesn't correlate. I think what I was trying to say before is not that it's necessary that there's these evils existing, but I think part of it is that we either can we have examples in our lives, right? We can see these examples in our lives and then change our minds about the way we're behaving. We could be the bad example or we could be a good example. We could accept bad examples or we could recognize good examples. But I think we're here to be kind of like tested in some ways. I think we
Trial
are.
by fire.
I'm looking forward to some of these people going to hell.
It had to be
trial by fire.
It had to be difficult, or else you wouldn't you wouldn't notice oh, nothing's going on here that I need to change. Then, if it wasn't difficult, you didn't have these challenges where you fall down and bump your head. Go, oh crap! I hope I don't do that again. I can't take many more hits to the head, figuratively speaking. You know. But,
I've fallen and I can't get up.
See, yeah, no kidding. Some of us have a hard time with hearing those lessons. Like, even though you've hit your head, you got bump on your head the last 6 times, and then we still think we're going to take the steering wheel again and continue to do the same things. Why would we do that as human beings? But we do it over and over again. And we don't realize why we're doing the same patterns over and over again. Well, there's a reason why. Because it has something to do with these lessons that us as a spirit need to learn. And I don't know the translation. I've been trying to figure it out for a while in myself. I think I've come to some resolutions because of just the questioning part of it and asking for help. Glover's got the picture of the curving power lines. Let's take a closer look. Interesting. It's amazing the Glovers would go back to Lake Pontchartrain after all this time. Hilarious.
They call that Glober amnesia.
Well, yeah. What's up with that? Like, this is a repeat of 26. I mean, I didn't realize it till 2017. This is but I've heard this is a repeat of like 2015 arguments.
Maybe when you go ahead, Todd.
I just said it's weak sauce, isn't it?
It's weak sauce. Yeah, I was gonna say when you bash someone on the head so much, maybe they kind of forget where they are.
My cranial structure has received serious damage. How are you?
Oh, shoot.
You know, when you get flat smacked so hard, you kind of forget where you are. Maybe you forget who you are.
Flat smacking.
I actually love that freaking clip there. I'll drop it in the chat.
Okay, I'm flat smacking.
Oh, you've heard that song, Sonny?
Yeah, I don't know if I'm singing it right, but it's something like that.
No, you got it. You got it. I mean, it's catchy. Yeah, I dropped that link in the chat there. I just think that's funny. They do have amnesia. They'll kind of forget that they asked you the same question or you've already addressed it.
Mm-hmm. And that we already took it apart. Like you say, I forget who was it that did the thing on that where you can zoom in to the very end of those high power lines. And you can see how at the very end, because of the horizon, it does something. It raises one part up. It makes this really weird effect over there at the mirror edge layer, you know, the edge of that mirror layer that you see right at the horizon. It does some really strange things, very odd things. I saw literal like a 50 or 100 foot tall mound of sand looked like it was floating up in the air on the harbor over the summer.
Yeah, well, that's just refraction, sir.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, when you know the conditions of the land around these effects, then it makes a lot of sense. But when you're looking at it, if you didn't know, you would think that looks like a vertical wall or a hill going straight up and down about 12 feet tall. And it's about 6 inches above sea level. It's just a little patch of ground that's like barely above sea level, and it made it look like it was 12 feet tall, a vertical hill. Really weird.
Well, if you're talking about a hill of water, that's exactly what it is.
A hill of water? No, we're talking about a hill of land that's not there too. So that's kind of interesting. When you see them for yourself, you're going, no, that's a really strange effect. We're seeing right at that edge of the vanishing point. There was a book by this guy. He's now deceased, but his name is Michael Talbot. I read his book about 25, 30 years ago, maybe, called Beyond the Quantum. Now, he's got some pretty strange stuff in there. But one thing he was talking about is this 100th monkey effect and how that correlates to what we're talking about, that there's a field around like each type of or group of living creatures. So us humans, we have this field, the human field around us, or whatever you want to call it, that we're connected to that. I think those are I think those are the images we're seeing when we're dreaming and things like that. So you can get that book. It's a PDF. You can read it for free. Let's see.
Just a reminder to keep in mind that this downtime is a sign of victory. So guys, pat yourselves on the back. We already made it through the trenches.
The war is won. It's like a bomb's been dropped on headquarters, but the news hasn't quite reached the soldiers in other areas. They're still battling on, but it's like this Japanese guy that was that didn't accept word that the war was over, and I think where was he? The Philippines station? I can't remember, but I think it was 40 years he was still in combat mode until his superior officer went there personally and told him to stand down. In the Second World War. Yeah.
I feel like Owen Benjamin did a skit like similar to this. That's really funny though. Like, dude, war's over. Wait, what?
I don't know if I'm wrong, but I kind of sense that some flat Earth content makers, kind of rely on there still being an argument to be had, like, if you know what I mean. That almost like like they don't want to put forth these devastating arguments because they've won, and then nobody is going to want to challenge them. They'll get less traffic, and less views, and less likes.
Right. Yeah, I've heard someone else say something along those lines as well. That we're offering like 3 Bitcoins to like show us stuff that we know doesn't exist. When they were challenged, the person who said this was like, "Why not just take the 3 Bitcoin and just drive the hammer home? Let's prove some stuff, Let's show them once and for all." But yeah, If I could just flash myself, go back to being a baller for a day, I would do it. I want to know what that's like going up against you flatties. I'm sure that'd be very interesting. It's not something I got to experience, I'll say that. Because the moment I started asking questions, hey, how does this flight path work? I had a buddy who was a pilot. As soon as I started asking questions, I was outed.
You weren't in the club anymore.
No, but I got kicked out quick. This guy's asking too many questions.
Yeah, when I first started asking questions, it was difficult for me because I was genuinely asking questions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, with my limited understanding of things as well, like my rudimentary understandings of things, and it appeared from both sides, flat earthers and globe earthers, that I was a possible LARPer. I was like, no, I'm genuinely like on the fence, man. I'm curious now. You've freaking seriously raised my attention levels and
right,
and my yearning to learn now more, like, and understand if what I've been taught is actually real.
Yeah, people were calm, cool, collected when talking about the globe Earth. I don't know if I would be as curious, but they threw a fit just for me asking some questions. So hold on, I don't normally act like this. If there's nothing awry, if there's no big deal, you're not gonna find me acting a fool. But these guys are acting all crazy, talking about the globe. So, maybe need to check this out.
I think I went into, I think it was Star Talk. It was some clip of Neil deGrasse Tyson talking with that chump, Chuck, whatever his name is. And it was, I think it was, what was it? I think it was his whole spiel about Eratosthenes. And in the comment section was just an echo chamber of globers belittling, ridiculing, demeaning flat earthers. They're retards, they're dumb, they're this, they're that, And I was like, there was barely even a flat earther comment there, And I was genuinely on the fence then, and I was just like, whoa, this is weird. Like, I didn't want to join that, like, I didn't want to be a part of that. I actually left, I think I left a comment saying something along the lines of like, because I was just questioning reality, like, go, wow, this is, and I think I left a comment similar to something about like if a fish in a fish bowl, a goldfish was, had enough intelligence to question its existence, how would it comprehend outside its environment and, measure things and get things wrong and have all these misconceptions about reality, and I think my comment mostly got ignored, I don't think it even got any replies. I didn't get any notifications of replies. Or maybe it got deleted. I don't know. Maybe they thought I was laughing at, if I was laughing as somebody on the fence or as a Glober. I don't know. But I was genuinely saying to them, why are you guys so sure about yourselves and why such ridicule? It's basically was hate speech to me,
Hate speech. Dude, the way I see it, people when they do that, they're just reaching into this tub of coping gel and they're just smearing it all over their body. That's all they're doing.
Well, it was definitely a good example of cult mentality anyway. And in any other context, that's what mainstream, the group thinkers would classify it as. They would classify that as hate speech. Hate speech under any other circumstances of any other subject. Somehow it's okay for in this respect.
Yeah, I'm just thinking back to my early days after hearing about flat Earth, thinking about my conception or whatever I was picturing in my mind. Because at the time I believed in outer space, like pretty wholeheartedly. So when I was presented with some type of flat Earth, I think I originally did imagine something like an infinite plane. Sorry for the background noise. I got some cars just on the walk. But I don't know, like a thin sheet, So I guess I can't feel too bad or upset with people who have weird ideas about flat Earth, because they're probably coming from a heliocentric view, just like I did. Kind of hard to blame them. But yeah, I was just thinking about that because of the treatment that you get from people. I remember just literally, just like my coworkers, like I had a friend who was training to be a pilot, whatever. And I was just asking questions. Hey, what do you think about this flight route? And what do you guys think about these questions? And like all my coworkers acted so weird. They just got triggered. Everybody got triggered. It was strange, like that. It didn't even allow me. I've been saying this. Like, it didn't even allow me the chance to, like, be a globe earther on the globe team. Going against the flat earthers. I'd even get that experience. Like all my friends and coworkers, they shoved me out of the globe. They're like, "No, dude, you're asking too many questions." So like that alone got me very curious. I'm like, damn, dude, I can't even ask questions up in this place. Like, I gotta just toe the line. I can't even ask, what do you guys think about this or that? Okay, well, so that got me curious. Now I'm researching more. Because you guys don't have the answers, clearly. You guys remember those one-word answers? People would just be like, physics, bro. For me, like, that's what all my coworkers, they would just be like, oh, physics, bro. Physics. Doesn't answer anything. One-word answers ain't cutting it. They still do that, 2022. They'll still hit you with a one-word answer. Refraction, gravity. Oh, man. Feels good to have the upper hand. Look at who's more emotionally invested. It's not me. I'll tell you that right now. It's not me, man. Not gonna see me getting all worked up over this topic. You see them ballers get emotional. I said that in my song recently. I ain't trying to fight you too emotional. Yeah. So. You wouldn't need to rely on emotion if you had the evidence that you think exists. I don't need to pull on your heartstrings when talking about flat Earth. All I have to do is point to reality as it presents itself. It's not an emotional thing. I don't need to win you over. Either you'll see it or you won't. I'm gonna go on mute for a minute, step inside and change mics. Somebody keep this thing going.
So yesterday I was talking about brought up with a few of us are in here, Flat Earth Dude, Helioskeptic, some other quiet ones. I brought up this series of articles by USA Today, fact-checking articles, and they're taking on a fair few recently posted memes, flat Earth memes, from Facebook and Twitter and wherever else, and getting them fact-checked by experts. Something interesting to check out if anyone wants. They think they're debunking these memes.
Do you have an example of one of the memes, or?
Yeah, I do. Gas pressure one.
How do you debunk that?
They're certainly not fact checking them with science.
Hell no. Bet you it's something emotional, something, appealing to the fanatic.
Fact checking with opinions. only opinions.
Right. Yeah, with declarations and claims, with no support.
Pretty much.
That's what it always is. They just say it, and then you just believe it, and then that's it. There's no support.
Yeah, see which people with the most amount of money, which one of those groups are being offended the most, and we'll make sure we limit any speech against them, the ones that are giving us the most money. So we got to make sure their feelings aren't hurt.
So there's the meme, and here's the article.
Classic. It's like they think no one's ever thought of this stuff. I know y'all think it's gravity. Where's the proof? Just saying it's gravity doesn't prove anything. Yeah, but if I repeat it 66 times, no.
Well, they appeal to the gradient as evidence.
Oh my God.
That gravity is keeping air sticking to the surface of Earth.
That's so dumb.
And I pointed out that they didn't appeal to somebody in this respect, to fact check this or debunk it. They didn't appeal to somebody who deals with gas, who applies the gas law's equations in practicality. They appeal to an astronomer, astrophysicist, people that point at the sky and just declare. They didn't even bother to even compare the two, to say, we'll get this opinion from this astronomer, and we'll get this opinion from a physicist who studies gases, particularly, who specializes in it.
I actually hadn't seen this meme before. Go ahead.
No, yeah.
It's just like a different way of putting the argument, I suppose, but due to gravity. It's like, no. It's, you're not, that's not new either. So, either show proof or stop repeating yourself.
Well, they'd have to, by this by what they were saying, they'd have to assume that like Jupiter just started off as a massive gaseous thing. Like it didn't coalesce, it didn't gradually form. Like if it started off as like, you know, chaotically moving around, bouncing around everywhere particles in space, entropy just would have dictated that those particles would have just kept going in every which way direction, loose, you know, like it wouldn't form into anything. It wouldn't form into a ball.
Right. No, it's just crazy to think about this. I never thought about that when I believed in it. How did this gas giant just form? You know, you just take everything on faith. It's crazy.
Right. Like, what decided the central point that it was going to start forming around? Even, you know?
It's kind of shocking how little it makes sense upon observation. You know, now as a flat earther.
Yeah. I don't know if I can't recall ever having questioned it or ever heard, you know, having heard it presented as an argument or just even out of curiosity. Hey, how does that work? You know, like, and someone saying, "Oh, well, gravity." Like it's like they had it prepared, right? Somebody out there must have, you know, like it's not like flat earthers came along and they went, "Oh shit, didn't think of that." Gravity, you know, like they had it ready to go, right?
Well, now I'm thinking, there at the time when I believed it, there was no question. There was like no question about anything. Everything was settled science. There were no arguments. It was just this is what it is, and there's no even questioning that.
Right. It's like we don't talk about that.
No,
It's like
I've never
the
even.
family. Sorry.
No, I never even thought about it until now.
Right. It's like the family secret, you know, like, and then one of the kids at the dinner table like has heard something and tries to bring it up. It's like we don't talk about that. Shut up. Or they come up with
Right.
some excuse. Like, I'm pretty certain that my mother would have been a flat earther if she'd been around to like hear about this, you know. because she, at a very young age, she was questioning, stigmas and dogmas and things and society and economy and she was the type that would bring it up at the dinner table, like why do we need money, well, we need money to survive this, like whatever, my grandfather would say to her, and she'd be like, and she'd combat that and say, but can't we just live and grow food and harvest things, livestock, and no, that's not how it works. It's just not how it's done anymore. Don't question it.
Yeah, it
Basically,
does. Oh yeah.
yeah. Well, she was challenging things, in her mind. She was curious and questioning, and she was basically shut down, told not to think about it like that. Don't question things. And that was a bad move, because then she wanted to even more. What's behind that locked door? Don't ask. Don't think about it. Sorry, who was that saying, oh yeah, it does? What? Yeah, I was talking about that the other day. Creation Bear. That's basically what Rob Skiba did.
I just saw this in the chat. I was like, wow. The things they say just get more and more ridiculous. Is that what you're talking about? The screenshot?
Yeah. Yeah, that's basically what Rob Skiba did in a hallway with scale models. Scale distances. And he gave up on that argument because of that. And he wasn't saying that, that it's proof of what they're saying is true. He's just saying it's an argument which lacks any merit, really. Because they can use that as an excuse, but not as evidence, but as an excuse, But I don't see how it disproves flat Earth.
Yeah, right. There's nothing in there that was presented, to be disproven. And I guess my response to that post would be like, who said the moon and the sun were physical objects?
Right. I like how he does it on a nice flat surface too.
Yeah, I was thinking that also. Like, good job, buddy. You took a flat surface and yeah, I'm trying to say it's not flat. Good job.
That was classic that day. You pointed out that guy's statement. It's like in the first sentence. If you go to a really flat field, and you pointed it out straight away. It's like, you need something flat to prove it's scurvy. You know?
Oh man. For another day, if I could cast a magic spell, I would have them not underestimate us so much. Probably cast a spell that has them maybe overestimate us. Maybe just like sort of, treat the situation as it really. I've likened it to the show called Dancing with the Stars. So they have these like goofball D-list celebrities. They'll go on to this show, be paired up with a dancing expert, and they'll see how they get on and see how they're liked by the public or whatever. But they don't go there. The D-listers don't go there and teach the experts how to dance. It's the experts that teach them to move.
You're a bit muffled there.
Oh, am I? Sorry. How about now?
Yeah, that's better. Yeah.
Sorry about that. But it would just be nice to see maybe for a week or two, just like people come here and be like, because they're trying to look down on you. They think they have the upper hand. They think they have the high road. They think they're looking down upon you. So we're not able. I don't think we're even able to engage coherently because they don't understand. They're severely underestimating who you are. So just it turns into like it's just a head banging on a wall conversation. So I just love to see somebody treat you with a bit more respect, a bit more, respect. Just not underestimating you. It would be nice to see.
Right. And they overestimate themselves too. Or it's not so much themselves, but what they've been taught. They overestimate that. Which causes most to instantly have like that straw man in their head. I'd say rarely does anyone come into this thinking, that it's more than just questioning, the quality of Earth's surface or its shape. That it spans into questioning the entire heliocentric model. kind of look down at myself for not having considered that a long, long time ago. Not having asked those questions. Who says we're in an infinite void? Just because I look up at the sky and see darkness and I've been told a story about that. Yeah. Like, dummy, hit myself in the head. Like, duh. Like, why didn't I ever question that? I like to, I like to think that I was at least a little bit, thinking outside the box. Why didn't I ever extend that to that extreme?
Was there any other option? For me, nothing was ever presented as another potential option. So I was forcing myself to believe it.
Yeah. I kind of feel like that I shouldn't have needed another option. I should have had the mental capacity to have thought of that myself, Like, I guess I'd vaguely heard about alternatives, ancient cosmology. Just never thought to really consider it as a viable option. It's just weird. I know what you mean. It's why they say, well, if the globe isn't real, nothing might be real, Like, it's all a simulation.
Hey guys, Amish.
Howdy.
Something that's been on my mind a while is how we live in a global society that values diversity and multiculturalism and so on. If we look at flat Earth and flat earthers as a culture from maybe an anthropological standpoint, what sense does it make? What moral or ethical or cultural sense does it make to censor and make fun of flat earthers? It's not cool to go make fun of pygmies or cultures in Papua New Guinea. Who knows what kind of cosmology they have? I'm sure it runs antithetical to anything that we're taught as much as flat Earth. Is it right to censor what they think about the Earth and the stars? Why is it just this?
Because they think we have we don't have an excuse. Whereas your Papua New Guinea pygmy culture that's barely seen, Western society, any hint of it, they don't have an they have an excuse that they haven't had that interaction and the knowledge from people smarter than them disseminated to them.
So what they're doing is basically punitive. How dare you?
Right.
At the taxpayers' expense, we have spent 13, 12 years, whatever the case is, wherever you're from, indoctrinating you on this system, and you've chosen to reject it. How dare you?
It would seem that way, yeah. That definitely comes across like that, doesn't it?
That's very interesting you would say that, because just yesterday I watched this, and I don't watch the news at all very often, but there was, for some reason, a friend of mine was over here. He had this Newsmax on for a minute, and there was a politician that was talking about censoring stuff like YouTube and Twitter and all these different platforms, because she says that the only way to save democracy is to make it so that you can't anything that is contradictive to what their narrative is. The only way to save democracy is to make it so the only thing you're able to listen to is what they want to put out, and you have to go along with what they say. Otherwise, we're going to lose our democracy. Isn't that the definition of losing your democracy? Is when you have to listen to someone else's opinion of what things are and how things should be done, and not allowed to listen to anything but that? I mean, is that not losing?
Yes. A total contradiction in terms. Yes, that is a total contradiction in terms. Absolutely.
Sounds like Bush after 9/11.
I mean,
I forgot that exact quote, but you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I just couldn't believe she was saying that. That the only way to save our democracy is to make it so they have to listen to their narrative and nothing else. You can't be allowed to post anything contradictory, or even if it's true, you can't. It's like, what? Even the news person was going, that's the most ludicrous thing I've ever seen or heard.
So adopt and implement anti-democratic policies and acts in order to establish democracy. Like, so do they, once they feel like they've established democracy again, they've saved democracy, do they then remove this anti-democratic stuff? Was that just set in stone after that?
They're saying get it set in stone, wherever they want it to be put out, set it in stone and make it stand as that. Period. Like, that's just total communism, basically.
Yeah, well, democracy is a farce anyway. It's an excuse. We don't really have it. We don't really necessarily want it. Nobody ever has it. But they tell people they need it.
Well, I think we do need it myself. You can't just go with the narrative that it's completely wrong.
Yep, that's what they were spreading with the napalm. There was democracy in that napalm.
Well, if you're going with the definition of majority rule, I mean, democracy oppresses the minority. And the majority is often wrong.
Right. That's what I'm saying. What if you take the flat earth subject alone? What the majority believes is wrong. And so what you do is you take the minority and you completely shut it out, make it so you can't talk about it, you can't be presented, nothing, is that what, that's what they're saying. They're basically saying exactly that.
Is there such a thing as a democratic communist or a communistic democrat?
Well, democratic beliefs are not what they used to be. It's not even democracy at all anymore. That's the problem. Anyway, I just thought I'd throw that out there. I couldn't believe that this politician was going on about that. How she wanted things like Twitter, YouTube, and all these social media platforms to be ruled by certain narrative, and that's it. Don't get anything
like
but that.
Flat Earth is so dumb, we have to restrict people from hearing it. It's like seatbelt laws, you know?
But that's not the truth, see? That's the problem. Truth is all we should be getting and nothing else. Period. That's what everyone should be, have access to the truth. On any subject, any and every subject. That's democracy. The democratic bullshit that's going on nowadays is nothing but suppression. But anyway, we get a strike for talking about that. I'll shut up.
I really wonder if the stigma of Flat Earth is still so great that people are afraid to even discuss or debate the subject. And that's why we don't have too many people to work with.
I would say in most cases, yes. We've been around it for so long. Now we don't, it's not a shock to us anymore. It's the normal for us. So but still, all the people out there that don't know anything about it, it's still the stigmatism of being the most stupid fucking thing there ever was and ever will be. In reality, it's the truth. And so,
Well, the dumbest part about that, God Rockin', is how I think majority of people hear the words flat earth, they come up with something ridiculous in their mind, then pretend that you came up with it. It's like this vicious cycle. No one's presenting these people with a flat earth that seems ridiculous. They're coming up with some ridiculous flat earth in their mind. And
that's because that's what they say about it. They say it's ridiculous, so everybody believes it.
They don't even know what it is. That's the I guess the most annoying part. They don't even know what it is.
Right,
They've
exactly.
Concocted some sloppy flat earth thing in their mind and then just pretending that that's what it is and you need to defend that sloppy idea they came up with. Hell no.
You're talking about the heliocentric model now. That's what you're talking about. That sloppy piece of shit. Well, I'm wrong.
You're not wrong.
Falls apart at every corner you turn on it. Every page you turn. The heliocentric model, it falls apart. It's bullshit. It's lies. It's fucking can't work. Won't work. It's impossible. I mean, all the above. It's fucking total trash. For some reason, everybody fucking thinks it's fucking the way things are, and it's not. It's ridiculous. They get so many people to believe in something that's literally physically impossible is beyond me, because nobody's using their brains for anything, using their head for anything but to kick. Their head, they're just using it for a ball to put on the ground and kick it around like it's like a soccer ball. That's what they're using their heads for. That's it. Something to kick. They're certainly not using it to think.
Well, it's an exchange, isn't it? It's an exchange for having answers to almost everything that they can't prove and they can't verify. But they think
They're
are
not
fact.
answers, though. They're not real answers. That's the problem.
Explanations, and they exchange. We exchange it for knowing a few things to be certain, and the majority unknown. And they don't like that. They hate that. It's a horrible thought for a lot of people.
That is a horrible thought, to think that, if you've been indoctrinated your entire life and find out you believe in something that is a complete cartoon, fantasy, lie, impossible, all the above, nothing but trash, and here you are believing and defending it? I would hate that too, by the way.
Yeah.
I think that's why we're all here. We hate that shit. It's fucking garbage. Like full of lies. Here you go. Go with it. Live it. Believe it. You stupid flat earther. What the fuck's wrong with you?
I was going to say that I quite like the mystery. You're right that people don't, that are frightened by the unknowing. But personally, I'll trade off a whole bunch of believing for some mystery. You know, it's fine. I don't need to know what the sun is. You know, I don't need to know what the moon is.
That's been a big point for me in my discussions with folks is we need to invite more mystery into our lives. If anything, it's kind of humbling to recognize that you actually don't know something that you think you should know.
Well, not just that you think you should know, but you know because you've been told all these years. You know what the sun is. You know it's a burning ball of hydrogen in an infinite vacuum. Which on its face, it falls flat on its face and is completely fucking stupid. Doesn't work. I mean, if you just think about it, you can't even nowadays, with what we know, we can't even imagine that. That's the most ridiculous freaking thing we've ever heard. Burning ball of hydrogen gas in a vacuum. Are you fucking kidding me? That's an impossible scenario, but yet so many people believe it and defend it and want to argue about it, believe it's true fact, blah, blah, blah. I mean, I just can't hardly believe that people are that lazy where they can't spend a little bit of time, a little bit of research to figure out if they do know the truth or have been told the truth. Easier just to go along. Oh, yeah, okay, I'll just believe what they say. Of course, they know better. They're scientists. They know. Went to school to learn everything they've learned in school, and were told what to believe, and because it was true. Right.
Timon! Yeah? Ever wonder what those sparkly dots are up there?
Pumbaa, I don't wonder. I know.
I always thought they were balls of gas burning billions of miles away.
Who told you something like that? What mook made that up?
Mook.
Nice.
Oh man, that's a good one. What mook?
That was funny.
Someone was saying maybe last week that there are no more characters anymore in any of our TV shows or cartoons. People with, characters with actual depth that you can relate to, unique individuals in TV, movies, anywhere. It's all just very gray and vanilla. And I get that impression every time I see these old flicks.
That's a good point. Yeah, I didn't really put that into words, but I was thinking about how I love Timon's character in this little scene. He's like, Pumbaa asks him what he thinks the stars are. He's like, "Oh, I don't wonder. I know." He's really confident. He's really slick, and he actually says the most ridiculous thing. I think, he says they're like fireflies or something, but I just cut that out.
Fucking that black thingy up there.
Yeah, they're just fireflies. They're fireflies in that black thing up there. But yeah, you're right though. There's so much character. That's a fantastic point.
That's believable as what they tell us.
Yeah, I'd say it's more believable than friggin' being giant balls of gas burning billions of miles away. It's much more likely, I'd say.
I was in another server earlier today, and they asked a question. They said, "Are any ballers in here?" There weren't, but I thought it was a really good question. They said, "Would you be open if you could keep the ball? Would you be open to the idea of geocentrism, the idea that the Earth is central and that the Earth is stationary?" And just pointing out the fact that all of their quote unquote greats, whether it's Stephen Hawking or Einstein, doesn't really matter who you go, Ellison, you can go down the list. They all admit that geocentrism is a valid model, and just to kind of get a baseline for where they are, because if they can't admit that, then how could they ever admit the Earth is flat? If they can't admit something that their model universally and unanimously professes to be true, how can they go any further than that? Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's almost like the Apollo moon landing litmus test. Somebody who's open to the idea that Apollo was completely faked might be more open to more. Yeah. But yeah, I like that idea. I mean, that's like shareware. Hey, the first 2 levels of this game are free. Well, you consider geocentrism, and then you hook them.
Well, first you got to hit them with something real small, like 9/11.
Yeah.
Baby steps here, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, like 10 years ago, I thought that was it, man.
But I thought it was a really good question just to ask, because their model universally endorses geocentrism as a mathematically interchangeable model.
Yeah,
so if they can't admit that, then I think the conversation's basically done at that point.
What kind of feedback have you gotten so far?
I don't know. I'm waiting for it right now. I was just seeing what you guys are thinking.
I think it's good. I mean, like,
I was in another server and they asked the question, but there was no ballers in the room to kind of respond. And they started talking about it, and I thought, I was like, that's a really good question.
Yeah.
Because what the next step beyond this is how spherical coordinates are translatable into cylindrical. And we see this in satellite optical tracking and other things is cylindrical. So you've got the base of the cylinder being flat Earth. Everything is up above that. You can convert that into a ball, or you can go back into a cylinder. The math just works. So you can go from an entire universe, from being non-geocentric into geocentric, and then geocentric into cylindrical. Just using math.
Wow.
In terms of the geocentric thing, it's like right up my alley. I've been asking people just point blank, do you think the Earth moves, as like an entry question, and that might be an interesting caveat to add on there. Like, hey, just, say the Earth was still a globe and all that, like, would you be open to it not moving? That's an interesting question. I think I'll bank that and see how, what kind of responses I get.
Yeah, I'm going to start asking that question myself. I just thought it was really good, because they have to concede the point. And if they don't want to concede the point, well, then you're disagreeing with Einstein and Hawking. You're disagreeing with all your boys.
Right.
Are you just like making up your own cosmology now? Do you not have a model? Like,
they will do that. Scary enough.
Where's your model?
Have you all seen that documentary by Dr. Sungenis? The Principle, I think it's called, about the Copernican principle.
Highly recommend.
Yeah, that's good. You can hit a lot of normies with that one. So he basically interviews all these cosmologists and astrophysicists and takes clippings from those interviews where you basically have Michio Kaku like defending geocentrism. It's really freaking hilarious.
Our boy Michio.
Sadly,
throws everything under the bus.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, Michio Kaku in that documentary throws everything under the bus, basically.
Yeah, he's flat earthers Neil deGrasse. Yep.
People think we're doing science. Not in my field. What did he say? We make wild ass guesses. We fly by the seat of our pants. Something like that.
I can play the clip. I've got the clip. Every time he says the seat of your pants part, I just lose it. It's hilarious.
You have that clip?
Yeah, I've got it here.
Oh gosh, that's so funny.
In science, we always say that you make observations, you have a theory, you go make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In order to do this by the seat of your pants, it's leaps of logic, it's guesswork.
The seat of your pants.
Oh man. What a doorknob.
Imagine and ballers will hear that and they will not concede an inch of earth.
Right.
They'll hear that and they'll still swear, no, it's science. It's real science.
Yeah. Just imagine we said that to somebody like, hey, well, how do you flat earthers conduct, yourselves? Well, by the seat of our pants. It's leaps of logic.
We're doing science.
It's guesswork.
They would go to town on that.
Yeah, they would.
Oh my gosh.
Like, these guys are flying by the seat of their pants.
You know what? That would be a great setup to somebody who comes in here. just start quoting them, and then have their own priests on file, and you can just start playing their quotes after they tear apart like 3 or 4 quotes that you say. Oh gosh, that would be a great way to bait somebody. That'd be hilarious.
Right on.
It's funny you feel that way about that particular quote, because do you know who said that?
Right. And that's when you fire up the game music for another round of who's going under that bus.
That would be hilarious.
Seriously, they'll chuck anybody, anything, you name it. George
deGrasse, Einstein,
Vsauce, Newton,
Copernicus.
It doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter who it is. As long as they don't have to take a nosedive under the bus, they're going to chuck whoever. Even if that person agrees with them.
That was funny. I think you were in here the other night, CB. Some guy chucked the model under the bus.
Oh, yeah.
The whole model under the bus.
Yeah. Oh, my gosh. So funny, dude.
Well, where does the model belong? Under the bus.
Know your fucking place, trash.
Not only it belongs under the bus, but back and forth over it a few times.
Not only that, they come in here and they don't want to defend their own model. They want to pretend like all their scientists are not saying the exact same thing. I don't even understand how that's sensible. How can you come into a flat earth forum being a ball earther and then not defend the ball you say you believe in? That doesn't even make any sense.
And wasn't it you who said that sometimes they'll just start making up their own cosmology? What the hell is that?
Well, maybe the ball's bigger.
Yeah. Man.
How would you like it if someone told you to defend something you cannot defend?
That's what they try to do, God Rocket.
No, but I mean, I'm just saying. It's because they believe it's defensible.
Right.
It's not. They've never tried.
At the end of the day, it's all an appeal to authority. Appeal to majority. One of those two.
Appeal to idiocy.
Something I keep hearing all the time is, well, the model works. Look at all the technology we have and all, everything that we enjoy in life is derived from models like these. So, the model works, therefore it's true. variables are just conventions if you don't know what they are. You can assign any meaning to them.
Exactly.
Yeah, you gotta love it when the goofballs are like, "Oh, well, you have phones and Wi-Fi and TVs." It's like, shut up, dude. That's stupid. That doesn't prove anything.
Well, and that's where what they're doing, bro, is they're equivocating on the term science because they have to have two of everything, bro. This is what deceivers do. Then they go science, there's testable science, and there's observable science. What they mean by testable science is things like chemistry and physics, and what they mean by observable science are things like evolution and heliocentrism. Observable, when you go read their definitions of observable science, what it means is non-observable science. Testable science are things you can actually test and demonstrate and build theory off of. And so they're doing like technological advances and computer simulations and all this stuff under testable science. But then they have all these other sciences like astronomy and cosmology that they call sciences, evolutionary biology, and they're not actually sciences. They're making guesses.
But they still call them testable. They say you can test it by moving your position relative to something, and therefore your difference in observation is the independent variable you're manipulating.
Well, there's not a lot out there on this topic. I've kind of been looking into it lately, I'd drop a couple links because there's really some interesting papers that have been written. One of them was written in Bristol, UK, or whatever, and they're basically saying like, why doesn't the philosophical side of science deal with this issue that there is a distinct and clearly there's a line of demarcation between testable science and observable science, and why isn't this more readily known inside the scientific community? Ding, 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 gee, I wonder.
Yeah, and hence the reproducibility crisis. 70% of PhDs in that one field shouldn't have been awarded because nobody can verify that what they did actually happened.
Yeah, so they have a whole bunch of observable science, quote unquote observable, that is not testable science. And they want to call all of it science. And it's like, no, it's only scientific if it adheres to the scientific method, and the scientific method, the foundation of it is observation. Observation.
If you can convince universities and foundations and government that what you're doing is science, you get more money.
It's a buzzword, dude. People will just wear it. When you go to the health food store or whatever, they're wearing the apron. They got a bunch of badges all over it, pins. People just wear it on their chest like it's a badge or a pin, a Boy Scout badge.
The biggest problem is that most of the world's scientists are scientifically illiterate. So imagine how the fucking people doling out the money are.
Hey, it's like another PowerPoint presentation, for some venture capital, for some seed rounds. It's like Silicon Valley for science. You just pitch all this great crap on the screen, and everybody buys it and throws money at you. That's really what science has become today.
Well, what I was kind of getting at is in logic, when you allow someone to start with a contradiction in their premise, you can literally prove anything validly logically, by that. Because you can flip in and out. When you say science is observable and science is not observable, the end conclusion can literally be anything is scientific. And that's literally their definition of science. Science is observable, science is not observable. So that's why it's one of the reasons they're so difficult to follow them in their logic is they come in here, everything has dual definitions, dual contradictory definitions like gravity. They say gravity is a force and gravity is not a force. They say horizon is flat, horizon is curved. And they do this all the way down the line with so many definitions that it's really difficult to even have a conversation with them. Because when they say parallel, they mean parallel and not parallel. When they say parallax, they say, parallax is occurring, but you can't detect it. So there's parallax and there's not parallax. They say dark matter, they say, dark matter is substantive, but we can't detect it by any means whatsoever. So it's kind of non-substantive. And they do this all the way down the line. So
they go into other fields with it, like taxation's voluntary, right? Like, hey, you can just not pay your taxes and nothing will happen to you.
Well, what I'm saying is like when they say that the horizon is geometric and the horizon is optical, you can't lose that debate. You cannot lose a debate. when you literally say, any answer you give, I'm correct.
You just lean on whichever one you need to at the time to win.
That's right. Switch in and out, and it's like mind games and witchcraft and sorcery. It's gobbledygook.
Yeah, it's two sides of that royal arch holding a keystone in place.
It's weaponizing our own language against us to keep us in a paradigm that we can't figure out how to get out of to some degree.
Gravity is not a force, but you can think of it as a force.
And they
Democrats and Republicans.
I think we just need to start calling a spade with these people. You know, it's like stop associating them with anything to do with logic or scientific conversation, debate. These people are just on mentally ill philosophical ramblings. And that's what needs to be pointed out to audiences in debates when like a glober starts. Yeah, when they start saying all this double speak, contradictory nonsense, it's like you're not mentally fit to partake in this debate. You're just off in your own ramblings at this point. So
it's a similar thing with Newtonian gravity. We can and do, and we must think of Newtonian gravity as a force. That doesn't mean it really is, but we don't necessarily need to work at the really is level in this case.
What a butthole.
Isn't this the definition of cognitive dissonance, though? I mean, really, this is it.
Yeah. Pretty much.
But it's not real, yeah. We can and do and must.
That doesn't mean really is.
Because if it really is, then we're wrong. But if it is, we're wrong. So we need both.
Yeah, we don't need,
hey, like Bill Clinton depends on the definition of what is.
Yeah, there you go.
At the very end, he says, we don't even need to work at the really is level.
We don't need to describe reality the way it really is.
Even though we can and do and must.
The world is freaking crazy, guys. It's harder for me to believe that than it is that the world is flat. Like, oh my gosh, everybody's freaking off their rocker.
Yeah.
You think that if you were just exposed to this truth that you'd come around to it, and then people resist it, people go crazy about this stuff. So, yeah,
it's amazing how that's the only field that gets away with that nonsense. You know, you'd never get like a politician up on the stage saying, you know, we can't really think of like slavery as slavery, you know, or something.
Yeah, like all the religious wars. I mean, they take a back seat to this flat Earth stuff. Like, what?
You're not really free, but you can think that you're free.
Hey guys, I want to read you something. This is hilarious. Witsit dropped this in another chat the other day, and this is about peer review on, and this is I'm reading straight off of ncbi.nlm.gov right here. Right? So this is about the peer review process, right? There's a whole article that comes out of the National Library of Medicine. I'm just going to read the conclusion. You can read. I'll drop the link if you guys want it. But let me see. Where's the conclusion? This is hilarious. This is almost sad. It's not even. We could laugh about it, but it's like this is why the world. This is part of the reason why the world is deceived. So I'm going to read right here. So the peer review is a flawed process. Remember, this is the conclusion of this article.
Post it, please.
So peer review is a flawed process full of easily identified defects with little evidence that it works. Nevertheless, it is likely to remain central to science and journals because there is no obvious alternative, and scientists and editors have a continuing belief in peer review. How odd that science should be rooted in belief.
Oh, affirming the consequence.
Wow. That's gold, man.
That is golden, dude. Yep. Reification affirmed.
It's from Witsit, so you know it's golden, bro. I love that.
There it is. Thanks, Paul Kicker.
I like that little clip of the old guy there in the desert, and he's kind of talking about people that go and get their, they come out of university with their PhDs, and they can't think past anything that's presented to them on paper. You know what I'm talking about?
Winter Bob?
I don't know what the guy's name is. I'm sure people in here have seen it. I'll have to dig it out somewhere. But he hits the nail on the head, because he's explaining how, in real science, the discoveries always come from the fringe. The edges of people willing to, look past all the conventional ideas and really think outside the box, and people that get coined as lunatics, essentially.
Yeah, like the Wright brothers. I've used them in my debates too.
Yeah,
and everyone thought they were crazy. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, sorry, I interrupted you, but and eventually it's just the fringe position gets adopted by the mainstream, and so on and so forth, and then a new fringe forms, and they fight that, and that's the cycle.
Well, what could be more fringe than flat Earth? Honestly, like, we are the fringiest of the fringe, it seems. I mean, the freaking government's censoring us, for crying out loud, for speaking our mind. And we're made fun of by our friends and our family and peers at work. I mean, geez.
So what did Dave Weiss say? If you want to lose all your friends and all your family, just become a flat earther.
It's true. Like, when I first came into this, I'm like, I made that same mistake everybody else does, and says, hey, if I just tell everybody about the truth, they're going to hear it, they're going to love it, they're going to want more of it, and they're going to come around to it because it feels good. Because, you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube once you get it. So, right. Yeah. And then, so I started telling everybody that I know. I started flat smacking bars and restaurants and stuff in my area. And I was like demoralized, totally steamrolled by just how non-willing, non-compliant people were with even wanting to look. I mean, I was showing some guys some Jay Tolan videos who's sitting next to me. I'm like, hey man, check this out. You've never seen anything like this. Few people on Earth have witnessed sideways looking infrared from an airplane. Check this out, right? So I'm showing it to him. We're talking about it, and then like some biker dude bucks up and starts walking up to me and starts saying, hey man, you're just a NASA, blah 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 blah. He starts trying to pick a fight with me. He wants to go outside and like deck me, right? I'm not a big dude, so I'm talking him down. I just freaking leave. And at that point I called it off. I'm like, this is nuts. Like, I just had enough of it. People are crazy over this. You got to be careful.
Who the fuck is that guy?
Yeah. That's what I said. Snap his suspenders. Yeah.
I love how you said, "Oh, you're the NASA guy."
Yeah, it's like, so you're dissing NASA. I mean, we've been to the moon, man. Like my daddy worked on the cameras on the Hasselblad. Blah blah blah. I was like, okay. Why don't we just calm down for a minute? I said, I'm just showing this guy a video. We're just talking about the theory of Earth. And then the bartender actually intervened at that point. And he said, hey guys, you got to take this outside because we can't have this in here. Yeah. And I said, all right, I'm just gonna leave. So I just got up and I left. So
if that was me, I'd have told him,
shut your fucking mouth. You'll do nothing. You'll do fucking nothing.
Dude, you know what the funny thing is? The bartender, I know him. He's a flat earther.
Nice.
Oh, fucking bitch.
I know. He's there's a cool story behind that. I'll tell it another time. But yeah. I mean, he had to. He's running a business. I get it. So yeah, I mean, he and I actually went out back once during a smoke break, and we were just chatting and stuff. He's ex-Amish. He left the order or whatever on Rumspringa, and one of the things he did was he started working construction, and then he ended up saving up enough money and bought a restaurant, turned it into a bar. Yep. Yeah, if you haven't heard by now, I keep talking about it. Amish are flat earthers, straight up. If they're not, they're geocentrists. They definitely don't buy into this Copernican horse shit.
I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. They almost seem like they have an actual head on their shoulders.
Well, think about how easy it would be to communicate with someone who's never been brainwashed by a television screen for 6 hours a day for 25 years.
Yeah. This guy was telling me it's actually it was tough for him to realize just how freaking crazy people are about NASA and space and stuff, because he didn't see any of that when he was young and in the Amish community, right? So he gets out and suddenly everything's about space. He's like, what the hell is this in dinosaurs too? Yeah, we're talking about that. No, it's hard for him to give it up because he knows the truth. I mean, he's seen reality for what it is. And he can't ditch it. Yeah. I mean, it was a powerful testimony when I was talking to him, and it really affirmed for me that this is right.
It's sort of like allegory of the cave, but in reverse for when Amish go out in the world, isn't it?
Yeah, he was born outside the cave.
They're going into the cave and be like, you fucking nutcase.
Yeah, exactly. You guys are watching friggin' a puppet show on the wall. What the hell? Yeah. Yeah, and he was telling me a lot of ex-Amish, like, they talk about this. They get together, and this is actually an issue amongst them. Those that left the order, they're like, it's almost a mode of recognition amongst themselves. Like, when I started talking about this when we first met, he's like, so how long have you known? I said, well, I just found out like last year. Like, this is all new to me. He's like, oh, I've known my whole life. He's like, actually, all the other Amish have too. So, yeah. Hence my nickname, guys.
Oh, sad.
Yeah. I mean, they got pictures of flat Earth in their Bible from the Hebrew cosmology and everything, so. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, how many million of them are there just in America? I know their numbers are growing, and they're growing faster than their replacement rate. So that's something to consider. I mean, we've got a lot of allies that aren't on the internet.
The feds are starting to mess with them.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's for sure. That's a touchy subject where I live.
They're on the hit list for sure.
Yep.
Well, anyways, I dropped a link in there. I haven't watched it yet, but Witsit said it was really good, and it's a documentary that just came out called Heliosorcery, and it's right there on BitChute. And I plan on watching that tonight. But it looks like it's about a 90-minute documentary, and he said it was really in depth about the actual history behind heliocentrism. Oh, I thought that would be good.
That's a huge topic. Knowing the origin of this, I mean, really reveals what it is.
Yeah.
Have y'all looked into Johnny Cerrucci and his work? The Jesuit Slayer?
No, never heard of that dude.
Yeah, he's been doing a lot of research into the origin story of heliocentrism. Traces it back to the Reformation and Counter-Reformation of the Catholic Church. basically it was a control mechanism by the Jesuits to thrust us and our minds into a fake world that they can control, like the Matrix. It's kind of weird, but he puts all the puzzle pieces together. He's got lots of books on this, and he was interviewed by Nathan Oakley for like 2 hours.
Has he done a compiled work?
A compilation? I don't know. I don't know if that exists. I've just seen him on a lot of YouTube videos and things he's done.
Can you drop a couple links, or?
I'd have to go look for it, but there are like 2 Nathan Oakley interviews. One of them is like 1 hour, I think, and one is like 2 hours long.
What's his name? Johnny.
I'll post it in live stream. Yeah, here, hold on. Johnny Cerrucci. Former Roman Catholic, now born-again Christian and flat earther. I think he was in the Marine Corps for a while. And, yeah, smart guy, very sharp.
Cool.
I like his theology and his stance on biblical and church history. Some of his stuff is pretty old by Flat Earth standards. I mean, I'm talking like 4 or 5 years old or more. And he's been on the Killa Priest podcast, along with Whitsitt, I think, too. Like the two of them, I think, were on the same podcast together. So,
Killa Priest.
Yeah, it's not really my thing, but whenever he's on it, I check in here.
I was just heard that all the flat earth stuff happening on Killer Priest's podcast was just a shit show, basically, because of that one really dumb guy on it. I don't know if that's the main guy or.
I know who you're talking about. Yeah, not endorsing the whole thing, right? I mean, I like it when Johnny's on.
But I mean, a lot of flat earthers have been on there now. I mean, they've been exposed to a lot of information. Are they turning around at this point, or what?
I don't
maybe get it.
Gotcha.
I think I found it. I don't know if this is the link, but it looks like it. I'm going to copy and share it. Here, hold on. Probably it. It sounds like to me from his research, a lot of Reformation groups at that time were resisting this whole heliocentric stuff too.
Oh yeah, bro. A lot of them were calling it straight up witchcraft. John Calvin and Martin Luther. Yeah. They were both saying it was straight up witchcraft. They made no bones about it that this was demonic and satanic and earthly and dark.
Yeah, he goes into all of that.
But yeah, a lot of the reformers were pushing back against it. It wasn't like the entire church just said, "Oh, okay, yeah, we're moving around. I guess that's fine." There was pushback, but what happened?
In a sense, a lot of this globe deception did start in the late 50s, as they were building up to and had the International Geophysical Year of 1958, out of which came NASA and the Antarctic Treaty. But you can definitely go back a lot further than that and see the groundwork that was laid.
Hey, bro, the stream that you were talking about with Johnny Carucci and Witsit, is that like a 4.5-hour stream? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, it was. I mean, it's crazy. You have to like fast forward like 30 or 40 minutes before it actually starts. Yep.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah, and there are a few of them. I mean, he seems to be semi-regular on that show. So whenever he's on there, like I said, I tune in because it's good gravy. It'd be awesome if he'd come here to the server.
Are you endorsing this, bro? This interview here with Nathan Oakley, obviously the one you posted?
Only if it's the one I'm thinking of. I mean, I don't know how many Nathan Oakley interviews he's done, but it's been... I remember there was a 2-hour one. This looks like it, so...
Okay. Now, is Nathan Oakley... Is he friendly in this, or is he cussing the guy out and screaming, or...
Oh, no, friendly. I mean, I think Nathan... This is like maybe 4 or 5 years ago or something. It's been a while.
Gotcha, okay.
Yeah. Before the anger really set in.
What is that dude so mad about? Oh, man.
I get it. Like, I've become more bitter in my outlook and stuff since just debating people here on Discord about Flat Earth. Like, I can't imagine him. Although I think I would nominate Nathan Oakley to go to the UN and, offer some dissertation on Flat Earth or something and debate top scientists of the world. I think that'd be hilarious.
I don't know. I don't think I want that guy representing us.
How do my balls taste? No.
Yeah. He cussed me out a couple weeks ago. I was just like,
yeah. I don't like his style, right? But okay.
Yeah.
I'm a non-participant in this whole ether whatever particleist debate going on.
That was actually what it was over. So.
Oh, really?
I like Witsit and I like Oakley. So there you go.
Yeah, I came from the Oakley camp, so I've got a soft spot for him. But I can definitely see how people. I definitely see where you're coming from, BK. For sure. I think deep down under, there's a sweet spot in there. He's a softie at the core, so.
Yeah, I could see that. He talks about his kids and stuff. He's a family guy.
Yeah. But
I just pointed out to him.
I get it.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just saying I get it.
Hey man, thanks for posting the link. I'll look at that.
I come from the God rocking camp. Forget Oakley, forget Witzik. I get all my information from God rocking in Utah. You there, God rocking? Hey, God rocking, you there? Maybe he fell asleep in his nice, comfy chair. Oh well, we'll try again later.
Utah's like another planet. Southern Utah. Oh my gosh.
Another planet.
It is, yeah. My sister spent a lot of time out there. I used to go visit her. It's crazy.
I'm here. What's up?
Hey, God Rockin', we don't listen to Oakley or Whitsick. We listen to God Rockin' when it comes to our information. What do you have an opinion on that?
Who the fuck is that guy?
Yeah, forget QE, forget Oakley, forget Whitsick. It's all about what God Rockin' has to say. You have a comment on that, God Rockin'?
Damn right.
Damn right. Hey, that applause was for you. The crowd was for you, God Rockin'.
Thank you, sir. I spent a year with Nathan before I ever came here. So that was about, I've been here for 3 years. I spent a year watching Nathan every day for solid year before he came here. So
yeah, similar for me too.
I knew the arguments quite well.
Yeah.
Before I ever came here.
So the reason I joined Discord, he'd be like, "Click the link, click the link in the info box description below to join the conversation, express your views on the nature of Earth or whatever it is."
I was there, Nathan, when QE didn't have a show, didn't have any of his shows, and the panel there talked him into, starting his own shows. First, he said, "No, I don't want to do that." They finally talked him into it, and so then he went on his own to do his own thing, and that was, like I said, about 3.5 years ago.
I came to believe in 7/6R plus 300% because light bends around a ball because we live on a ball because of God Rockin'. Thank you, God Rockin'.
I spent a lot of time researching refraction. A lot. And there is where does it say light bends. It says that it reflects and deflects, which means it spreads out. Doesn't bend.
Light can change direction with atmospheric refraction, which you see by a beach or someplace like that, but it can't actually bend. That's just stupid to think about.
Beach, please.
Yeah, when light hits, like, let's say a water, like a ball of water or atmospheric.
A ball of water, you say? The hell is that?
Well, like a speck of water in the air. Humidity.
Yes.
When the light hits it, it's all about. When it hits the water, it's about angle of incidence. When it hits it at the top of the little speck of water, then it deflects it either up, down, sideways, whatever. It goes in a different direction, a straight direction, not bending. It goes from straight, deflects to another straight line. Doesn't bend. Deflects it and reflects it. So
are you saying the only place I can get bendy light is at Kroger's? With a little bit of alcohol in it, bendy light.
Well, the only way you can get bendy light is using material.
Someone
like
get on that
plastic.
meme right now, please. That's brilliant. A bendy light. Oh my god, that's.
I have the meme with the can with bendy light on it. I'll see if I can find it.
Post that, dude. That's brilliant.
So basically, God rocking either through humidity or whatever, because of moisture in the air, the light will be divert into another straight line, but it can never bend. So it can't bend around a ball.
That's impossible. Completely.
As a straight light, even if a straight light is not curved, excuse me, is moved in a different direction, or it's still a straight line, and a straight line can't bend around a ball.
That's right.
Yeah, so how homogeneous is the atmosphere? At what point?
That's a good word. That's a good word.
Right? At what point does it bend, or does it gradually bend if it's inhomogeneous? Does the gradient of the atmosphere bend the light?
No. Impossible.
Yeah, they do these demonstrations in salt and sugar water, which uses salt and sugar, which are like little prisms.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
And those are suspended in it. And the prisms bend the light. It's like an LCD screen, so it slows down the light wave, causing it to bend. And we don't exist in an atmosphere with sugar or salt.
Right. Only that in reality. Show me that.
Not only that. Oh, sorry, God Rockin'. Go ahead.
Oh, that's good. Go ahead.
I was going to say, not only that, bending a laser is not like bending an entire city skyline.
Right. It's collimated.
Like an entire movie screen is being bent around the curvature of the Earth by showing us a magic trick with a laser being bent in salt water or sugar water. Like, that's not what's happening, dude. You need to project an entire city skyline uniformly bent around the curvature of the Earth so it looks photorealistic. Go.
Yep, and diffracting along the way.
So all of those little beams of light, they all have to bend together at the same rate. Like, come on, man.
In other words, at 30 feet observation height across 62 miles across to Chicago from Benton Harbor, you have to raise the city by 2,038 feet. Thank you very much.
So a lot of those magic tricks, like when I was in second grade and the teacher, when I how water stays on the Earth, and she puts water in a bucket and spins around, and I believed that. It was like, wow, that's gravity. That's amazing. All of these things are magic tricks. Shining a laser through some sugar water, bro? No, you have to do it. You have to project an entire image that's many miles long. Go.
Through turbulence. Yeah, there's no way it bends at a gradual rate through different weather systems and everything over how long? 6,000 miles? No way.
Well, it can in a cartoon or a fairy tale, but not in reality.
Yeah.
It can in Compton.
Flat out of Compton.
Well, I hear it can do that in Utah. Yeah, you can do that in Utah too, because God Rockin' wills it.
God Rockin's the man, bro. What's up, God Rockin'?
How much? How you doing, bro?
Just gangbanging up in here, dog. You know what I mean?
Yeah, sure do.
Hey, I posted the bendy. I bended the posty light at the bendy light at 43 after the hour. But so now you got your. Yeah,
that's
isn't
dope.
that cool?
Fuck yeah, dude! I love it.
I can go buy that at the store right now. You want me to post the 6-pack that I just bought? I can buy.
Yeah.
Thirsty Thursday.
Yeah, it reminds me of a political sign I did for, I think it was for Harris. Is it Harris Obama? Or, fuck, I don't even keep up with this shit. Is it Kamala Harris Obama? Or is it Biden? Biden Harris, right?
something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, I don't know, dude. I don't even know how to pronounce face page right. I like that bendy. That's dope.
Is that a real photograph, FDS?
Yeah, that's dude. We were at me and my chick were at the gas station down in South Central, and fucking these car club was one dude pulled up in Impala. I'm like, hey fool, you got it here. Take my phone. I gotta get a picture next to your Impala. He's like, all right, cool. You know what I mean? I just squatted down and took a picture. My girlfriend's all embarrassed and shit. I'm like, it's all good.
But what about flat mark in the background? That's what I'm asking.
No, I photoshopped that. I photoshopped the 1491 and the flat mark and the flat tire on the license plate.
All right.
Yeah, that would be dope if it was called Flat Mart. I'd go apply there. Yeah, I had to add some Photoshop to it. It's just called Food Mart. I mean, so all I did was change 3 letters.
Hey guys, so like about 5 minutes ago, I just got off the phone with Lars Larson, on the Lars Larson show. Something I've been meaning to do for quite a while now. Call back into a show. This is the second time I've called into a show talking about the Earth being flat. And like, I gotta admit, after him saying a few things, like I'm definitely gonna do it again because like at the very beginning of the phone call, like he actually says the words literally out loud, like, hey, this is something I'm really interested in. I want to know more about this and get to the bottom of this. Like, you know, like he actually says that at the beginning of the conversation. Like, well, yeah, man, no kidding. I want to get to the bottom of this too. Is the Earth flat? Is the Earth the ball? Let's figure this out, you know? And I'm like asking him, like, you know, do you have a direct measurement of curvature? Do you know of anyone to do that? And he doesn't even like at one point in time he says that canned answer we've heard people say a million times, like, oh, people have done it many times or whatever, but doesn't say how. And then he's just, you know, he's talking about airplanes and thinking that an airplane taking off from one airport and flying thousands of miles and landing in another airport. It's like, how can that happen over a flat Earth? And like my answer was, so the airplane takes off, it flies over a flat and stationary Earth, and it lands, and at the end, you know, like that's it. Like,
hey, Orion.
I love that one, Ryan. It's like, how can it not happen on a flat Earth? You know?
Hey, fool! I was just on fucking Fraser Kane's fucking live stream 2 days ago. I just posted the video. I just edited it. So like me and Flat Stuff Earth are like going back and forth, bombarding him with stuff. And he answered 2 of my questions, dude. And he's like, this is a baited question, but I'm going to bite. So, hey, keep up the good work, Orion.
Huh? Oh, yeah, thanks. Like, what I was going to say is one of the craziest parts of the conversation was that, like towards the end for the last minute, and we were talking for a while. Like the first time I talked with him about flat Earth, like I was just not like I could have talked for longer, but I just kind of made a statement about NASA wasting our tax dollars, and then just kind of ended it like just on a more, you know, fine point or whatever, you know, being concise or whatever with my words. But like this time around, like we were talking for I don't know how long. I wasn't watching the clock, but it spent like 6-7 minutes, like 6-7 minutes on regular terrestrial radio, FM radio, not even AM, FM radio. Like that's a long time. Like they give you like typically with most conversations, most topics, they give you like 2 minutes tops, the average individual. Like we were talking for like 7 minutes, and like in the last minute, he says to me like, "Oh well, you bringing up this topic has provoked one of my employees or my producers or whatever, and he has something to say." And so then like his producer takes the microphone, and he's just talking for like the last minute and a half, and he says crazier stuff than Lars, because like he's saying that. And I feel sorry for the guy because he says his vestibular system is damaged, but whatever. But or not whatever. I mean that sucks. But what he's saying is like in the process of his ear getting damaged and his vestibular system getting damaged and learning about it from the doctor, he was saying that somehow, some way that he was actually trying to go the opposite direction of, you know, logic in regards to the vestibular system. He was literally trying to say that the vestibular system proves that the Earth is spinning because it's designed for us to live on a spinning teacup in space. Those are the words he said. It's spinning teacup in space. We are designed by nature to, and it's like, I'm like, no, actually, no. The vestibular system is more of an indicator the Earth is stationary. I mean, I didn't say that because we just went to commercial break, but that's what I was thinking, But it was just like, I don't know, it's just a funny thing for him to say at the end. Like, I mean, you go like spinning teacup. Hilarious.
Basically, we can tell that the Earth is spinning.
Teacup at Disneyland, bro.
Wait, you both spoke at the same time. What?
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was saying I've only seen spinning teacups at Disneyland, dog.
Oh yeah, no kidding, huh?
Oh, speaking of that, it's a Small World. They got a new one. They added some new characters in wheelchairs now. I'm just saying, don't drink the water.
So this guy's entire argument was that we have evolved to not detect curvature or spin.
Yeah. His producer was saying that, with the orbit and the spin of the Earth combined and all that crazy stuff, like, we're designed to be on a spinning ball but not feel it.
So wait, by him saying we're designed, he's basically saying that we come from a creator then.
Well, I think he said designed by nature, which is just very generic. It's very broad. Those are the same words I would use. I mean, he said it in an agnostic kind of way.
And therefore, we have no reason to conclude that we are on a spinning ball.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's exactly what I'd say to him. It was like, well, okay, so if you're saying you can't feel it, but it's happening anyway, then why would you even think it's happening to begin with? Is the question. Like, did anyone directly measure the spin of the Earth? No. Or he'd probably say, yes, 1,000,000 times, but I can't think of one. Like that's what they all say. Oh yeah, it was interesting too, because Lars, the radio show host, he was asking me closer to the beginning, or maybe closer to the middle of the conversation. He was asking me like, so I'm imagining my head a disc, spinning in space and orbiting the sun, and do you believe that stuff? Like, and I'm like, no, I don't believe that. No, like not at all. And I was telling him like, no, I don't even believe in the vacuum of space. As far as I know, the vacuum of space is just a fictional setting. Like, I don't believe in that. And then he was like saying, well, then how does that work on a flat Earth? And I'm like, well, the sun, moon, and stars make a circuit above our heads. That's it. There you go. It's like, all right, like, I don't know. I'm just like, I mean, he was pretty interested in what I was saying, like the first time I called in, but he seemed even more interested the second time I called in. So I'm just like feeling even more encouraged now to, again, call into the Lars Larson show and talk to him about the Earth being flat. Because he's being a Glober, but boy, he's interested to talk about it. That's for sure. It's kind of funny too, because there's like 2 days on his show that are basically, just by the way they're labeled, the more appropriate ones. So today's Thursday, so it's Conspiracy Theory Thursday. So, Flat Earth, like, well, that's like the ultimate conspiracy theory. Like, it's a conspiracy to put all these globes on classrooms and brainwash people and thinking it's a ball when in fact the Earth is not a ball. Like, that's one hell of a conspiracy, So pretty much any Thursday is a great day to call on any show like that that's labeled that way. But then there's also Friday, which is, First Amendment Friday, where you basically choose whatever topic you want and say whatever you want for the most part, as long as you don't say any curse words or whatever. I'm like, yeah. So I called in Friday the first time, and today's Thursday. And like I'm thinking like the next time I call in, I might call in on a Thursday and like talk about the flatearthsociety.org, because, by the question that he asked me, it seemed like at one point in time he may have been fooled about that, thinking like, oh yeah, there's a lot of flat earthers out there that believe the Earth is a disc spinning in the vacuum of space, that psyop. Oh, something funny else. Something funny about that conversation was that originally when I was waiting on the phone for like 2 hours or something like that, because I called in like an hour and a half into the show, and when you call in that late in the show, you're kind of lucky if you get in at all. Like I was mentally preparing myself to be hung up on at 4:00, and not get on at all, because I was like thinking like, oh man, I'm not get on. But anyway, I got on, and oh dang, what was I gonna say? Yeah, he was oh wait. Yeah. So I was thinking to myself, like, I wanted to go through the 3 points with him and see how far I can go in the conversation without saying the words flat earth or saying the earth is flat. I just wanted to be critical of the globe and be very sound and on point just about being critical of the globe, and just see if we could get him to come to the conclusion by himself, because some people do. Some people are that smart, actually. Quite a few people are. Well, a decent number of people are. We're just by asking the 3 questions, they come to the conclusion that the earth is flat and stationary until they have evidence to the contrary. Some people are, in fact, that smart. So I was originally trying to do that, but instead of doing that, like, after the first question, after I'm asking him that, like, only a few seconds after that, he's like asking me, would you call yourself a flat earther? And I'm like, yeah, sure, like, yeah, like, might as well own it, whatever. And like, I don't know. Thought it was funny how like he's the one who says it first, but he says it in such a funny way. Like, would you call yourself a flat earther? Like, hey man, I'm just asking if anyone ever measured the Earth and detected curvature. I'm just asking that. But yeah.
Is Bendy God rocking still there? Hey Bendy, you there?
I'm still here.
I sent you a PM. If you could look it over and tell me if it's right. I want to get your okay before I release it.
Got it.
Thanks, sir. Thank you, 7/6R. Appreciate you much.
Making
I heard
Earth's
God
radius
rocking,
bigger. Sorry.
I heard
It's
if
okay,
you get.
go ahead.
I heard if you get 7/6R and add about 2,000 to it, 2,000%, you can bend it around a ball.
That's good. That's correct, Jim. But what we need to do is somehow show them that the light hits the humidity, the angle of incidence. What happens to the light when it hits that water droplet, so to speak? Like if you take a round ball and you hit it with a single ray of light, You hit it in the very center, then it's going to go straight through. If you hit it on the top, it's probably going to go downward. If you hit it at the bottom, it's going to go upward. If you hit it on the side, it's going to go left, going to go right. So depending on where the light actually hits the humidity, it's going to determine the direction of the light. So you've got all these little tiny billions of light hitting billions of humidity in the air. Okay, not one of them sends the light in a bending direction. It all sends it in a different direction, up, down, all around. So if refraction is taking place in the air, what you get at that point is very muddled up image. It would be blurry. It would be, you wouldn't see, you would see very little of what's there. It would in a matter of distance, the image would completely just disappear. It would become a big blur. I think we need to show that the angle of incidence when the light hits this humidity, show that it deflects it into a direction either up, down, sideways, wherever it deflects it. Then it goes from there and hits another one. And then where does it go? And then another one. Then where does it go? Pretty soon, you get all this light. It's all of a sudden diffused in all these directions. You wouldn't see the image at all. So that tells me that there's very little refraction taking place anyway. Because
hey, God rockin', you know what else? In the electromagnetic spectrum, it seems that longer wavelengths propagate further. So, as you go into the infrared, you can see further. In the microwave, you see further. You go down into VHF, VLF, ELF. The energy propagates even further. We've seen how the Marconi transmission goes 10,000 miles from the UK to Australia.
I agree with that, but light doesn't act that way.
Well, no, because the wavelength is a lot shorter.
Right, it diffuses.
Mm-hmm. So it seems as though the longer the wavelength, the further the propagation. It's not based on curvature.
No, absolutely not.
Yep.
Okay, God Rockin'. And my Amish friend. Here's a problem we got. The people on a meme are going to read this on Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, and they're not going to understand this level 301 or 401 stuff, and so it's got I got to put it down. I got to put it down at the college level 101 level. So I'm sorry.
We need to show an image of what's taking place.
Need to show an image. Well,
yes.
I mean, God Rockin', if you want me to show an image, I need to get paid for it. You got like $50 you can send my way on Cash App or something like that?
If you require that, sure. I don't believe you.
I don't know, that the way I can summate it is that the longer the wavelength, the longer the propagation through the same medium.
The average person on TikTok's not going to understand any of what you just said.
Oh, okay.
It's very true. They're not.
Yeah, I know. It's like if you have magic glasses that could see things in infrared, microwave, and all the way on down the EM spectrum, you could see further and further and further out into the horizon. The horizon gets flatter. The longer the wavelength.
I think you and God Rockin' need to do a YouTube together and put all these thoughts into a YouTube. I might give you $10 for it, if you want to sell it, because it sounds really good to me.
Okay.
So I think you and God Rockin' should team up on what you just said, expand a little bit further on it, and I'll adopt it, because whatever you say is fine with me.
Okay. All right.
There you go. God rocking, you got a partner here.
I'm just an old ham radio guy. So, that's what I have to go on.
Goodness. There you go.
The problem is those things you're talking about are not light. So it's
I couldn't hear you. You're too distant. God rocking.
He went into the kitchen.
Make a sandwich.
No,
Yeah.
Something else. But anyway, talking about like frequencies, they're not light. We're talking about light.
Yeah.
But you're right about what you said. I can't disagree. But we need to make it clear that we're talking about light rays, period. What happens to those is they pass through humidity. Show how
that's going to be hard.
Oh, I got it all figured out. I got it figured out. Trust me.
Okay. I'll subscribe.
And you take some drawing circles to imitate a water droplet, then straight light ray hitting it, then sending it into a different direction. Doing that over and over and over, showing that it will destroy the image. You won't see any fucking thing if refraction is actually taking place. Which means it doesn't take place because you see the city over, like at Chicago. You see it. So it's not being refracted. It's just not.
Yep. Yeah, the information is there. It's being conveyed by the waves, and your eyes are picking it up. And this defies the globe curvature, the physical hump of Earth and water, whatever it is. There's no amount of refraction that's ever been detected that can account for how much light supposedly has to bend in order for your eyes to detect it. Yeah, no standard model of the atmosphere or anything can account for that amount of bending. We don't have salt and sugar suspended in the air around us.
You realize if we take away the globe, the glober's gravity and replace it with acceleration and take away their bendy light, they got nothing.
Yeah.
They got. I tell you, the globers on social media of course, they'll continue to lie, but the globers on social media, if you replace G with A and get rid of their bendy light, ball game's over.
Yeah. Yep, you're right. Yeah, I mean, what is gravity but a convention? Makes things easier to calculate and compute. It's a shortcut.
Yeah, I think gravity was invented to explain why people in water don't fall off the sides and bottom of a spinning ball, and the rest of it, So I think, it's actually you just replace G with A, and go with high velocity and I forget high velocity and one other thing. You can actually do the experiment on your own, and don't have to rely on a scientist to tell you what the radius of the Earth is, the density of the Earth is, and the weight of the Earth is, which gravity must have in its calculation to be able to have gravity.
I mean, yeah, what is gravity but weight? You can express that in newtons.
Yeah. And then they threw Newton to the... Yeah, and then they threw Newton to the curb when they saw a star through the eclipse in 1915. So they had to throw Newton away and come up. Eddington and Picari stole Einstein's work to come up with relativity to explain why you can see a light through an eclipse, a star through an eclipse, and they called it the bending and warping of space-time. That's why the academics don't consider gravity a force anymore, because that was thrown to the curb a long time ago.
Yep, and the
That's what
equations that they need for describing all that we see in the sky are infinitely more complicated to describe how, like, you drop an apple to the floor. Like, imagine expressing that in relativistic terms. Oh my gosh. I mean, Newtonian makes it easy, but like in relativity, like, holy crap. You'll need a supercomputer to describe what's happening there.
Well,
It's
I know
ridiculous.
Professor Godrocken has really helped me out. He's actually a doctor, but he's not smart enough for me, so I just call him Professor Godrocken. That's what I call him.
Hello, Professor.
Professor Godrocken. I think he stepped away to make another sandwich.
I'm typing.
I hear they're going to do they're going to do a TV sequel to Gilligan's Island, and instead of having the professor, the professor back then I think has passed away, they're going to have Professor Godrocken take the place of that. He's going to play the professor in the sequel to Gilligan's Island.
Sick.
Hey, Godrocken.
People.
Hey, Godrocken, who would you have play Ginger and Marianne if they did a sequence to Gilligan's Island? Who would you pick, Godrocken?
Oh,
Maybe
boy.
a Cherokee Indian.
I don't know, because I don't know the actors of today. I don't follow that shit.
Yeah. How about from the flat Earth community?
Oh, from the flat Earth community. Oh. Well, first of all, I haven't seen many pictures.
Right.
They don't want to show themselves for some reason.
Yeah.
Can guess why, but I'm not going to say anything.
There was a few back in the day. Shelly or Patricia. This thing working? It was not working.
I hear you.
Patricia Steele. Should we have Mark Sargent play Gilligan?
There you go. That'll work.
Uh-oh. It's Dr. Cherokee Dude.
Cherokee Dude.
Oh, my. Cherokee Dude. Dr. Cherokee Dude. That's funny.
Cherokee.
That's funny.
Flatter Dude. You got
Anybody catch that USA Today flat Earth fact check with the
No, man, share it. By the way, you're roboting.
Instagram? I'm sure I'm driving. I'm in the middle of a fucking show or something. Anyway, it's a fact checking of a couple of memes that were out on Facebook, Instagram, and I was reading part of it last night, but it's all the same. Well, we know it's gravity because we all agree it's gravity, basically. And that's how gas planets form self-gravity. Yeah, it was all self-gravity. Yeah, that's it. Gas planets form because of self-gravity. I was like, oh my. Okay. So yeah, get ready for self-gravity. It's coming. 2023. Self-gravity.
Is that kind of like self-pumping your gasoline from 30 years ago? Self-pumping?
Oh no, we had full service 30 years ago, man. Now there's no full service, nothing now, man.
Yeah.
Right?
I don't know how old I was when they. I don't know how old I was when they told us to start pumping our own gas.
Yeah, that kind of sucked. I always liked that. Yeah, man, fill it up. $4. Yeah, thanks, man.
Yeah.
I'll see you later.
Yeah, I remember 39 cents.
I think the lowest I paid was like 89 cents or something, somewhere around there.
Yeah, I remember before the. I remember that before the oil crisis in 1973, in the 60s, it was. I remember that number in our small town somewhere. It was pretty funny,
30.
And then it just skyrocketed. Then it just skyrocketed.
Right.
After the oil crisis, after the manufactured oil crisis.
Right. Problem, action, reaction, solution. Seems to be the playbook standard. Well, the solutions they got going on now, man, seem to be pretty fucking dangerous. For the last problem that came along almost 3 years ago.
I want to get my hair cut. I shouldn't say this, but I'll say it as I'll say it as distinctly as politically correct as I can. I went to get my hair cut yesterday.
Yeah.
And I walked in, and there was 3 people there, 3 employees there, and one of them was wearing a mind control device. And I walked in, and they asked me, did I? And they asked me if I made my appointment online, and I did. And I saw this young lady, and I looked at her, and I said, you don't know how crazy that is that you're wearing that, how insane it is that you're wearing that. And then I walked up to check in, and the lady who was I said, I don't want her doing my hair. And the lady who's checking me and said, no, I'm going to do your hair for you. And it was just like, and then then I looked at her again and said, you have no idea how crazy that is. And that was the last thing I said. And when I was there, she actually took it off, but somebody came in to get the hair done. A guy came in to get the hair done. And as I was leaving, she had it back on, as she was doing the guy's hair. And it's just like, I walked in, it's just like, no, you're not going to do my hair. That is you're not going to cut my hair. No way.
No, you don't have
Oh my goodness. She might pass out. She might pass out on me while she's cutting around my ear or something like that. Yeah.
Scissor, cut my ear off.
I walked in. It's just like no.
Nope. Nope. Nope.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I still see people driving with those things on, man. I'm like, what? By themselves.
You know, even if the little tiny critters existed, you still don't have to do it.
Right.
Oh, I'm dying. I'm dying.
I'm dying here.
I'm dying here. I'm dying. Kill me now. Kill me now.
So that was Orion called in to
Okay, I posted a video about humidity, and at 1 minute and 14 seconds into the video, it shows what shape humidity takes in the air. Take a look at it.
Hey, do we have to pay you to see it, or is it free?
No, it's free. 1 minute.
Okay, I want to.
1 minute 14 seconds in, it'll show you the shape of the humidity while it's in the air.
I just wanted to make sure if I clicked on it that YouTube wouldn't take $10 out of my account.
Oh, yeah.
Why would you give YouTube your credit card information to begin with?
Oh, I was just joking. I did give Apple my credit card though.
Well, I thank you for that on behalf of all the sweatshop workers or owners.
I heard they're really pissed off over there. They're not happy with the work conditions, and I don't know. I heard it's not good. It's not good. That's all I heard.
The funny thing is I'm actually a fan of sweatshops, but I'm a fan of sweatshops in free market economies, and they don't have free market economies entirely in China. That's why sweatshops over there, they make pennies instead of actual dollars, because it's not a free market controlled by the government.
Anyway, if you took a look at that video at 1 minute 14 seconds in, it shows the water droplets as being round. What do you think the light's going to do when it hits that on the right side or the left side or the top or the bottom? What direction is that light going to go?
It's going to scatter.
That's right. Not going to bend.
All right. Probably got some road noise there.
What's it going to do when it hits the next water droplet after it gets deflected through the first one, then the second one, then the third one? What's going to happen? Pretty soon you're not going to have an image at all. That's proof right there that refraction does not take place over the water, not to any major degree. Certainly does not bend light into a perfect image. That's ridiculous.
I write that one down. I had to get Professor Godrocket's quote. Refraction does not bend light to a perfect image. That's exactly what you said, and that's exactly what I wrote down. I'm not giving you a dime for that quote.
Sorry, Jim, I'm kind of going back and forth to the computer. I'm cooking some dinner, so Give me a minute. Give me a minute. I'll be done. I'll be sitting here at the computer. I can talk to you.
I'm about 20 miles from home. I'm done with my dinner. I'm sitting here in Denny's talking with you good folks. It was raining, so I didn't want to go drive out in the rain, but now it's stopped. I'm about 20 miles from home. So I'm going to head home, and I will I will talk to Professor Godrock and all you good folks sometime in the future. So everybody here, have a happy, stationary, topographical, plane. Is it Thursday? Yes, Thursday. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Okay.
What's that happening? I'm knocking. What you doing, brother? Hello? You AFK or?
Yes.
Yes. Oh well. What you up? Man, what the hell are you doing?
Hello.
Anyway. Coming in to talk to Godrock. I mean, he was talking to a minute ago, but now he's not talking.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
God Rock is notorious for hot micing. Used to call him hot micing. Hot micing God Rockin'. Love that brother though. Well, Jesse just jumped in. No rolls. Jesse, do you want to speak to us? You're already unmuted, sir. You have access to your microphone, Jesse. You want to talk to us about the flat Earth? Unless you start talking, Jesse, nobody else is going to talk except for me, and that's going to be bad. It won't end well. It won't start well either. Jesse got cold feet and jumped out. All right, then. Who else wants to come in and talk? Got Jesse's girl in my head now. Where can I find a woman like that? Around the parade. I tell her that I love her, but the phone is mute. And she's watching me with those eyes. And she's loving me with that smile. I just know it. Somebody has to come in here and talk, or else I'm going to be like singing Jesse's Girl all night. And actually, while I'm singing Jesse's Girl, I'm going to be looking for something to play on the music pod. Let's find something to play. Is there any songs about Thursday night?
Yeah, Thursday night therapy, bitches.
What's up, dude?
I wish I had Jesse's globe.
There you go.
I think I stole that one from Hinkle.
Where can I find a globe like that?
Woo! That's awesome.
Yeah, don't get me started. Don't get me started.
Get him started. Get him started, please. Get it in gear there, Helio.
You played along with the charade. Don't.
I wish I had Jesse's glove.
Come on back in, Jesse, man. We're not so scary. Come on, Jesse, come talk to us.
It sounds like he's singing Globe.
Jesse's glove. I'm not even warmed up, so I don't.
Me either, man. I've been bending over a fucking piano all day, man. Like,
I forgot you. That's what you did. You're a piano tuner. That's tough work, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've attempted, as a non-professional to. I had a piano that I acquired that was so out of tune and shit, and I, sat with a tuner, and like each each key has 3 strings, right?
Right.
And it's just like you got to get them all right, perfect, and you use the tuner, you pluck it, and then you're like, oh, it takes forever, man.
Yeah, it takes a couple hours.
Yeah.
If it's close, it takes a couple.
It takes a couple hours for a professional, but it takes fucking forever for somebody that's not a professional.
Yeah, I mean, you got to get used to the tuning pins, how they want to react.
Yeah, especially the one that I had was an old player's piano, and it wasn't. It was heavy as shit because it had the motor in it and shit. Oh my god, it was horrible. But anyway, it was a interesting experience, to try to do the best I could to make it, sound better than it was when I got it,
Right. Well, you got it.
Hey, on that point, you can play the piano, right?
Not really.
You just tune them, but you can't play it?
Nah, man. I'm a guitar player and drummer.
Yeah.
Never.
I can see that. I'm a guitar player too. I mean, it's just like I can get a guitar tuned in about 30 seconds, but
right.
You can play a little bit though, right? You can play.
Yeah, I can play some major chords and just enough to dick around and play a couple bass.
You're about like I am too.
Yeah, just like nothing.
You can play. What's that Mötley Crüe song? That's about the level I'm at. And Fair Elise. Yeah.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Can you play Fair Elise?
A little bit, not too much.
Yeah. See, like I can a little bit too. So, all right. So that's weird. You tune pianos, but you can't play them.
Yeah, I mostly rebuild them.
But you don't have to. Yeah, you don't have to know how to play it to actually get it.
I string them. I rebuild them.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool, man.
I add like computers and shit to them. I do all kinds of crazy stuff, but playing them, I just never. At the end of the day,
it's hard. It's fucking hard.
I don't want to.
It has to be something that comes naturally to to someone that is a piano player.
You work on.
But it always has work, but you have to love it to get into the work. Just like I love guitar and I can play it pretty well, and I love singing. So that was always natural to me when I was a little kid. I always knew that I was going to be I'm a singer. So and that's the same way with piano players.
Right.
Like I would have to I have to force myself to even try to play piano. My left and right hands don't agree. Well, it's just like I can play guitar and I can sing, but I really have difficulty singing and playing at the same time. Where that comes natural to a lot of other people. It's weird.
Yeah. It took me a while to sing and play guitar at the same time. I struggled at first.
I still struggle, man.
It's hard.
It's just like I was so good at vocals that I just was like, I'm gonna join a band. I'm just gonna be the vocalist. But then I started watching them play, and I'm like, what are you doing there? And they were like, hey, do that. And so after practice, I'd be like, all right, just show me a couple things. And I'd sit there for hours just like figuring out guitar. And I fell in love with guitar. And so I can play guitar all right. I'll never be the rhythm guitar player, like good rhythm guitar player. But I'm a better lead player than rhythm because I just sing on guitar.
Right. You just sing the note.
Yeah, it's just like it doesn't. Rhythm has never been my thing, and piano players, rhythm is the entire thing.
Oh yeah, that you playing the bass, and
dude, you're using both of your feet, and both of your hands at the same time, just playing piano. So it's your whole body, just like a drummer, yeah. There's a lot going on. My son's a good drummer, man. Have you watched some of his stuff?
Yeah, we played some of his stuff one night. We were I think we were on my channel maybe, and we were just you sent me a link and we were playing his stuff. Yeah, he's really good.
Cool. Yeah, he's going on
rocking,
tour.
man.
He's going on tour in the next few weeks with a band from Little Rock. They're going to tour around or whatever. This is the first time ever touring, and so I told him, I messaged him and said, "Man, come up with some." What he's doing, he's filling in on drums for a band that already has a drummer that can't tour.
Oh, right on.
And so he's gonna go. He's gonna fill in for that drummer. Maybe it'll work out where he can actually be the drummer for that band because they're touring with I think the Runts. Have you ever heard of that band? Runts.
Nah.
Anyway,
cool name though. I like the name.
I think that's the name of it.
The Grunts. The Runts.
The Runts. I think that's the name of it. But anyway, he's going on tour for his first time, and he's been in the studio a couple times, and he had a great time. He recorded it at Sun Studios in Memphis. That was cool.
What?
Yeah.
Get out of here.
Yeah, where Elvis recorded. Everybody. And actually, when he recorded at Sun Studio, he played on a drum set that U2 donated to the studio. He played on that drum set. Yeah. So he played on the same drum set that U2 freaking donated to the studio.
Fantastic.
Yeah. So
yeah,
he's doing pretty good.
I would love to go to Sun Studios, but I don't think I'm going to make it. But
well, I mean, it's really close to Little Rock, so it's not like it's